girl.
Hello.
Welcome home. That sounded like a... Bear with me a moment.
Oh boy.
Uh-oh. I feel like that'd be one of those. My cat just did something. Possibly.
That's what I'm guessing.
The only thing I have to worry about, it actually happened earlier. My freaking dog, because she's so big, she tries to play with the cats.
Mm-hmm.
But her favorite way of playing with our oldest cat is to try to stick his head in their mouth.
Oh god.
And all of a sudden you just hear a "Rah!" and it's like, yep. And sometimes she'll do it, and then you go to find her, she's already in her kennel. Like, yep, I know I did bad. And yet, my in-laws, one of their cats had a pair of kittens. My wife's like, hey, we can get some more cats. I was like, okay, but at the same time, you see what she does to him. These things are snacks to her. I'm afraid of what she would do to a kitten. She's never seen a kitten. She's a little over 1, so.
Oh boy.
Yeah. We'll see. If we get them, then they'll just continue on with the naming scheme we have going on with all our animals.
Which is...
Battle
yeah, okay. I thought so, because I know Gally, but I didn't know...
Yep, we have Galilea, Phoebe, and Toby. And I'm like, if we get 2 more animals, we have to go with the 2 other factions.
Of course.
Meow?
Yeah. Hello.
Hello.
You were possibly thinking one of them... talking about kittens that we might be getting at some point. And sticking with our naming scheme, we have a naming scheme. Our other 3 animals are all named after Battleborn characters.
Oh, nice.
If it's a girl, you're gonna name one of them Deandy?
No, actually, if it's a girl, we're thinking Beatrix.
Okay.
And if it's a boy, we're thinking Wrath.
As expected.
And from the Eldred side, we're thinking most likely like Miko.
Pretty universal, well, gender neutral.
Yep, I mean, Miko is... Yeah, so...
Miko's a mushroom, so, whatever.
Sorry, I don't know if you heard the god almighty crash that just came from downstairs.
Nope.
Yeah, Liz decided to yeet a couple of our big heavy plates across the kitchen and shatter them everywhere.
Oh, lovely!
So, not only did the girls shit themselves and are now wide awake after I got them calmed down.
Oh, no.
But, yeah, they're
I just put them to sleep!
Yeah, they were all settled and quiet and ready to go. And, now they're terrified. And they're both scared to go downstairs.
They're terrified and wired.
So, you're right. Come on. It's okay. There's no one down there other than Lewis.
I would make the uncomfortable meme comment of, well, I'm not dead, but I do have a boner. But that just seems weird with the cats.
My children are terrified. Pardon me.
8:22.
Oh shit. Bear with me a second.
No.
Because I was in the middle of something before that. God almighty crash happened.
Can I make it fit? I did. Woo!
Fuck yeah, you did the thing.
I did the thing. Doesn't mean
Yeah.
my handwriting is any neater.
Whatever.
Welcome to my life. Oh, my camera's fucked up. Ugh.
Oh.
I forgot to fix the white balance. There we go.
Did I do a stupid? Hold on.
Oh, I don't think you did. The odds of it being me are higher.
No, no, I'm just being stupid. Don't worry about it.
Also more likely to be me.
No, no, I'm genuinely being a fucking tool.
That means something else where I come from, so. Dog, can I...
Okay, ladies, they're both sitting like.
This
Right,
is as much of my blanket as I can get.
I don't know if you can see, like, they're along the banister here. You won't be able to see Persephone, she's all the way in the dark. But Belle's, like, just behind this tunnel thing right now, like, glaring down the stairs.
Oh, honeys.
Come on, you're alright. Fine. Come
Right,
here.
I am first. How many of those do I have?
Jesus, did you see that?
No, I was looking at dice,
Come on.
which is, you know,
Standard for you.
right.
This is what I just looked over to my left screen at, Zelda.
What?
Snapchat.
Snapchat, hold on. I have no idea where my phone is.
I minimized my Twitter thing and I was looking at my left screen and my half of it is like my Rax character sheet, so because I popped it off and put it over on this screen. And centered perfectly so she's peeking around Rax's character sheet is Peeper's head like, what you doing?
Oh.
With like the glare from the picture, but yeah.
Alright, I need this. I need to also, like, re-up all of Rutan's stuff.
What was I gonna do?
Oh, whoa, you moved my character sheet. Oh, God.
Yeah, I wonder. I moved everyone's sheets. And instead of being at the bottom, they're at the top now. Because I was like, there's so much shit in your, like folders that I was like, maybe it'd be easier if the sheets were at the top. It's not easier. I don't like it.
Put it back.
I will put it back later.
Okay. I don't like it. I don't like change.
You can leave that
Come on.
out to me.
I don't like change.
Oh, God.
Okay, got my...
Here you go.
Back
Thanks,
up. Oh,
Liz.
gotta put that back.
Here. So I think. Sorry, guys.
Oh no. Cat on keyboard. Cat on keyboard, I'm about to get a message. I can see it. I can see it. Minimize that. Open that. I'm getting all of my, where the fuck? Here's my sheet. I'm getting all of my stuff out to track all of my abilities because my ADHD is terrible, and like even though I mark it in my sheet, I'm like, do I still have that? So I have dice that I specifically keep to track Ratan's stuff in front of me because then I'm physically doing it, which makes me remember better.
I don't remember regardless. So. I try to keep track of it in my sheet. I usually do pretty
So I
well.
have one of those, and I have one of those, and I have 8 of those, and 5 of those. Hang on. I have 6 of those.
Also, I should ghost, but I'm gonna show you guys too.
What?
I got
Ooh.
new dice. I haven't hung out with my best friend until like recently, and
Me?
she was one of the ones I was at wine tasting with on Friday.
Oh,
And she
okay.
gave me my birthday present.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Okay. Oh god, I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. I'm gonna change. I'm okay. I'm okay though. I'm gonna live. I'm gonna survive.
Also, the cat and keyboard you saw was my hotkey for me muting my mic that just happened to go in your DMs.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Yeah, dices.
Dicey's. I should probably. I was half paying attention to the conversation, but I'm also like dealing with everything. Right. Settle petal. Put your ass down there. Good girl. Good girl. Yes, you flump against the stream deck.
Sorry, I'm laughing at that for a different.
Okay.
Today's gonna be interesting.
Today's gonna be a day.
Today's gonna be a fucking day.
Where are you going? Lie down.
Oh.
Lie down. Are you done? Okay, bye. You drooled all over my desk and then you leave.
Out of context, these sound really weird.
Okay. If you are all prepared and ready, please go for recap.
Okay. So, yeah, it was last week. We started off shortly after an altercation with Perrin attacking Rax and the stuff that ensued afterwards. Not going overly well for Perrin. So we came back to him tied up by Miryu on the ground before, well, still down at the beach at that point. And we decided we were going to go back up to the place we held camp to make sure that we were far enough away from the fish people that were now well aware of our presence. Before we headed up, Rattan wanted to go and grab the axe that Rax had thrown into the water in some random direction. In going and looking, she saw another fish person and proceeded to absolutely decimate them. So much so that everybody just kind of, what happened? And then it was over. She came back over and said that it was all the way at the bottom of the water, and it seemed a lot deeper than it actually, or didn't seem as deep as it actually was. So Rax shrugged, grabbed his cloak back from her, and went and tried to grab it. The saltwater fucked with him, but he ended up finding it. Came back after trying to hide it and absolutely failing. Once he came back and once he came back, everybody went up to the camp and kind of discussed, or Miryu was dragging Perrin up very not nicely, we'll put it. And upon getting up to the camp, the tent was set up, and Destiny and Rattan were about ready to wake Perrin back up with different circumstances to try and see if whatever was coming over him had faded. Rax and Miryu went into the tent to have a discussion. After a few minutes, Destiny, Rutan, and the now conscious, still tied up, Perrin all came back into the tent, and Perrin promptly apologized, to which Rax told him, don't ever fucking do that again. And they talked for a minute, realized that they'd forgot, I want to say, Perrin's shield down at the water, and Miryu said she would go and get it. During that time, they were all just kind of discussing things and realizing, or coming up with the idea that maybe if they asked really nicely, Destiny would ask or have Evangeline bring them back so that they can get this shit dealt with effectively. Once Destiny kind of came to and everybody talked for a minute, she agreed and told everybody to circle up and close their eyes, and after a few minutes she did some sort of arcana and everybody teleported back to Moncade for Rattan promptly puked almost all over still all over the floor, but mostly into her mask. And this was right in front of Evangeline, who was there as soon as we got there. But after discussing with her, paying her back for the materials in the teleportation magic that they had to use to get there, everybody proceeded up to the Elders area. Forget what, Elders Hall or something like that. Rupert was casually sitting in his chair, as he always is, flipping his coin. Lady Sweet Dove was sitting in her way too large for her chair, and Evangeline, leading everybody up, walked over and sat down in hers. Discussion was had. The axe was given to Rupert so that they could study it. Perrin was not overly excited about them taking the axe from him, but he didn't actively act aggressively, so that axe was handed over, and then Rupert disappeared with it. Shortly after, Perrin and I think Lady Sweet Dove and Rupert all went into the same area that Rattan and Rax knew, where they brought Osiris previously. While they were doing that, Rattan and Rax were brought downstairs to start having breakfast, lunch, something like that. Food.
In like a few hours, there was a whole stage before that.
Okay, the fucking timeline in my head is all screwed up.
There was a letters, and then there was shopping for cheesecake, and then there was dinner.
Oh, the fucking timeline is all out of order for you. I see what you did there.
I mean, that's not where I was going with that, but I mean, it's not wrong. But yeah, there were letters read, which brought new information, and then there were, the letters, and then some daytime activities, and then dinner. And dinners in Moncade are dinners in Moncade, and you really just don't go into them any further. And then that's pretty much where we left off.
Yep. It sure is. Dinners in Moncade. And so yeah, Last session you did deal with a rather unfortunate parent situation where you spent a significant amount of time discussing what exactly you should do and how you should deal with it, while Mirio dragged his unconscious body back to where you camped the day before, not really caring if for what she hit with it. Destiny suggested a solution which involved her using some of her innate arcane abilities to artificially blind Perrin, and suggested that you all remain silent after having done so, while bringing him back to consciousness, and trying that method to see what would happen. You returned to the campsite. Rattan expressed that she wasn't exactly happy with how Mirio was handling Perrin during the whole situation, and for reasons that Rattan and a lot of other people don't understand, this really, really upset Mirio, and she ended up storming off into the tent. Rattan suggested that Rax go in after her and have a wee conversation, and he did. He followed in behind her and had a little bit of a heart-to-heart with his girlfriend, calming her down. During this time, Rattan, Destiny, and Perrin did their own little thing, where Rattan and Destiny used the method that was suggested to try and regain Perrin's normality. Thankfully, for now, in the darkness and using the limited healing that Rattan had, this seemed to pacify him. And you had a very confused, very in pain Perrin when he woke up. Rattan did begin a line of questioning, however Destiny suggested that it should be a thing you all do together, and regrouped you all back in the tent. You assume it's to save you explaining it twice. With Perrin conscious, some apologies were shared, some threats were thrown down, but overall the whole situation remained calm, for the most part. Mirio took pleasure in the pain caused by cauterizing Perrin's wounds, and Rattan set his shoulders straight again. Wow, words. Which caused
Soldier set the shoulders straight.
Thank you. Which caused both Perrin and Destiny to faint, but for completely different reasons. Some more discussions were had about what exactly should be done from here, and with Perrin, you came to the conclusion that maybe heading back to Moncade was probably the best option. Mirio remembered that that you all left Perrin's shield down on the shores, so she offered to go get it, heading off on her own, which, did not help a very panicked, stressed out Destiny when she regained her consciousness. And so Rax, being the considerate individual that he is, used the necklace to contact Mirio and make sure that she was okay. Which she was. She was fine. She was on her way back. She didn't mention any dangers or anything, which sort of put Destiny at ease. While you're waiting for Mirio to return, the conversation about how to get back to Moncade was gently approached, and rather hesitantly, Destiny admitted that she could do it, or she had a way that could do it quickly. But she would have to contact Evangeline and give the slight, very obvious hint that Evangeline was probably going to be pretty pissed about it. She skirted around the whole thing, but she did say that just to be careful. She pops out of the tent, gets in contact, comes back and says, yeah, it's fine, we'll wait for Mirio and everything will be fine. Just, be careful when you get there. She mentioned that this was in case of emergency, and the fact that it was that meant that, yeah, you'd find out when you got there. You all come back together, Mirio's back. She tosses Perrin's shield in front of him because she's like, I ain't carrying it. And you gather up your shit and head outside the tent. Destiny packs up and then tells you to close your eyes, link hands, and she forms a circle for you. And she spends a few minutes doing something around the circle that she makes sure none of you are peeking before she dips underneath, does something in the center of the circle, joins the circle, and then all of a sudden there's just this, what can only be explained as what you think being inside a sandy tornado is like, as you're lifted off the ground and then gently placed down on a far more solid floor in a quiet area, which is definitely not as hot as the heat that was beating down on you. For Rattan to promptly throw up in her own mask and dribble it all down herself in front of Evangeline, who was sitting waiting for you. She didn't look all too pleased, but she did let Rattan go clean herself up before she had the conversation with you. She explained that you'd owed her money for the transport that you just used, and that the elders don't usually meet people at this time of day, but since this was a very rare and very dangerous case, they'd make an exception. She goes over all the formalities with you, just getting details, trying to figure out just exactly what had happened and why you had to use this means of transport, before she gets up, gets right in Perrin's face, tells him that he better not start shit, basically, and that his life did not belong to him the minute you stepped upstairs. She led you upstairs into the chamber of the elders, and the biggest change for all of you was the lack of natural plant life that usually blossoms out from behind Lady Sweetdove's chair. There was no breeze, there was no beautiful display of leaves, there was nothing. It was just cold and empty. And that was strange. But, those who remained, both Lady Sweetdove and Rupert, were acting natural. Evangeline went up and gave a bow, showing her respect to Lady Sweetdove before taking her place by her side. And after, you all bowed and waited to be spoken to, and Rupert basically pulling you all into conversation, he went through the line of questioning with some amusing thought processes to figure out just what had happened to Perrin. He was given the axe, which he took off through to the side room, and they said, there has been a curse placed on this. We will do what we can to break it. It will cost you more. And that Perrin was to go alone. So Perrin was taken through with Rupert and Lady Sweetdove. You were left in the room with Lady Evangeline, who handed you letters. You made your way downstairs, you read these letters, and had some very interesting conversations about the contents of the letters. Perrin, opting to open up a little bit, showed Rattan his one. But you had time before dinner, and so Rex and Mary scuttled off to go and buy some cheesecake. Just, enjoying their afternoon. And returned in time for dinner. They weren't late, they were presentable. You had a very nice evening. An evening that you didn't realize you needed as much as you did until it happened. There was laughter, there was drinks, there was good food, there was cheesecake. And yeah, you had a nice relaxing evening. You each parted from the dinner sort of about 8 o'clock at night and headed your different ways. Rattan and Laedir to theirs, Rex and Miria to them, Perrin in the suite. And you all have a very, very good night's sleep and various other activities in your private lives. And we pick up this session with Perrin sprawled out in your undies on the huge circular bed in the suite. The wine you enjoyed the night before certainly helped you sleep. However, you're awoken by the sound of the suite door opening, and in walks Rattan, alone. What you didn't notice was the house staff had already been in to set up the table for breakfast, with places for yourself, Rex, Rattan, Laedir, Miru, and Destiny. But no food has been placed out yet. It's just like the table and the setting has been done. You did not hear them come in. Rattan, you see Perrin starfished on the bed in his skivvies with an empty wine glass limp in his hand and an almost finished bottle of wine resting on an end table which looks like it had been moved from somewhere else in the suite so it could be closer to the bed. And what you also notice is a crisscross pattern of dark-colored stitches following the line of the wound on Perrin's shoulder. There is a faint smell of peppermint that lingers in the air. What would you like to do?
First and foremost, the peppermint, is that a booze thing or is that a medical thing?
You can roll a medicine check.
Okay. Do I get any sort of benefit
Nope.
from this later? Okay,
Nope.
just checking.
Definitely not an alcohol thing.
Okay. Now I'm concerned. Anyway, so Rattan like walks in and she starts like setting her stuff down inside the door and looks up and just. Nope, 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 nope. And she just starts walking over to the table. And she is going to make a shitload of noise while she is sitting down, like chairs scraping out. Making all kinds of noise, putting her paper and shit down.
Yeah, you just hear like all like the paper noises and just like scratching a
Pot getting like smacked down, the chair going.
Yeah, you hear all of that shit, Karen.
Gravity starts to move a little bit. Stretching just the right arm goes to kind of start to stretch left. It's like, oh, nope, nope, not gonna do that. And kind of pokes his head up.
You have a little bit of a like a headache, but it's nothing massive.
Morning.
I suggest you put a little bit more clothing on.
Kind of looks down. Probably a good idea. Yeah. Kind of make his way over. Put the glass next to the bottle on the end table there.
It's right about now that Rex and Miri walk in the room.
Ratana's like trying to scrub the image from her eyes.
Rex, you're leading as you open the door into the room. You see Perrin kind of getting up, going towards his stuff, and Rattan just like head down at the breakfast table, like
just like scrubbing her eyes with the heels of her hands.
Does he smell the peppermint too?
Yeah, you smell the peppermint.
Upset stomach? That's what they gave me when I had some bad. Never mind. You okay?
He's literally just awake.
Had a pretty good sleep. I'm gonna get dressed now, though.
Thank you.
Give me a minute.
And Rattan picks up a quill, dips it in the ink pot, and goes, by the way, she's not looking up at him as she says this. By the way, at your earliest convenience, Hannah would like to have words with you about your very expensive treatment you had last night.
There's like a snort from Miru, and she's trying to contain laughter.
Okay. I'll try to run by there before we get out of here today, then.
You're not going to try to, you're going to. And she actually looks at him that time. This will not be the first time that I've dragged someone down the stairs of bliss to pay an expensive bill for Hannah. What is it with... This is twice now. Twice. What is it with the wine in this place?
I feel like we're getting off easy.
Well, it depends on the bottle you order. And the person you share it with.
I have no idea what he ordered. All I know is I went downstairs. I squared everything else. Don't worry about it. And Hedda said that I was to send Perrin downstairs before we leave to discuss a rather substantial bill. Something about very fine wine, and she turns around, puts the quill down, and sits like this. Something about Chase?
Mary, who was walking over to the table where the wine bottle is, just stops, looks at him, and descends into laughter, and then carries on.
Rattan's totally straight-faced.
Yeah, I was told that he would be the best person to start with.
You know, I am not gonna judge.
Rehabilitation on my wound.
Perrin, you can call it whatever you like. I don't need to know what you do in your personal life. I just care that I don't get stuck with your bill. So, glad you had a good time, but let's draw the line there.
I'll take care of the bill.
There's a break in Miriam's laughter as she's reading the bottle, and then she puts it down and starts laughing again.
Do I want to know? And she picks up the quill and starts writing again.
Oh boy.
Must have been good shit for you to be passed out with the glass still in your hand.
She comes and sits down at her seat opposite you at the table, Rattan. Well, Perrin, what exactly did you ask for when you ordered that wine?
Kind of tosses his head to the side.
Do you even remember last night?
I guess it's just like a nice bottle of red wine.
Rattan stops writing promptly, and just like the quill just freezes.
Oh, that was your first mistake.
It's like Osiris never left.
I was about to say, Osiris worse or not as bad as Osiris?
Not as bad as Osiris because it wasn't Crystal's doing. So it's not as expensive as what Osiris was drinking. Definitely a higher alcohol content though.
Rax goes over, he's now interested.
Rattan just keeps scribbling whatever she's scribbling. And she's just chuckling to herself the whole time.
Rax just chuckles and goes, nice.
Exactly, that's what he asked for. Well, as long as you enjoyed it.
I'd say let this be a valuable lesson, but...
Let me teach it broader. Whenever you order a bottle of wine here, 1, don't let the staff pick it. 2, specify the price range. 3, drink it and don't complain.
I mean, good rest. I'm not going to complain about it. So that was good wine. Those 2 glasses were good for me.
Yes, it was.
Yeah, I've never ordered wine in a place like this before, so I didn't know to specify that kind of thing. Good to know for next time.
There are no other places like this.
General rule.
I mean, I normally go into, taverns, bars, whatever, and just order whatever kind of crap, but I felt like something better.
No, that fits the bill. Sorry, that's not me being rude. That's literally everybody that I work with is like that, with a rare few exceptions. I'm sort of like that, I just have a slightly higher class palate because you see who I deal with.
And as you say that, the scent of peppermint is replaced by the scent of charcoal and burning kindling wood as Lady Deer walks in the door to the suite instead of off of the balcony. And he sort of he walks in, he closes it, he pushes his hand through his hair as he always does. He's like, well, good morning, everyone. I trust that you slept well. I know I did. And he makes his way over to where Rattan is, pecks her on the cheek, and sits down next to her.
As Leodir's walking over, Rax just kind of raises his hand and says good morning. Nonchalantly.
Once Brandon's finished getting dressed, he'll come back over to the table and take a seat.
You might want to get that bill out of the way before you have food in your system.
Yeah, probably right.
Save you a plate.
Over the night, I've come to realize that. And we'll just go to leave.
Did you put pants on?
Yes. I put the pants and the shirt that I had wore after coming down from the elder.
Oh, so you're going on a walk of shame downstairs. Got it.
The only other thing I really have is my armor, so I'm not putting my armor on at the moment.
It's not like everybody's like Rax with 8 different Well, at least 8 different groups of
Rattan has
clothing.
like 3.
Yeah,
And the last
Rattan was
time
like 3.
And
also
access
the
to a
last time I
personal
talked-
wardrobe.
And last time I talked to Hannah, when I was in my armor, she said I was wearing too much.
And she meant the armor. Never mind. So.
Rattan puts her quilt on for like the 2nd time, and it's just like,
Oh boy. So, bear with me, guys. I'm gonna go with Parent Downstairs.
all over again. Help! It's again.
It's not as bad.
It's not as bad.
It's bad, just not as bad.
Yeah. I was sitting on that RP. I got it last night, and I just went. I had to send Zoe a Snapchat because I was fucking rolling as I was reading it, and I told her I need a fucking minute. I cannot respond to this right now because I'm laughing too hard. Oh.
Also, I sent that
She just
tweet.
wanted breakfast.
That tweet, like, stupid early this morning. That was like
Yeah, I was-
right after we finished the RP and stuff for it.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was waiting until mine was like totally solidified, and then. All Rattan wanted was breakfast, and then said she saw a half-naked dwarf. The eye close of, well, that's gonna be burned into my memory forever. Breakfast.
Prefix.
Breakfast.
Prefix.
Yes. They're never boring in Muncade.
Nope.
Never. We've not had like one normal meal in Muncade. Like
I don't know if
never.
that's like the company that ends up showing up, whether it be they started off there or they just kind of popped in or what have you.
I would say that it's the NPCs, but we've had normal food interactions with some of them before. It's like just the combination of them and here. Like this place just does things to people.
Yeah.
What? I had the hiccups. My dog's like, shut up. Oh boy.
Also, I decided Rax knew the scent of that peppermint was used to help with a upset stomach because he had bad drugs at some point.
Yeah.
And I say at some point, I mean at multiple different points.
See, the problem was is like I had to like swap from like Witherbrain to Rattan Brain because I was like, oh, schnapps, and then I was like, wait, no. Rattan would not make that connection. That's not a thing. And I was like, oh, you know what? I wonder if it's like one of those like really, really strong like disinfectant things. I was like, eh. You know,
Could
you
also
treat outside wounds with rubbing alcohol, you treat inside wounds with drinking alcohol, but when you don't have rubbing alcohol, sometimes drinking alcohol will do.
Could also just be the scent that Chase has whenever he walks around and we just didn't notice it yet. You never know. Because there's
Yeah.
so many other smells just lingering around at Bliss.
I don't notice them.
Because there's a forever charcoal smell in your nose.
Pretty much.
There it is. Okay.
Like, even if he's not around, like, she just smells like that now.
Hey, that's not where I put you.
Maybe it is.
It's not.
Okay, so Perrin is gone for probably about 10 minutes. If there's anything you'd like to discuss while he's gone.
Rattan's still just, like, scribbling at whatever she's working on. At some point in time, she, like, stops, she looks at something, she frowns. Turns it toward later. I spelled that right.
Yes, though you should word this differently. Think of how you'd say it rather than... Because when you write it, you sound like you're...
Have a stick up her ass?
Oh!
I don't know, I'm just guessing.
No, she sounds a little bit, inhuman?
Got it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Welcome. He sort of lounges in his chair. He's cupping a glass of wine, as always. While you're getting all this, while you're waiting for Perrin, the people who are doing breakfast do turn up and lay the food and coffee and tea on the table. You're used to, you know, the standard, like, toast, egg, bacon, sausage, everything you could ever want in a breakfast, hash browns, black pudding, you name it, it's there. And coffee, tea, and should you request it, there is a very low content alcohol morning wine, which just has the Bliss logo on it. It doesn't taste bad, should you taste it, but it's definitely more of a, like, you have, like, a little bit, and then you go on to coffee. It's like you were drunk last night, here's a little bit of alcohol you need in your system.
Take a little bit of the edge off.
Yeah, and then go to coffee and water. Mirio is face first in breakfast the minute it's in front of her.
Of course.
No cutlery, just all hands. Like, grabs a sausage and just, like, eats it straight away. Doesn't even care.
Rattan, like, slowly realizes that she's gonna have to potentially teach Miryu table etiquette in 2 weeks. And there's, like, this slow dawning realization and horror. And then she goes back to...
Leonir chuckles quietly into his glass. Is there anything else you wish to discuss before I drag Perrin up here?
She's just going to mention again. So... I'm sure Miryu already knows, which is kind of unfair. Chase, huh? Ugh. And she doesn't look up as she says that.
Judging by the peppermint we smelt this morning, probably a massage.
Rex just goes, treatment.
I mean, services and treatment are very different things here. If he requested some kind of rehabilitation, Chase is the person to do it. He's, very familiar with anatomy.
That's Ratan's reaction. She has to like lift her quill up to like not fuck
Yeah,
up what she's
she's
writing.
trying desperately not to laugh, and she's choosing her words in a way that, like, is the best way she can put it.
Oh yeah.
There's definitely a deliberance in the way that she's talking. He, because of what he specializes in terms of combat, is the most well-versed to deal with this kind of injury. Those stitches, however, ooh. Yeah.
I was, surprised by the whole, quill thing, but now it just seems like Perrin has a type.
Rex
I mean, a lot of people
smirks
have a
and he's
type.
just nodding his head.
So, wait. Does this mean... we should... we should, make sure he's calm when Destiny arrives?
Ratan puts her quill down completely.
Wait. We should clue her in. So, when we went to buy cheesecakes, I suggested we laced his with Viagra. So he might actually get laid, but Rex told me no. So
I said not yet.
I think it was a missed opportunity, honestly.
Ratan is just sitting there kind of like... Well, evidently he wouldn't know what to do with it if you gave him one.
Even Lader laughs at, like, he properly chuckles at that.
Osiris got laid in here.
Sure. He didn't get laid, he got absolutely annihilated. Poor boy. What? When you're a staff member, you hear every little detail.
I know, but I didn't need that visual about Osiris.
I mean, it's Crystal, what did you expect?
That, but...
But also not that?
Yeah, I'm good.
It's about now that Perrin would be walking in the room.
Ratan still is like chuckling as she's waiting.
You walk into the room and Ladir is chuckling into his glass of wine. Ratan is chuckling as she's writing. Miriu looks like she's just about to burst into laughter again. And Rex is probably about on the same page, somewhere in between all of the three. And breakfast has been served.
Ratan sees you enter, looks up, and then just goes... goes back to writing.
Rex is just smirking and he goes, so what's the damage? I think you're muted, Ghost.
No, he wasn't.
No.
Oh, I didn't hear you then. Okay, I bet.
I would say parents would be starting to walk over to like his stuff to go put his money back down there.
The physical or the monetary damage, Rex?
Either? But I don't think you want to hear... Never mind.
No, I am good.
It was 418 gold.
It's actually less than I was expecting, considering the wine on top of the services.
Not so.
Treatment?
Treatments. My bad.
He got it.
I was actually explained last night to Chase that services are completely different. So.
You explained to Chase.
No, he explained to me, I said.
What else did he explain to you last night?
Mirror you.
I'm sorry, I can't help it!
She just like points the quill at her, like lifts it off the paper and points it at her when she says her name.
Should be careful with my shoulder. Otherwise it could be much worse.
Ratan has to set the quill down again. Reaches over and pours herself some coffee because she is not caffeinated enough for this shit.
Anything else of note? He's
Mirror
usually
you.
not... What? He's usually not that creative. The fact that he said more than 3 sentences is a miracle.
I mean, he more gave advice on stuff that I was just talking to him about.
Advice? Like, man advice? Or like, general advice? Because, I mean,
About
both is
things,
impressive.
You know, just things that were on my mind, and since it would have been, I think it would have been quite a bit more uncomfortable just to be in silence, so.
Rattan like starts to look at later. It's like, nope.
Yeah, he is not looking up anymore.
Oh, he's like looking down.
Yeah, he's like, wine in hand, looking at his reflection in the top and the surface of his wine, and just trying his desperate attempt to maintain composure. And Miri was talking again. Did it make it easier that he had horns? You know, to talk to him. Since you don't talk to any of us.
Rattan's trying so.
That really didn't make a difference.
Okay, just checking.
Oh, that's good.
I should cancel
Preparing-
the order for the fake horns so that he can talk to us. I'll cancel that order. What? Sorry,
so
I had to...
Perrin notices Rattan like writing something, and goes back over to where he had been doing his writing that night before. And goes and picks up his and goes, Rattan, I was trying to finish writing that letter, the one that you're gonna look over, and I wanted to make sure I got one thing right for it.
Oh, just the one thing.
I mean, one thing before I show you it. Could I get the spelling of the surname of your king? Because I don't know how to spell it.
She looks at you, blinks, turns back to what she was writing, puts a period on the page, picks up the parchment, and goes, here.
For you to write it?
No, she's just handing you a parchment that she's been writing.
Oh, okay.
Which I think Zoe's giving you the...
So we're gonna go walk over.
That should cover everything.
That's the right one, right?
Maybe.
It's moved up into party letters.
Yes.
So, Perrin, you now have access to a new letter in party letters.
Then she goes back to writing the other thing that she was working on.
Ladir is watching you very carefully as you're reading that letter. And
Okay.
Mary was shoving toast in her face. She's like lost all interest.
He'll walk back over to his letter.
Rex is completely spaced out, just absent-mindedly eating as he's sitting there.
Rattan reaches a hand over and, like, pats Leadir on the leg and then goes back to writing.
He straightens his posture and relaxes a little bit, and then places his glass down on the table. So, are you finished your letter? Would you like us to read it?
Yeah, give me one moment. Finishes the last little bit. Walks over with the letter before sitting down and grabbing something to munch on.
As you're walking over, he clicks his fingers and puts his hand out expectantly.
Hands are at the later.
That's all he gets from Rattan is just while he's sitting there snapping his fingers.
Give. And he sits in silence reading it.
Okay, I think that one's done. And she sets another piece of parchment aside and starts scribbling again.
He writes worse than you.
I'll play it, dear.
What? Also, that's wrong. And
Not
he's like,
all of us are eloquent wordsmiths.
it's some of my finest work. I can make you turn 4 shades of red with 1 sentence.
We all have our strengths, darling, and that is not one of mine.
You made that perfectly away last night. He shrugs and continues reading. Okay, so that would work. Interesting. Perrin,
Stops writing.
Yeah.
why are you talking about the resurrection?
Rattan puts the quill down.
I had mentioned it back in Cacavian when we all got back from Duskbane. I sent her a thing asking if she knew anything about it. And then when I got her response, I remember telling Rattan that my mentor had said that it probably wasn't a good idea to mess with death.
He got a hand slap because he was told not to mess with the dead and did it anyway.
Yep.
I don't feel like the matter should be readdressed if it's already closed.
She's the one, and the letter that she sent me last time, the one that I got yesterday. She said it again. She was worried about
May I?
it.
Did you give him it back, or can I have it to read it? The letter he got?
I think you have it. I think I gave it back.
That probably.
And then he does the same thing again.
Yeah, he'll go back to wherever he put it and grab it and bring it back on over.
And he pushes the one you just written aside and unrolls the current one.
Gives him a very patient, even look.
By all means, don't let me prevent breakfast conversation.
Breakfast conversation here usually devolves into do we on the topic of that, Rags.
Yeah, what?
Rags. Hi.
Hi.
Good morning.
Yeah.
Welcome back. On the topic of Daniel's resurrection, do we think that... And she sets the quill down and kind of starts rubbing the sides of her head like she's been thinking way too hard, way too early. Do we have any inkling that Rupert would have any insight into what Daniel's surname is, or do we believe that the information that he had was strictly garnered from your correspondence?
I'm gonna be
Sorry.
honest, I was just gonna ask Kekio. Feel like if anybody would know, it would be them. or potentially our and he like makes the cross-hatched.
So I'm asking because I don't know how much is in the bag of holding, but if we have the means, I might be able to find somebody in Marinalek who could. Yeah, we don't have a dedicated temple, but you know, you never know. But from my very limited understanding of how that magic works, I kind of need the name to do it.
Well, I mean, there's
Your
like
body.
8 different things that we got to do before we even get to that point. Like, yeah, I don't know how much we got when we were down in the crypt, but we still need to A, find his name, B,
Would you like
cash
to
in.
count the money?
We were told not to do
Well,
it here,
that is true.
but we'll do it eventually, and that's not probably going to happen until after. So it is definitely on the priority list, and if we want to ask Rupert if he can look into
thought.
it.
It was
It's a
well, no, it
thought.
was just a thought because if you had any reason to believe that he might have that information, I would suggest that we do go talk to them before we leave today. But if you don't,
I have reason to believe he has a lot of information. Whether or not he's actually going to A, want to tell us, or B, tell us for a small sum is the question.
Carrier tunes in. Who are we talking to? Sorry, what?
it's
Rupert.
actually Rupert.
Oh, why?
See if he has Daniel's name.
Interesting. Carry on.
Why is that interesting?
Well, has he ever met him?
Well, he knew about the fact that Daniel was dead, and I was clarifying with Rax if that was because simply Rax had written about it here, or if we had reason to believe that maybe Rupert did some digging and found out.
Probably both.
Well, I mean, usually it's not Rupert that... Well,
You understand what I'm saying?
Rupert's information is limited to that which he can get his hands on from people who go outside the walls. They have a vast library up there of information and history of the entire continent and beyond, but it's only what they've been told by the elite team who have been out to seek the information.
So recent events are limited.
Providing they didn't send someone you didn't see. She looks like she has a thought, she's a way to say something, and then she goes quiet. And then Leodir pipes up. Karen, what exactly did you say the first time you told them about seeking resurrection?
Rattan turns around.
Try to remember exactly.
Because from what her letter says, she specifically mentions you. Your recent letter specifically mentions the group. So if she thinks it's only you and now you're mentioning that the group have given up on it, then you're giving way too much information than you need to.
I honestly have to agree.
Hold on, here. And he passes you over the letter. Which I am going to move.
She like picks up what she's working on and like moves it out of the way.
I've got like 400 letters open on my screen right now.
I know, and a lot of them are mine, and I'm sorry.
That's okay. You should have a new one underneath party letters with her.
Okay. Yes. Okay.
I think,
As she's like getting handed the letter, she's like, I said I agreed.
Now that I think about it, I don't know if I actually mentioned anybody else. I think I might have just said myself.
Exactly.
So, and I just think he's like, hold on. He's gonna go and find his first letter from her just to see what she says on there.
Rattan's like not like mumbling to herself, but she's just kind of like humming while she's reading it. Kind of just like, we.
You see the bit that's wrong? The glaring mistake in here?
Give me 1 second. I don't read as fast as you do.
He picks up his glass and he sips and he puts it back down again. Bear with me a second. I will be back while you're reading that.
Okay.
In the middle of your conversation, in your head you get, you better not turn me into something fucking weird.
Rex is just gonna say, I was thinking about fish, but I might just...
What am I supposed to do as a fish?
That's why I was also thinking of just temporarily dismissing the form just so you don't have to worry about being a fish, getting hit with stray bullshit. I don't fucking know. That's why I'm asking.
I'm not going to lie to you, Rex. I'd much rather be a bird or gone. Do you know how humiliating being a fish would? You better not turn me into a goldfish. I swear to God.
No, if anything, it'd be a piranha, like...
I mean, I suppose I could make it work, but scales aren't really my thing, they're yours.
That's a fair point.
I can deal with feathers, because normally I have wings, and, like, this is just, like, different wings. But, like, I don't do the, you know, and I don't do that!
Yeah, that's... Like I said, that's kind of why, I mean... And plus, they don't have, like... And he, like, makes a... They'll see it, like, he'll make, like, a claw motion.
Yeah.
And... He'll say, they don't have claws to grab the potions anyway, so, I mean...
I mean, I guess I could hold it in my mouth.
Oh, that'd be dangerous. You bite down just a little bit too hard, and suddenly, fire flower in your face. Not gonna.
If you're underwater, I suggest not using fire, because that seems wrong.
That's one of the few that I've seen. And it's a fucking bad idea to use electricity underwater.
Yeah,
That's why I wanted to use it. Yeah, no, I got it. That's why I'm debating just gone temporarily until we get back dry land.
I can still be mentally linked with you. It'll be harder than usual. But if you need me, you can still call on me mentally. You'll need to take the time to focus on it, but...
Right, it was usually similar to whenever your bird form gets taken out during a fight or something like that, I getcha.
And, we also don't know how much of this thing is actually submerged. So if suddenly I'm a fish and then you go into this place and it's dry, I don't want to be flopping around. That's not very attractive. And I also don't want to be a fish in your pocket. That's also not attractive.
No, I would not. Nope.
Well, you don't want my slimy fish body in your pocket?
I don't want a fish in my pocket.
Oh, regardless. No goldfish.
No. I'm leaning towards, if you're okay with it, sitting you out this time.
You have your valiant warrior princess by your side. What more could I wish for? How is she going to be in water?
I don't know. Actually, I don't know who I'm going to give this fucking cloak to. Depends on who's the slowest underwater, besides Perrin, because I'm not giving him my cloak.
I wouldn't give him anything. I would say you're probably all going to be about the same. Usually water hinders movement a little bit, so unless you suddenly, you know, find out that you are a part amphibian. Because, I mean, all the other things that have changed about you since you've come on this adventure.
Alright, I'm just gonna point out, the tail helped with the swimming. That might have been the cloak, but it fucking helped. I don't know.
I'm gonna say it's your cloak.
Oh, I'm gonna say it's my tail. I'm excited about it.
Whatever helps you sleep at night. All I'm saying is, don't turn me into anything weird. We're good.
It'll probably just end up being sitting this one out this time.
That's what you need of me. If you want to, you can throw the bottles, by the way. So, like, you don't need me to use them. You can just, like, hit. They're not all that heavy.
I gathered as much.
Yeah. Just, like, don't drop them. Like, if you got wet hands, don't, like, you know?
I will do my best not to.
Maybe take a towel, like, sneak one in your bag from over by the hot tub. Just, like, steal.
Well, my bag's still gonna probably get wet. Huh.
I mean, all of you's gonna get wet.
Yeah,
Everything will
but
get wet.
if I bring a wet towel, how am I gonna dry my hands off? I'd have to put it in Kess's bag, and I'm not fucking touching that thing.
You know that it's not the same, right?
I'm not taking a chance.
Okay, well, enjoy being afraid of fanny packs the rest of your life.
I have a fanny pack. It's not as scary.
Technically, that's essential. You're just wearing it wrong.
I have a fanny pack. It's not as scary.
If an owl could facepalm. And she goes back and forth like that, but she seems okay with the idea of sitting it out.
Okay.
Ooh, while you're reading the letter, you see that Peepers fluffs up and, like, spreads her wings out aggressively towards Rex, who then, like, after a few minutes makes, like, claw motions with his hands. And then you see her doing more, like, you all see her doing more gestures, like, you know, like, as if she's going, what, and, like, being very, like,
yeah, like, huffy.
Yeah, like, very upset. And then she comes down, and for what you think is a face palm, one of her wings comes to her forehead.
Rattan just, like, glances up over the top of the letter, like, all you get is, like...
Rex is still completely spaced out like he has been this whole time, except for when you directly addressed him.
And then she goes back to the letter and just... That's not... I mean, I'm not surprised, but...
What?
And she turns the letter back to him and points to, like, midway down the bigger paragraph.
I mean, if you're willing to tell a lie, by all means, send in the correct information. What are they gonna do? Come and fact check you?
I mean... Fetch was the word?
I wonder how many loyal dogs Saran really has.
I can get mine.
No.
What?
Yeah, Farron finishes checking the first letter he got from her. He's like, yeah. Shit, I need to rewrite that part. The resurrection part there.
I would leave it out completely, totally, and utterly just say, like, I'm sorry, I took your words of advice and I'm not messing with the undead. That would suffice instead of giving information that you really shouldn't be passing on, because you've already messed that up. How's your shoulder, by the way?
At the moment, it's better than yesterday.
Rattan, murmurs something in Celestial to him.
Damn me.
Yep.
So I highly suggest changing your letter. I also don't think the word suffice is going to be good in this letter because it sounds like you're just buying time and also you're being too on the nose. You can just say will be good enough for Suram.
I agree with leaving out the bit about the resurrection entirely. If, and this is a possibility that you have to consider. Yes, you're sending the letter to Yuki, but Saran is the advisor to the King of Cleome. If he wanted to see what was in the correspondence, he could. And if he knew that we are actively still seeking a resurrection, he could. I don't know what specifically he could do that because I don't understand resurrection magic, but he could try to get in our way or hold it over us in some way.
Going to be hard enough as it is without any interruptions.
I didn't mention like what it was for besides bringing someone back. And
Perrin, please don't include it.
Just as far as he knows, it could be about my mother. So.
Excuse me for bringing up something uncomfortable, but how long ago did your brother die?
He died within the first couple months of the war, the last one.
Which was almost 6 years ago now.
Yep.
Why all of a sudden, meeting new people, would you decide you wanted resurrection?
And would Saran believe that that's something that we who just met you would be willing to drop everything to help you with?
I mean, all I had said to her, like, in the first letter was just if she knew anything about doing it. So. And then her response, she said that there are a couple ways to do it, and they were all expensive and not necessary. So.
How long has she been your specific mentor?
I mean, once I became a soldier myself and started doing my training, and then my different abilities showed up, they had to find someone to train.
Deal with you? So again, why wouldn't you have asked someone you were close with before now? Because I'm assuming she knows every little nitty-gritty detail about you.
Yeah.
From now on, any correspondence you send has to go through me.
I mean, I've only ever sent the other one letter to her, so.
I state my case. From now on, every correspondence you send goes through me. Because if you're so willing to give up information without a second thought, you are going to get yourself and all of us in trouble. And sure, I can shift off to whatever plane I like. Your companions cannot. And, the couple ways that you can do it are expensive.
You know.
Please make the necessary changes. Oh, and there's one other glaring mistake.
Yeah, this. And she points back at it again.
If you're willing to lie, you can leave the information you put about any gestures to Rattan's holy symbol. You can leave the misinformation if you're willing to lie. Just remember your lie when you're questioned about it. So much to
suggest I label it instead.
He gets a smirk and he looks over at Rattan.
And she just looks at him.
Aaron, are you colorblind?
Gives him a play tap on the face.
What? Excuse me.
I mean, not in the daylight.
That was a fair answer. That was a fair answer. If you'd like to be accurate, you could just... there's no good way for me to say this. Ask for a closer look.
If you wouldn't mind, may I take a closer look at your symbol?
I don't know how you're gonna do it sitting over there. Just don't make it weird.
So I walk over.
And she hefts the chain out of her shirt and holds it out.
Please explain what he's looking at.
Okay. So what you see is, in fact, the... Sorry, I'm just going back up. Wait, now I've lost it. So what you do see is, in fact, this representation of the North Star. You got that right. The stone, however, is less of a red and more of a fiery orange-ish red. And the metal is not silver. It is a dark, almost black metallic color with You worded this better than I did. I'm pissed that I can't find it.
The best way to explain it, it looks like it's cracked with veins that flow and break through the points of the star away from the stone in the middle. And as you're looking at it, you see Ladier close his eyes at the corner of your eye, and the cracks in the holy symbol fill with like sort of a red orangey glow that just pulses gently. Rattan, you feel what you feel. And then it fades. And he
The
opens
best way
his
to
eyes
describe
again.
the glowing is like if you were to blow on like charcoal or burning wood, kind of how like the orange flares up again. That's literally what the glow looks like in the cracks. Well, cracks. Air quotes.
Time to okay. You
Tucks it back
fix
in.
my letter.
Mm-hmm.
I just walking away. He's like, I mean, I could explain if I get questioned later on why it looks a little different. I mean, I'm so short, I can't see it properly.
Rattan just closes her eyes.
How confident are you in your ability to lie without getting yourself killed?
Considering he told me day one that he was a spy, probably not very. Sorry, I'm trying to lighten the... Karen, I don't like lying, but I have found that the easiest way for me to lie is not to lie. It's to omit details. The closer to truth it is, the easier it is to misdirect.
Does Rattan readjust herself in her chair like you just did?
Yes.
Please roll me a performance check to GM.
No! God damn it! God damn it.
Everyone-
Okay.
Everyone at the table can roll me a disadvantage insight check.
Rax isn't paying close enough attention.
I'm walking over to the table that I was writing my letters at.
Oh
So.
no, it's near you. Oh no.
Yeah, uh-huh.
No! With disadvantage?
Well, I rolled a natural 20 and a natural 15.
Oh my god, I'm so screwed.
But you're fine. Because even with her bonus on the natural 15, she doesn't meet that check.
God, you made me so nervous.
She's off by 1.
Oh, honey.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Leondir, however, was chuckling next to you.
Also, I think I was just remembering. I think Zelda forgot to mention at some point during your letter writing, you saw Rax go.
Yeah.
At who?
Just in general.
In general.
Just in general. Yeah.
She looks at Leonir.
Who's kind of like, he scrunches his face and he's like,
That's literally the look she gives him is like, the fuck?
I just realized I forgot to mention that. I was like,
yeah.
when would that be happening? No, that was
There
like,
were
towards the
so
beginning.
many gestures. It's right about this time while Perrin, you're fixing your letter, and Rattan and Leonir are involved
Trying
in.
to figure out what is wrong with Rax.
Yeah, the Destiny
That is a
walks in the room.
forever thing happening.
Interesting question, yeah.
That's not a singular time. That is a constant.
Constant timeline. Every day it changes.
Yep.
But yeah, Destiny walks in the room and kind of closes the door quietly and she's like, well, good morning. I see breakfast is, ooh, breakfast. And then she walks over to her place at the table and takes a piece of bread and starts eating
Rattan sees her come in, opens her mouth, and just goes,
Miryu also starts to giggle into her cup of coffee.
Rax doesn't even realize she walked in the room yet.
Rattan very, like, not hard, like, just enough to, like, make her aware, kicks Miryu under the table.
And, like, because she's, like, halfway through taking a sip, trying not to laugh, you hear her, like, snort into the cup and the bubbles of coffee as they touch her lips when you kick her. And then she looks at her, she pulls it away, she looks at her cup and she goes, aww. And sets it down on the table and gets another cup and gets a fresh cup of coffee. You see that Destiny doesn't look that well rested. She's definitely a little bit more frazzled than everyone else this morning.
Rattan finishes whatever word she was writing, puts her quill down. Destiny, I wanted to apologize.
She got like a mouthful of toast. Huh?
If we got you in trouble.
And she swallows.
You don't have to say anything about it. I just wanted you to know that I'm sorry if anything that we did had a negative impact on you.
Well, after this job, I've been told I have to go back to training, so that's fun. Apparently I'm not fit for active duty at the moment. So...
To be fair, I kind of feel like we're really not a good way to judge that.
Miryu gets up, goes over to her, and like drapes herself around over her shoulders and gives her a hug from behind the chair. She whispers something in her ear that none of you catch, and then comes back to sit down next to Rex. I will be fine. It's been a while since I've been in training or on the road anyway. I quite often get left at home because, you know, pretty tiefling at the bar kind of draws in a lot of customers. And then she starts to like sad bite into her toast. It's like this slow resignation is.
Yeah. And now Rattan's just really, really sad.
So...
Like, you can tell that she wants to say something to make it better, but she doesn't know what to say.
How is your morning been? Did everyone sleep? You all slept well? You're all okay? You're all well rested, watered, fed? You're happy? We're all good? We're ready to take on the day. Your enthusiasm is deafening.
I was waiting to see what everybody else did.
And she takes another bite of the toast.
Rattan just turns into later. I'm happy.
He looks at you, catches your eye, smirks a little bit, picks up his glass, takes a sip, puts it down, and then runs a hand down your wing.
That's cheating.
Something doing it wrong?
Picks up her quill. That's cheating.
Told me I couldn't go into details.
No, one day I'm going to learn just... One day I'll learn my lesson.
And, Perrin, I heard you had the suite last night. Did you enjoy your evening with Jace? I hear you had a amusing conversation. Which with
Perrin
Jace?
finishes writing his letter and yeah, it was good to start the rehab on my shoulder.
Uh-huh. You do know that there's no secrets among the elites, right?
Rattan just drops her quill, like flat out just drops it and is like,
Okay, just making sure. I am interested to see how your personal journey and rehabilitation goes. And then she takes another bite out of her toast. I'm not entirely sure.
So Perrin will walk over with the new letter and
And you get the
right,
click
later.
fingers again.
like he's already
Like-
heading in Later's direction as soon as he gets up from writing it.
Yeah, like he hears you. He doesn't even look at you. He hears you get up, and it's immediately like,
pinches him.
What?
You know what you're doing.
Yes, I'm telling him to hurry up. We don't have all day. Cursed Bluffs, people dying. Hello?
Yes.
Anyone else in a rush here? I'd quite like to get all of this over with so that you can enjoy gift day. You get the impression he's been peering over your shoulder.
She actually does it. She puts her hands over what she's been writing. That's cheating.
Something, one day you'll learn.
At this point, Rax tunes in. He's like, "No, she won't.
No,
What's going on?"
You're not wrong, Rex.
Signs her name and finishes. As my brilliant fiance so wonderfully pointed out, I was writing a letter to Richie since it's been.
Right. P.S. Rex says hi. That's all.
Puts the paper back down.
And me,
dips
and
her
me, and me,
quill
and me,
back
and me. That's me. You can spell my name, right? What? It's a weird name. Have you ever seen it written down before? Thief?
She takes a second, like she's maybe like sounding it out in her head. I'm gonna take a wild stab here. Miriyu.
Ah, she's clever!
Hey!
What? You almost call yourself stupid. I was giving you a compliment. Okay, you say that you're not the smartest person in the room. Same difference.
I'm not.
Less words!
Anyone else want to say hi? You probably shouldn't. And she points at Taryn. Well, he doesn't know you, so never mind.
Yeah. Soon, though. Perhaps you could give me a gift day. To yourself.
I was curious about that. When is Richie gonna meet? And he points at Ladir.
That's
like gestures at
up to
Ladir,
him.
not points.
That's up to him. I
Rax's
don't decide
head
any
turns
of
to
that.
him.
I've never decided any of that. It has always been his choice. So be flattered about drawing him out, I guess.
There's a cat on my monitor. Please hold. That's why my camera suddenly shifted.
Now I have to edit the letter.
So he reads over the new letter. He sort of gestures it over to Rattan so that she can read it over his shoulder.
Okay. Give a sec. Is it in party letters again?
Yeah, I haven't. It's the same thing.
Rax, like, kind of lifts his head slightly curiously, and then he shakes it. He's like, you don't know shit about me, so... And they probably don't care anyway. The beauty and curse of... being me.
Should we let him mention that about the way that you...
I told you, I don't read as fast as you do.
Sorry. Rax, you know, perhaps him not knowing something about you is actually a wild card in this situation.
That's what I aspire to be.
Wild card, darling.
I was meaning it in the literal sense rather than a compliment, but take it however you will.
Yeah, but I think he just is a wild card.
Would you like me to stroke your ego some more, Rax?
No, it's her job.
Yeah, like, as soon as he said it, you see her eyes flick up, like, daring you to answer.
And as he says that's her job, he chuckles and goes, she strokes more than your ego, I'd bet.
I mean, you can ask her. She's not shy about it.
And then she suddenly just like, she's like got a mouthful of like a mix of like egg and bacon, and she's like, huh? What? Me? What did I do? What did I do? And she looks at you, Rex.
Nothing, you're amazing. That is all.
I know you've told me that more than once this morning.
Rex just kind of puts his hands up like, see?
Yes, you're both adorable.
Oh, thank you. She thinks I'm adorable.
You get the feeling she wasn't really paying attention what was being said because she was reading.
I have a feeling she's still taking the compliment.
You can't tell if she's serious about it or not, but she does turn to you. Oh, she thinks I'm adorable.
Okay, what am I missing?
Well, he mentions your radiant energy.
I did put that on the checklist. That's my bad if you put that in there.
No, that's fine, as long as you're content with what's said, and you're fine for this information to be shared about you. After all, I am me, and I can only give suggestions. You are your own person, and you always will be.
works.
I merely put my input in. If it were me, would you be the one to have the final say, or would you give that to me? This is the whole I'm sorry thing all over again. He pecks your cheek. Rex, you're right. Surprisingly, you're right. Don't worry about it.
He just gives finger guns.
Damn it. No, your gloves don't do that yet. Fuck you.
Yet.
So he starts firing Eldritch blasts out of his fucking gloves now.
He has been. For months.
No, I'm saying like actual guns, dickhead.
He totally could if he wanted. His arcane focus is his gloves, so...
So she sits there and she's like... Again, I don't really... I suppose I don't really know what would be... normal? Expected. Of someone like me. So I just kind of...
I think he's said what he has to. I don't think they'll be happy with it because it's Saran, but at least he's providing something.
I'm just making sure to provide stuff that they didn't already know. Like they already told me what, you know, when they set it up. They already knew about your wings. So
Breadcrumbs so that he doesn't just get taken. And Rax makes like that hand motion, like whoop.
Papers hoots a little bit of laughter on your shoulder.
I thought she was on the top of the chair.
Yeah, wherever she is. She's somewhere. She's always near your shoulder, so it's probably
Fucking
like
question.
over your shoulder.
Yeah, she just kind of looks at her
like
wings and goes, shocker, they're noticeable.
What were you gonna
They
say?
also already knew that your preferred weapon of choice is like pole arm kind of thing, so no point in me listing that because it's not something new.
I would... Probably a good thing that you didn't, and I would not include that I'm using aloe vera.
That might not go over so well, considering everything.
Well, they can joke about it. Sorry, is that a bit testy?
Miriam at this point is trying not to choke on her breakfast because she's laughing. Well, since we're all situated, and since we've been graced with the presence of your guardian, should I disperse and you can get back to business?
That's up to you.
I mean, I'm not exactly going to go roaming up to see Evangeline and say, hey, can you take me too?
Like taking a sip of coffee and almost spits it out.
Good, you learned well. I'm sorry, I couldn't resist.
Behave.
Why?
Rax has
When
a
do I
giant
ever
smirk
behave?
on his face after he said that.
When do I ever behave? And how many times have I said, I guess I could stop, and you said, don't you dare. Both in conversation and otherwise.
The smirk has not gone away.
Should I leave? Am I distracting?
Yes to the second thing. It's just part of who you are.
I know, isn't it great? And he stands up,
It's wonderful.
places a kiss on the top of your head, walks around past you, trailing the entire length of your wings as he does. Gets over to where the curtains split the room from the balcony, and turns back to him and he's like, well, travel safe, don't throw up. Enjoy the rest of breakfast. I'll be watching. And then he leaves out past the curtains, and the scent of him fades away and back into that gentle peppermint, which, Rattan, now that you notice because you're sitting closer to Perrin, is definitely coming from Perrin.
So as he's leaving, she just goes, Menace! Oh. You, okay. Rax, do you still have...
You ask him once he BRBs?
No, he says he's still in earshot.
Okay. But I think... never mind. Because he uses 2 different mics, so the stream won't hear him.
Fair.
Your stream will. His stream won't.
I know.
Do you want to take our 5-10 minute just now, then?
Oh, we can. Yeah.
Now that Belle has settled on my desk.
Then you're gonna get up and jostle her again.
I shall be fine.
Yeah, we can do that.
Yeah, let's go take her 5-10 minutes.
Okay.
Get up, stretch, get some water. And we'll come back and we'll deal with the rest of the morning.
Alright. BRB.
Yeah, so we'll be right back, I guess. Sorry.
I had to time it here if it was getting too hot.
That's reasonable.
Yeah, I don't have half as much as I used to, but that doesn't make it any cooler.
Yeah.
Also, you could have just said.
What? That's why I put up the one thing. Like, I'll be right back.
Yeah, but you could have just said, hey, can we take a break? I really need to pee.
I genuinely did not realize how long we'd been live. If I did, I would have been like, so.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
I was just listening the whole time, even though Rax wasn't.
Yeah, I had a cat walk across the top of my monitor and shifted the whole thing down. That's why my camera angle suddenly changed. So that was something.
Yeah. Half of this
I
thing
was
is
just
gone.
watching her go.
It's apple, and it's really good.
I don't like apple. I like eating apples, but I don't like apple flavored anything.
What about lemonade?
I don't like lemonade.
Really?
Yeah. I don't like lemon, so that doesn't help.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, I don't like lemons. So that really doesn't help.
Well, you would like neither of the growlers that I had gotten yesterday, so. The other one I knew my roommate Kyle would have liked. This one, I wanted.
Mine. I haven't had a drink in a long time. I'm trying to think of the last time I had a drink. Like an alcoholic drink. I can't remember.
For me, it was Friday, but before then, probably a few months.
I think I'll probably have a drink next weekend, or well, next Monday, because I'll be out for my sister's birthday. She's not legal yet.
I was about to say, is she old enough to drink? I didn't think she was that old.
She's not, but I am. So it depends, because we're going to TGI's for dinner, because that's what she wanted. So I'll have a look at their cocktail menu and see what's going.
TGI's, is that like TGI Fridays?
Fridays, yeah.
Okay. That's what I got yesterday, actually. I got takeout from there.
I have no idea what we're eating yet.
I had a burger because they have like
Food.
bourbon glazed burgers.
Yeah. Uh-huh. They do it with Jack Daniels here.
That's what they use here.
Fucking bomb.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I just had lasagna.
I'm having lasagna tomorrow.
I haven't had lasagna in so long and I fucking hate it.
I love lasagna.
Me too.
Yeah. Now I'm hungry.
Same. And I didn't make any food earlier today because I was like laying in bed this morning when I woke up at like 11 o'clock. And I was like, 1, fuck, it's already 11. 2, I should make something. 3, I don't want to move.
When we finished your RP, it was like 7-ish in the morning for me.
Mm-hmm.
And, yeah, so I was like, I'm really tired, and then I sat up and fucked around with other shit and dealt with Twitter and whatnot. And then I went to bed at like maybe 9 or 10 in the morning.
It was somewhere around there.
And had the girls with me. So that was a whole other thing. And then woke up at 5:10 today in the evening, which was like 2.5 hours after I intended to. What are you yelling about? The door is open, you dumb shit. Give me a second. Child is screaming.
I'm not gonna lie, I thought that was a squeaky toy.
What's that?
It sounded like a squeaky toy, not a cat, and I was very confused.
No, it's a child. Child, what are you doing? What are you doing, baby? Oh, you got your toy. It's not bedtime yet, though. Come on. Go get it. Go get it. I know, this is our limit time we go and lie down and play with your toy, but it's not that time yet. It's Sunday. Oh, Jesus, don't fall. Okay. Go on, then. Up you go. Good girl. Oh, shit, don't fall.
Okay.
I return. Come on, go get it.
Anywho.
a little pause. Sorry. I love her, but she's daft. Okay, you have to now. Alright, so I believe we were discussing.
Something was about to be said to Rax.
Yeah.
Yeah, me. Right, it's my turn. Fuck. So, Rattan, like, finishes writing, like, a line on whatever other parchment she was working on before. Says, Rax, you have that, personal item that we talked about yesterday? That I'm going to be mailing back to someone?
Who said you were mailing it back? I want it.
Not the small metallic goes in a door.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
You mean to tell me that I need to tell Lady Luce of Dusk thing that you don't intend to return her key? And she looks so tired.
I mean, you could ask her what she's talking about.
What room does the key go to? And this is Destiny.
I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't really remember.
I
The
do.
room with the mirror?
No. What?
Was it her personal
What?
bedroom?
The room
No, we
with...
walked
Oh, right. No, that's where I... No, it's not.
Under the office.
It goes to the upstairs. And he, like, drinks his coffee.
They lock their upstairs? That's odd. Well, I mean, I would say that's odd, but we lock our upstairs too.
Mm-hmm. Which upstairs room specifically was it?
The whole fucking thing.
Rax!
Yeah.
Give me the key.
Ask her what she's asking for, because if she's not asking for the key and we send her back the key and she's like, that's not what I meant, then, well, I don't have a cool key
I
anymore.
will include a line in there that says, if this was not the item you were referring to, please inform me otherwise. But I'm pretty sure she's going to be put out that you have the key to her entire upstairs.
Can we just send her back the vampire book? I've already read it like 3 times.
Why are you so attached to this key?
Oh, it looks
You know
cool.
a vampire book?
Yeah.
Can I read it?
Well, not if we're sending it back.
I don't know. Make a fake one? You know, Crystal could do that.
Fine. And he, like... Grumpy kid walks over to his bag and, like, fishes through and finds the key.
It's not even yours! Why are you so upset about it?
Because it's cool looking and it's a good souvenir. Like, fuck those stupid vampires.
Vax, we will find you another key somewhere. Think of like a crow with like a nest and just collecting things.
I thought you were friends now.
Who?
You said stupid vampires. Are you not, like, okay now? Because of the whole thing that doesn't exist anymore?
I don't give a shit one way or the other. It's
But you don't want to
political
give her personal
stuff.
belongings back.
So wait, the key you're only keeping because it looks cool. It's not like a keyhole to a dimensional portal that leads you to another realm or anything.
He takes
They
it out
exist.
and, like, tries to, like, use it on the air.
Nothing happens.
This is exactly Rattan's face.
Miri was watching excitedly to see if anything does happen because she's the one that suggested it, and Destiny's just sitting there with her like rubbing her forehead.
I don't think it does that.
I mean, Rax, if you have to give up your souvenir, you can have mine.
I'm not taking your fucked up arm.
No.
Rattan actually like spits her coffee across the table, claps her hand over her mouth, and just starts cackling into her hand.
Minnie was laughing, but she's also opposite you, so she starts laughing and then like jolts away from the table so she doesn't get your coffee spray, and then just buckles over.
I'm also not letting you bite my neck either.
Rattan.
That's my job, and I'm not letting you do that either.
That's not what I was talking about.
Rattan's trying not to fall out of her chair.
Rex, you're alright. You don't have horns. He's into tieflings, not dragonborn.
He like touches the sort of horns, but they're not really exactly horns. They're like lizard horns, which aren't the same thing. And he's like, yeah, no, probably not.
You see Rattan sit up and just goes, careful, you might give him horn envy next.
One with wing envy, one with horn envy. Oh, you're about as dysfunctional as any group. It's great. You'll be fine.
Wait. Group. I'm pretty sure both of those would apply to me right now. Wait a minute. Realizes you also said wing envy. The realization goes across his
literally
face.
sitting across the table just going into her hand. She's just like,
Anyway, what are you talking about, Perrin?
That little pouch that I have that has some, vampire dust in it.
Why
why do you still have that?
Why the fuck do you think that's a good souvenir? I mean, like, a key is one thing, but dust?
You scooped up a dead person.
Oh my
What the fuck?
And it was the wrong dead person.
Wait, hold on. So it was just some random who died, and he was just like, ooh, pretty, and scooped up some dust to
It
carry
was a
with him
maid.
as a gift.
It was a maid.
Was he a tiefling?
Was it a maid or a
No.
butler?
One or
It was a
the
maid.
other. Both of them jumped out of the theater and bit the shit out of me.
Oh, yeah.
I'm glad you find that so funny.
It was mostly the part leading up to it, but still.
Wait, I feel like there's a story that I missed. Do
Do
tell.
you wanna paint the visual?
You're more than welcome to. I half remember it anyway. I just remember vampires
well, I'm
in a
not sure
theater.
we're on the same page.
There were
'Cause
vampires in a
Cass getting
theater.
stuck in a hallway as a giant snake was.
Oh
pretty
my
fucking
god, I
funny.
forgot about that.
Yeah.
Why am I never on these kinds of adventures? Instead, you make me fucking dive underwater and shit. But no,
So,
giant snake in a
we're in a
vampire
hallway.
hallway.
We're in a hallway, right, Miryu? Maybe 2 people wide. Cass
Uh-huh.
decides it's a good idea to turn himself into a giant snake to try to follow us down this hallway. Good idea in theory until we decided to go back the way we came.
He
and
turned
had to
into a
try
snake
to
when we were fighting
reverse.
vampires. Like, yeah, I'll give him that.
It was a good idea.
He
but,
just didn't
you
go
know,
back when we came back down the hallway, and
Yeah.
then, yeah, that he
Got
ended up
himself
getting
stuck in a 10-foot hallway.
How unfortunate.
He can't make turns.
He can't make turns and he can't go in reverse.
None of you heard what she said, but she descends into laughter. Just dies of laughter.
And then on top of that, so when we were in the theater and the vampires jumped out to ambush me,
Mhm.
one of them was hiding
Okay.
and tried to jump out and surprise us, but ate shit and just over the bench that he was hiding behind.
And that was the one she killed, and he gestures up at Peepers.
Mm-hmm.
See, like, I hate being submerged in the water, let alone the ocean. And you take me to that place? Like, don't get me wrong, I love the ocean and I love watching the ocean, but being submerged in the ocean is not my idea of fun. You go and fight vampires, get Kess stuck in a hallway, watch one of them eat shit falling over whatever the fuck this bench was in a theater, and then you tell me now, months later,
To be fair,
months later, I was stuck in fucking...
He said he talked to you all the time. Why am I in trouble?
That was, I mean, after. But.
Why
yeah.
am I still on the hook for your not sharing?
I don't know.
I mean, you're all on the hook for this, Perrin included if he was
Why?
involved. Because no one told me of this, like, wonderful adventure you had
Because
inside a
Dustin
house.
was actually really bad. And I think it blotted out a lot of the good.
Fair.
Yeah, I mean, I almost died. That was.
Yeah, you're fucking welcome.
I'm
Oh,
pretty
no.
sure most of us almost
Thank you
would
again
have.
for that.
But.
Don't thank me.
Up until that point, it was pretty funny, though. And. Yeah, so. He hands you the book.
Yeah. It was... I don't want the... She sets down whatever she's been eating. And it's very much so like she just kind of like drops it on the plate. Rax.
Can you just ask her what she wants specifically?
We're not Baronelak yet. I can jump over the table.
Uh-huh.
Miriam sits up, puts down her food, and cracks her knuckles.
Down, girl.
Rex just looks over at it and goes, if she does, she won't even get to me.
Just give me the key. Why? Just tell me why. Tell me why this is so important.
Because if, like, it's a fancy magic key and, like, I can use it to do stuff, I haven't learned how to do that yet. And I want to learn how to do it before. I forgot about it until she wrote you that letter. I don't remember half the shit that's in my backpack right now, Rattan. Alright, leave me alone.
And he isn't drunk.
Rex looks at his cup and he's like, yeah, no, this is coffee.
Miriam thinks about sniffing it, but changes her mind.
Better not regret this. Picks up her quill, dips it into the ink pot, and starts writing. Can't believe you are making me do this over some silly key that probably opens her armoire.
It's not her armoire, it's the hole upstairs.
Exactly! Of her private residence!
Who knows? It might have other magical stuff. I don't know.
Which is probably why she wants it back!
Which is maybe why she shouldn't get it back. Just saying.
I think we're making a lot of assumptions considering...
I can't do the spell and determine exactly? Yes, we are. We are making assumptions
Actually, what
of that.
I was going to say is we were making assumptions because we thought that they were deliberately attacking people and being overall vicious, when in fact it was...
Well, this is their penance. And he, like, is not sure of what he just said.
Open her theater?
It was unlocked when we left, alright? And it's not the theater, it's...
What about the rooms that we didn't unlock? Because there were definitely rooms that we didn't go into.
I'm sure they have other keys.
Field trip to Vampire Land! Let's go!
No, I am not in the mood to go back to Duskbane right
And
now.
then worst comes to worst, they can hire someone to pick a lock. It's probably easy to find someone when you're that close to...
Miriam starts counting on her fingers.
to find someone in that, and he like makes a wiggly finger gesture. He's like, that shitty place.
That shitty place. That describes a lot of places I've been, so...
The really shitty place with the watches and the kids hanging from trees.
Oh, Vrora or Cleary?
Fucking
36!
sure.
36 what?
People who I know personally who can pick locks. Sorry,
Why do
what
you
were we
know
talking about?
36 people who can do that. Why do you know that there are 36?
Because she just counted. Were you not watching her?
I have a lot
I
of
can
friends.
think of 2 people.
Oh. Can I add them to my list?
No, one of them's probably on your list.
Who's the other one?
You might find out.
Well, technically you have 3. The guy you weren't particularly a fan of and left us in Frostvein. I would imagine he
Oh.
knows how.
You see her eyes kind of like harden for a second, and there's a very like slight growl that she clips off. Yeah, I was not a fan of him.
And Rax goes, yeah, and Osiris.
Which he didn't bother to tell us until we got to Duskthane, and he watched me kick a door 5 times.
That was pretty funny, though.
Why do I miss all of these great things? I am so upset!
Well, maybe we'll make some new funny memories in Cursed Bluffs.
We're going underwater. We're not gonna have a happy time. Speaking of Destiny! And she's like, what? Huh? Remember those things I asked you to get? Quietly.
Mm-hmm.
Mary, you made me ask for the, yeah. How'd you all feel about wearing glasses?
I don't know, I've never had to wear any.
Same.
I probably look good.
Dips into her pack and pulls out a selection of different sized boxes that look like glasses cases and sets them out in front of each of you, Rex getting a slightly larger one. So since we're going into ocean water and Rex had spicy eyes yesterday,
He, like,
Mary-
itches his
One
eyes
way
as
to
she
put
says
it.
that.
Mary asked me to ask Mother if we could have access to this, kind of untested, just kind of tested, somewhat illegal arcane. Which is usually kept locked up and not for use for... Yeah. We have a lot of things here that we don't tell people about. There's a lot of magic that isn't in the world, technically.
Raxus already has him out of the box, and he's, like, having him up to his eyes, and he's like, would I still be able to breathe, like, right now if I put him on?
Yes.
Puts him on.
All they do is help you see underwater.
Okay, but you said that they're untested. What?
I mean, we've only used them once.
And?
No one died.
Not very reassuring the way you said that.
We're not sure how long they last. We're not sure how easy they are to break. We're not sure what happens if they break.
That sounds a lot like my fanny pack, and he looks down at his...
You hear a very
bag Freddy gave
grumpy
him.
hoot from on your chair. So,
Jen opens the box.
it's a very basic looking pair of... It's kind of like the ones that bridge on... For you specifically, the ones that
Yeah.
sit bridged on your nose, rather than the ones that have legs. Rax's are slightly modified.
Dragonborn.
Yeah,
He got
but
big
all the
head.
other ones are like made to sit on the bridge of your nose. Rex especially, yours are kind of like new, definitely never tested.
He's got him like kind of on the edge of his nose, and he's like looking like this.
And Muriel leans over and pushes them up so they sit better. So, when you're on the edge of the water, take a minute to focus on them. They'll, this is gonna sound weird, melt into your face.
Rax's eyes squint.
It doesn't hurt. They just kind of like, you know.
Melt into my face.
That's the worst way to explain it. They
It's
kind
a
of
horrible
like,
way to explain it, really.
well, we had these ones that you could put in like on your eye and they were very painful. So we stuck with like a physical, and then they kind of just like, and then for some amount of time you will be able to see underwater. The most we've ever gone is 4 hours.
Well, let's not exceed 4 hours.
And if you focus on them real hard, you can get them to unmelt from your face.
Yes, they do come back off.
But if you do that, you can't use them for the rest of the day.
Rax stops squinting.
In the times that they were tested, were there any, like...
The ones?
Yeah, the time, sorry. Were there any side effects that happened to anybody? You said nobody died, but...
I mean, like, someone had to use eye drops for about a week just because they had really itchy eyes. But other than that, no?
No eyes melting out of faces, no eyes exploding, no going blind.
No, not to my knowledge.
For the record, none of those are things that I can fix. Blindness, maybe.
Just be careful with them. Also, these are the only pairs that exist.
We will make sure that we do our utmost not to damage them irreparably.
Yeah. Never mind.
What?
It's okay.
Are you sure?
You notice that there isn't a box for her.
What about you?
What about me? What?
Counts the boxes out. Points back at her.
Cells are usually 4-man groups.
Does that answer my question?
I will be fine.
Convince me better, Destiny.
As per terms of my contract and agreement, I have to provide my services to you as a guardian and protector with no fear of risk to my own life or well-being. I will be fine. You can all, like, we went over the you can all swim thing, right?
No,
No, you can't?
I can, but
I mean, just...
Rax goes, oh yeah, and he literally just hucks his cloak across the table at you.
she like tries to catch it before it goes into anything.
You get like a little bit of ketchup on like the wing of it.
I want it back when we're done.
Yeah, no,
You're not wearing it in the bath again.
Rex crosses his arms and he goes, "Yes, I am."
He was alone, Rattan, don't worry. That's rude.
Fine, it's not really my aesthetic anyway.
I mean, it helps you move faster underwater, and I mean...
No, and I appreciate that. I'd rather not, you know, have another repeat.
That's where I was going with that.
This is another thing I missed, isn't it?
I told you about that one, I think.
You did.
I don't know why you're laughing.
So I'm not the one that fell in that pond.
Actually, Perrin, with your arm, how are you gonna swim?
Yeah, I don't know.
Rax makes like a little kicking motion with his hands.
Carefully. And she makes like a one-armed swimming motion.
So, just as a suggestion, I think we should all be connected by some kind of rope or something while we are under the water. Just so that if the tide washes one of us away, we don't get swept to sea. And also, if one of us sinks, at least we're grounded.
Rattan, you gonna pull us?
I am. Does this we swim faster?
Oh, yeah.
I don't play. The least I can do if we're not drowning.
You wouldn't drown anyway. Water breathing, you'd be fine for 24 hours.
Sinking to the bottom.
Anyway, I believe we're going to be running late very soon, so please eat up, drink up. Let's go.
And Rattan like crams the rest of whatever she was eating. Like, it's probably like way too big a bite, but just crams it in her mouth and douses it with coffee.
Miru piles a few things into her arm, like toast and things, and is like carrying it with her coffee stuck. What? You forget I used to work here.
Rax pounds the rest of his coffee.
Shit.
What, you need to go to the
Shock or
bathroom?
something.
Oh, yeah, they should have, and Desley looks around to where the lounge area is. There's probably, like, water jugs and stuff through there, if you want to fill your water up.
I don't get rations.
Oh, well, I mean, I get basic provisions as part of my, care package. So, you can have some of mine.
I don't imagine we're gonna be gone too long.
Not ideal.
Also, on that note,
Hmm?
okay, hold on. And she kind of steadies herself. Rax, I know you wanna go and see Elliot when we're done.
Preferably.
And probably Freddy. I would like to get
Preferably.
Freddy's item off of my persons before I break it.
Fair.
And we all know that Leodir would love to go see Elliot. How the hell are we getting there?
Magic?
Right, do you want to ask Evangeline about that, or should I? Because I don't think she likes me.
I had a thought. So, offhand, Destiny or Miru, how long does it take to get from the Bluffs to the peaks, roughly?
Well, the peaks are south of the crypt. And they're ever so slightly north of the swamp.
Probably more than 2 weeks.
Yeah, probably, give or take, because you have to cross, like, a bit of the river and, you know, get all the way there, and...
Fuck. Never mind.
I mean, if you don't sleep, it'll take less time.
That's a
You
bad
could also
idea.
die of exhaustion.
Well, I mean, you sleep, like, after a few nights. Food and water would be your biggest problem.
Understandably.
Well, hold on. If we go use your, and his eyes are closed and he just kind of like gestures in Rattan's direction. Use the thing they gave you.
Mm-hmm.
And then we see if we can find someone to bring us to Kacabian.
Let me
And
see if I
then
have this right. You want me to
back?
teleport us to Marinalak to ask my king to teleport us to Kacabian?
We don't have to ask
have to go
him.
act-
There's many.
Her?
You said king.
It's not a gender-specific term, Rex.
Okay. Who fucking ever. It does not matter, because if they know the spell, they don't necessarily have to be a king.
I'm just saying. You want me to teleport us to Marinalak to get teleported back to Kacabian to get teleported back to Marinalak?
I mean, my idea's out the fucking window, because apparently it takes too long to get to the peaks, so. Or we can just find somebody in Marinalak. I don't care.
What if I call in a favor? And that's me to you.
I'm listening.
So you know how I know like 36 people who are locksmiths? 37 people that are locksmiths?
You know 36 who can teleport.
No, it's a significantly smaller number.
11.
More like 6.
Wow.
That's still a lot more than I know.
Yeah, I did a lot of jobs. I could potentially reach out to one of them.
You don't seem comfortable with that, so I'm gonna go ahead and tentatively veto that.
It's not that I'm uncomfortable, it's just they're eccentric. Very eccentric.
Freddy eccentric, Elliot eccentric, or Perrin eccentric.
We're talking lived alone in a tower for probably about 80 years on their own, studying the
crazy hermit
arcane.
eccentric.
Yeah.
I want to meet them. My vote is yes.
That's what I was worried about.
Sorry.
Can this be done timely?
I can... yes. So they have this thing that they gave me, which is essentially a piece of parchment that can fold up into tiny little birds and transport much faster than any other letter.
That's fascinating.
Yeah, it's really, really cool. I don't know how it works, but they're really pretty. And basically, like, he gave me a whole sheet of it, and whenever I needed something, I could write on it and send it to him, and he'd be able to help me within a couple of days.
That works.
And he is versed in teleportation.
Why do you
Yep.
say it like that? That sounds weird.
It's not always accurate. In fact, it's normally not as accurate as he makes it out to be.
Okay, so what happens if he inaccurately teleports us somewhere?
Not only could you all individually be teleported somewhere different, anywhere in the continent or anywhere he's ever been, you may also be dropped in, like, water or lava.
Do you have someone who's a little bit less...
Not as efficiently. But I mean, like, the last 3 times he's teleported me, he's been on point out of the maybe about the 16 times he's done it.
3 for 16.
Yeah! I think it's 16. Sometimes you don't remember them.
I'm not great at math,
Me either.
but I feel like 3 out of 16 is a really bad ratio.
To be fair, the other few times I asked him, he hadn't actually seen the place he was going to, so I just kind of gave him a rough point. Or, well, he had seen them, but not, like, it's hard to explain.
Okay.
He has, like, this big, giant thing he calls a telescope that can basically, like, see anywhere he wants to see. Well, there's a percentage chance, but he leaves a lot up to chance. And now that I realize, that's why that's his nickname. Now I get it. Anyway, that's an option if you want it.
Wait.
Rax grabs the vampire book that he had kind of like dropped in front of Rattan. He starts thumbing through it to the back and he's like, "Does he live?" And he explains where this other mage that was explained in the book.
Whoa, fuck. Okay, hold on.
Sorry.
That's going
Months
way
back
That
in
is
her
going way
notes.
back, I know.
Months back in her notes.
I know.
That's our DMs, isn't it?
Probably. Hold on.
Jesus fucking Christ. Legends list. Because I gave you a list of chapters, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
That was all in DMs.
Christ. Jesus.
You can just search
Sorry, my brain made a connection and Rax was like, "Book. I've read that like 5 times." It was a long journey.
It was.
Do you realize how many DMs I have to go through right now? Fucking Christ.
Hold on.
Nope, not that one. Nope, that one.
Hold
Sorry,
on.
there was a gif right there that made me giggle. Thank you.
Welcome. I found it. I think.
Wait, which? Hold on.
This is the information I got about at that time.
That is not the pin you just gave me.
I mean, that was the pin from the vampirism book, so it's somewhere.
It
around
might
there?
have scooted you down somewhere.
Yeah.
That one's the one you pinned is a different book.
Well, I think that one was a verbal explanation, now that I'm thinking about it.
No, I definitely gave you a list of chapters. I know that I did. I wonder if I have them still in a Google Doc. Fucking Christ, some.
Sorry.
I have a list of chapters, but it's all about Luce.
Hold on. Because that one's not necessarily a location, some.
It was explaining about a wizard who might know something about vampires.
Is that the thing that you were telling us about with the daylight ring?
That's it.
I found it in my notes because I'm awesome.
Woo!
I'm just fucking happy I remembered it.
Yeah, you did. Which is fucking awesome. I'd give you a point of inspiration, but you already have one.
Yeah.
Use it.
What? with what roll? I have not rolled yet.
So, to get back into focus, I am really sorry. That was like 4 billion
That was
years
my
worth
bad
of
for
notes.
remembering fucking
That was like
9 months ago.
That's not your bad. That's your good. But yeah, those were notes I was not ready to pull out my ass.
Welcome to D&D.
Not the same person, no, but I'd be interested to meet that person.
Maybe eventually. Okay, never mind. Not the same person. Continue.
No. Though that does sound like that's a different conversation. We could go over that one another day.
Right. Anyway, like I said, worst case, I can teleport us straight from the Bluffs, preferably dry land, to Marinalac, worst case.
Do you want me to, like, write to Tim?
Does he respond, like...
Quickly?
If you ask him a question, will he respond and then teleport you, or just gone?
I don't know.
Maybe let's wait.
Well, I'd rather not take the parchment.
It takes
like,
2
but
days,
we're doing
yeah.
it now. Yeah. And I can word it very carefully.
And say,
Okay.
hey, don't teleport me until I specifically ask you.
Hi, it's been a long time. My friends and I are interested in some quick travel to a place that you're very familiar with. We'd like to visit a couple of friends, so we'd appreciate if you pick us up at this location and drop us off at that one. Best regards, your favorite flamey friend. Ugh.
Rattan picks up the quill and the ink pot, is just like,
I have some in my room.
just making sure.
She, like, other than the coffee cup, just opens her arms and lets all the breakfast food fall on the table.
Oh,
Rax starts picking it up and puts it into he has, like, some sort of... Probably, like, the clothes from the day before, and he, like, makes a bag out of it.
really?
They're not, like, dirty or anything. He's only worn them for, like, a day.
I know, but Rattan's watching this and having an existential crisis.
You said you didn't have rations. This'll do for a couple of days.
Please don't do this in Marinalac.
Why?
After he finishes, like, packaging it into the old shirt that I'm assuming he just used, he just, like, curtsies sarcastically and walks out the door behind Miryu going to her room, I'm assuming.
And as he does that, Rattan's like, I'm gonna get fired.
Miryu hears you. She's laughing as she's leaving.
Rax gives a thumbs up as he walks out.
Fuck you, I don't want to get fired.
So, excuse me, they're gonna be gone for probably about 10 minutes. So, I'm gonna deal with that. You and Miryu go down to her room.
Mm-hmm.
And she unlocks the door and gives you like a cheeky grin over her shoulder, and she's like, "Nah, we probably shouldn't."
Probably not.
Nah, I would say a last one to seal the deal before we leave, but I think they'd be mad at us. Could tell her that I'm illiterate and it took a while to write the letter. Do you think she'd believe me?
She might believe you, and then she'd look at me and be like, why didn't you help her? And then I'd be like, because I just didn't.
I mean, technically
That's-
you'd be helping, just not in the way that...
Not to write a letter.
No. I mean, you could write it over my shoulder. Never mind. Letter, parchment, go. And she closes. She lets you in. Closes the door behind you. She goes and shuffles through the dresser you enjoyed the night before to find the parchment in the top drawer with a quill and a sealed bottle of ink. Looks at you. Looks at the dresser. Wipes it a little bit with her sleeve, and then puts the paper down on top of it.
He nods in a sort of, no, that's fair.
Yeah, we kind of didn't clean up yesterday. Oops. And so, dear friend, then she writes out the letter, tears off the bits of parchment.
He's
You
not
watch
looking
as-
at it. Unless
You're
she
not
shows
looking
it
at-
to him.
She doesn't show you the letter, but she goes, watch this. And she holds it flat in her hand, and you watch as it folds itself into the shape of a small bird that kind of looks like somewhere in between like a sparrow and like a robin. Somewhere in that range.
Mm-hmm.
And then takes off and flits out her window. Isn't it cool?
Gotta get me some fucking paper like that.
I mean, if you get to meet him, you can ask him to give you some.
No, I want my own.
Yeah, he could make you some. This one's specifically tailored to me so that I can reach him.
Is it only that specific? I want it to be a small dragon.
But it'll have wings and you don't. Are you gonna be jealous of Paper?
No, I'm not gonna be jealous of Paper.
I'm kidding, and she comes and gives you a kiss. I'm kidding, I'm kidding. But you could probably make it any animal you want it to be. Or beast.
I'm gonna ask if he can make it a dragons, and then I can give people my fucking dragon paper. That's so cool.
Yeah. I know. I have cool friends.
Yeah.
This is why I like to call in IOUs.
I mean, yeah, it's fair. I just
Aren't you
don't...
happy that I'm yours? Because you have all these access to cool friends now.
Yeah, but then I feel bad because
Why?
we're using your friends, and I don't know how many IOUs you have to call in, and that's all.
I've done
I
a
have
lot of
no
work for a lot
IOUs.
of people. Yet, I mean, you can always build up this network. You've literally just, from what you've told me, started on this road.
Not even a whole year.
Yeah, I was years of being a bounty hunter before I ended up here.
I know.
So then forge your network. You can charm the pants off of anyone.
Hmm.
Preferably only me, but it's a turn of phrase.
It'll only be. I'll
Don't sound so disappointed.
charm the coin off of other people. Anyway,
You could,
I'll figure it out.
You could technically do that.
We'll see. I'll try my best. I feel like
I mean,
I've
I just
gotten
need to
pretty
wear a
good
low-cut
recently.
shirt.
Hmm?
Nothing.
Anyway, I
We should-
want dragon paper. And I also want to meet this person to make me the dragon paper. Because I'm selfish.
He's something, alright. I could ask him about going home for you too.
I mean, if it's instant transport, maybe. We have 2 weeks. If he's able, and it only takes a couple days to reach him.
So I've asked him to accompany us. So he should just appear. Which
Well-
is terrifying at best.
If he's been to the peaks, which obviously I don't know, but I don't know if you know. If
And
he's
probably not.
well,
But he's been to the swamp. For sure he's been to the swamp.
and how would Rax know how far out that swamp is?
Yeah, it's probably like, well, to be fair, you were probably headed down the mountain to the swamp because there are a lot of medicinal herbs that grow there.
Okay, he wasn't doing that before his adventure in the Feywild.
It doesn't mean you haven't been dropped back there since. You weren't necessarily at home, but you were in that swamp at least once.
Okay, fair.
Fucking Christ, child, what the hell? I should have knocked down my
But
map.
regardless, he would know like the general distance
Thank you, Belle,
from.
because I actually needed that. Yes, hold on. I'm getting the map that she just knocked off my desk. Eh. So, it's literally like probably once you're down the mountain and on the actual flat ground, it's probably like a day or two.
So like 3 days tops to get to the mountain again.
To get to the top of the mountain, you'd probably be about 5 days because the mountain is fucking high.
And would Rax know if anybody there knows how to
Teleport?
teleport?
There's an entire peak.
So yes,
For
the answer
magic.
would be yes.
Yes.
Like it's more along the lines of like specifics. Would he know that
Yes.
somebody is able to?
You would know that they have teleportation they have all kinds of arcana. Or, like, I want to say all kinds of arcana, but they've got all kind of base arcana because there's a lot of experimental magic you are learning in my world.
Mm-hmm. So then, yes, Rax would know that they can, But he wouldn't know anybody specific, I'm guessing.
Yeah, because you were never over on the other peak.
Right. Was it because he wasn't allowed, or it's just not normal to go across
Well,
peaks?
you were born on Fighter's Peak. The only other time they met was in the middle.
Right. But technically now he might be allowed on the other peaks, so...
Yeah, technically. You don't know. You
Okay.
haven't been there in years.
Okay.
But yes.
So anyway, back to the actual conversation that they were having. He'll kind of like
Yeah.
hem and haw for a second, and he's like, I mean, if he's been to the swamp, it's about 5 days from Fighter Peak, and then that's another day to get over to the Sorcerer Peak. It's about a week there, in theory, and then I know there's got to be somebody we can find to bring us to Kakavian.
Well, I mean, he can do it.
Yeah, worst case, ask him. I mean, we'll be able to get to Kakavian.
Well, I mean-
I'm trying to time it out in my head and still have like a couple days in
I know.
Marinelac. It's just
I know.
feels selfish.
If I can have the time to write more letters, I can reach out to all my other teleportation versed friends. One of whom is Evangeline, unfortunately, so that knocks the list down to 5.
Yeah. Oh, I'm.
Oh, well, I mean, I could use druids.
I think we can probably find somebody on the peaks. That's not a problem. There's got to be somebody with high enough arcana and has been to Kakavian from what Elizabeth has told us in terms of the kind of people she's seen. So there's got to be somebody.
Well, definitely. You correct me if I'm wrong. When you were at Cass's homelands, there was. Do you know if the opponent he faced was from the peaks?
I don't.
There's another avenue.
But they also just kind of got attacked by Dickface McGee again.
Your eloquence is astounding, Rex.
I don't care enough to want to give him the time of day, so I don't.
I know. And the time of day I will be giving him is the time it takes for me to plunge my sword through his heart.
You're not gonna use your axe?
See, so the axe is a new shiny and it does something, but my sword is enhanced when I lose it.
All I have in terms of request as far as fighting him is I get to use the new thing I was given.
I will endeavor to keep him alive long enough for him to suffer at your hand.
And also let Kess decide, because that's... He pissed me off, but he's done Kess's entire village wrong, so he gets priority on that. I've been thinking about that too.
Well, we can discuss these things at later dates. The individual you mentioned in the book I didn't want to mention upstairs is actually the Grand Wizard of Abari, and we'll go over that at a later date. Let's go! And she pecks you in the lips and she opens the door and leaves.
He follows right behind. I mean, he's still carrying, like, the shirt bag of food
Food, yeah.
He just didn't realize
No.
to put it down next to his bag that he didn't
No.
take.
Yeah. And she locks the door behind you, and then she tucks her key away in her cleavage. She goes, I'm gonna get you one of these made, by the way, just so you know.
I can just use yours. And he smirks.
Well, I mean, yeah, but what if you decide to surprise me one day?
I would still be able to. And he like gestures
Yeah,
to
but
like.
then I know you have it. And you're having this conversation as you're walking up the stairs. So this conversation is going to continue as you walk into the room. So please just continue with whatever you were going to say next. When I pull you back up, okay?
Yep.
Walk in and continue as you were.
Well, I'd at the very least like wait until we're in front of your door before reaching into your shirt. That's fine.
Then it wouldn't be a surprise, would it?
Oh, do you mean like just me already being in there on your?
Yes, that's entirely what I'm talking about. That's why I'd get you another one cut so you don't have to reach into my tits every time you want the key.
I thought you were talking about a boob pocket. I'm not gonna lie.
No. Sorry. Why are you dressing, Perrin?
Because he was taking too long.
And you see Rattan is currently helping Perrin put on his armor by herself. She's not letting him help her.
Kept getting his hands in the way. Hand.
Sorry to put on armor without using one of your arms.
Like, do you have no
Sure.
use of it, or is it just limited?
I was told to restrict as much use as I can because it could make it much worse, especially if I were to rip the stitches.
Yeah, you don't want to rip those.
So
That will hurt like a bitch.
trying to limit my uses.
Rex goes, so you're really just gonna have to like, and he makes like a swim kicking motion with his fingers.
Rattan finishes the last, like, clasp, and then leans down and says, yeah, difficult to put on armor with one arm. Remember that. And then walks over to her stuff.
You know the cat from the Puss in Boots movie that goes, ooh? That's Miriam right now.
Rax didn't hear it, I'm almost certain.
Miriam heard it because her passive is fucking out the window.
That's where I was going with that, Rax. It's no idea.
Yeah.
He just sees you lean down, he's assuming you're grabbing, like helping him with, like, another clasp or some shit.
Oh no,
he
she
doesn't
very
wear armor
deliberately
anymore.
finished and then leaned down.
Rax does not know the difference. He doesn't wear heavy
Wear
armor.
yeah.
He doesn't wear armor now, but he's never worn heavy armor.
And she just adjusts her bracer. We good?
Thank you. Again.
Well, if you're all situated, we can go, I guess. You fill up your water, and everyone's happy, and you've got everything you need, and you don't need to take a bathroom break. I have to check these things considering you barfed inside your mask last time we teleported somewhere.
It was a bad idea to eat breakfast right before teleporting, and Rax puts his hands on his head.
She was like in the process of putting her mask back on and then goes,
Is there anything you need to take care of before we leave?
hooks it back onto her belt.
Rax goes, oh shit, yeah, and he walks over. He's got like a bag over his shoulder, but it's like the shirt bag that he made a few minutes ago. And then he walks over and grabs his actual backpack, which he left, and then like puts it on, and then, all right, I'm good.
You know, you could use your quarterstaff as a stick for that and make it like a picnic hamper.
And can we?
Rax is
Oh, I'm gonna
smirking,
have
but
to
he's like,
crash
later.
course with you.
I wasn't listening. What?
Get that out of your system now. You try that in front of Solaris, it's not gonna go well.
Why do you think I'm doing it now?
I'll learn. I'm
That's a word
excited.
for it.
Rax leans over to Miryu, but he doesn't say it quiet enough that you guys can't hear it. He's like, I wonder if they'll have to, like, stitch my mouth closed like they did with the... And he gestures towards the south direction, if he knows that.
Probably. You gesture in a direction.
Yeah. But
You're like
if...
that way, and you're actually pointing like east.
Yeah.
If
Probably.
anyone's got keen mind, you'll know.
Don't.
Actually, I think Miriam might.
Oh god. She's gonna just correct his arm.
She fucking would if she knew, if she does have it.
It's not Miriam, it's Destiny, but that's fine.
Oh, well, I was saying Miryu
Oh.
would. Destiny probably might not. She might just... Actually, it's...
Anyway, shall we?
And then we'll deal with. Did you already send the?
None of
that-
you,
I did not hear what you just said.
Me either.
none of you sent letters yet. None of you have been
No,
downstairs.
I was talking to Miryu about her.
Oh. Oh, yeah, that's dealt with.
All right, give me 2 seconds to run these downstairs. And I will be back.
As you're walking out, you hear Rax go, and I'm serious about getting, like, the
Rax?
little dragon version.
Rax, roll an insight check on Rattan. Rattan, roll me a performance check with disadvantage.
I was sitting for a long time. Oh no.
I need to roll for Miri as well because she'll be watching. Oh yeah, she fucking knows. Rattan's walking funny. As if she's either in pain or uncomfortable.
Rattan is gonna get a mental message if you want to pull her down right now. You get a mental message from Rax. Get it, girl.
Stutters up, and she's like,
You hear Mario chuckling next to him, but you know she didn't hear what he said, but you get the impression she knows, yeah. You go downstairs, you give the letters over, it's like a cup of copper per letter. With her breathe. With her breathe.
Out loud, you still heard Rex say what he said to Miryu about, I want dragon version of those. That'd be fucking cool.
We'll talk about that. Ooh, we'll talk about that later.
she gives her a silver and just tells her to keep it.
Just. You interrupted her
Karen-
counting again.
Oh no.
Excuse me. Oh boy. I might have fucking used my inspiration on that if I didn't get a good insight right there. Because that would be something where Rax would be paying attention right now a little bit. Would you ask Rax what he meant about the, he wants dragon versions of it? Because he said it out loud, so everybody heard him. Also, do you like what he walked in saying?
The boob pocket.
Yes. Hello.
Hi. So Ratan comes back. You all head up into the meeting hall, where only Evangeline is sitting in her chair, which is really weird. She is dressed in her usual council garb, so to speak. And she's not necessarily looking at you when you come in. It's almost as if she's looking past you.
Ratan walks up to that point that we always stop at and gives a respectful bow.
Rax follows suit, but he also says good morning.
Yeah, she says good morning.
Karen will be right at their side. Also with the bat on it. Good morning.
Good morning. Sorry, excuse me. I was lost in thought for a moment. I trust that everything was to your liking as usual.
That's whether or not Ratan. I can't answer that question with a straight face anymore.
You think after how many hours here?
She just nods. Yes.
Rax just says, I always appreciate the hospitality.
You take a piece of it with you everywhere you go.
Rax pulls out the... What was it? It was 40 platinum, 400 gold, right? That's what she said. You said, this is for today, and it's not from the crypt. Don't worry, this was from the payment we had gotten previously.
I know. That doesn't stench of death.
Rattan resists the urge to.
Well, is there anything you need to take care of before we leave? Because I am not taking you back again.
Rax looks around and he says, I think we are all set to go. Other letters we needed to send while we're here have been posted. Posted? Yeah, that's the word.
Alright, well. She gets up off of her seat off to the side of where Lady Sweet Doves usually is. And makes her way over to the curtained area that both Perrin and Osiris have been through. And she's using her staff to walk today. And you hear like the very hollow like tunk of the wood on the floor as she's walking with it. And she leads you through to a small room that you are not familiar with. That has dark colored walls, dark colored floor, dark colored ceiling. You can't see, even Rex, you can't see beyond the darkness that is the roof. You think there's a roof there, and then the more you look at it, the more it just looks like darkness, hazy darkness. And she begins positioning you all in a circle-like shape and stands in the middle. Close your eyes, blink your hands. She waits for you all to do it.
We do. Well, I mean,
And
Rex does.
she doesn't join your circle. And she doesn't warn you she's about to cast her spells, so when you get teleported, you feel what is a rush of wind that lifts you all off the ground. And then suddenly it gets very dry and very hot and very dusty, very sandy. I need everyone to roll me a Constitution saving throw with disadvantage because you just ate.
+4.
I was gonna say, because of the advice he was given before, as soon as he closed his eyes and locked hands, he was holding his breath.
Cool. I will give you yours straight.
Oh. I tried to last time and I still threw up.
Perrin fails, everyone else passes. Well,
Oh, I
so
didn't
far.
roll yet. Hang on. Saving throw?
Yes. Oh, fuck.
Please.
I dropped a
Please
dice!
don't throw up. Please don't throw up. Please don't throw up. Thank fucking Christ. That was that is an example of Rattan's indomitable resolve not to throw up again.
Perrin, you failed.
I did not. Well, I think it's to GM, so I didn't see it.
Oh, I rolled a 22 and a 24 without the +4.
Yeah.
Technically, Rax rolled a 19, so yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, everyone other than Perrin manages to hold down breakfast. Perrin, unfortunately, as your feet touch the sand, up comes eggs, bacon, whatever else you ate. All mashed up together in this gross colored goop.
Yeah.
Rax hands Perrin a couple pieces of toast. That's in his shirt bag.
Mary takes like a side step away.
Yeah, Rattan does the same where she's like,
No, like, this is once he's done. Like, he's done throwing up, and Rax is like, here you go.
are you doing it like you're holding it up by like the two fingers? You're like, no, just
He's like this.
yeah, like like as far away as you can get.
And as you're dealing with that, you feel yourselves buffeted by another gust of wind, and Evangeline's gone. You're now in the warm morning sun, mid-morning sun. next to the beautiful landscape that is the Cursed Bluffs, right on the shore.
Britanna's gonna reach into her bag, pull out the cloak that Rax gave her, and start fastening it onto herself.
Rex looks at you and he goes, just make sure you flip the hood up. And he, like, does the flicking
up.
hand motion.
Got it. And then she reaches under her belt, unclips her mask, and puts it on her face.
Rax still has the glasses, like, on his snout, but he hasn't focused again since, like, initially starting to. Because they were like, oh, it's only a limited time. And he was like, oh, fuck.
Britanna's gonna take the glasses out, and she's gonna, like, try to, like, do they go behind or do they go in front?
It's going to be very uncomfortable and difficult to put them on while you have your mask on.
Oh, that's bad.
But they melt into your face, so...
So you put them on, focus on them, put your mask on.
Alright, so she takes the mask back off and clips it onto her belt. You put your mask back on, you take your mask back off, you put
What
your
you
mask
notice-
back on, and you radiate consumption.
What you notice on the shore is that there is a significantly lower amount of bodies than when you were here the other night. Or the other day, rather. The big guy is kind of like half in the water, like face first in the water, but his legs are still out on the beach. And then there's only one of the smaller ones that has been left to bake in the daytime and then morning sun.
Gross.
Yeah, and because these are fish people, their bodies smell disgusting.
Oh, God.
Rax looks over
You're-
at Muriu, because she had mentioned that she threw a few of them in there. He's like, are there more? Or I would be concerned if there were more. Are there less than when the amount you threw in, or...
Nope.
Okay.
I had fun.
Apparently.
I had some steam
Britanna's
to
gonna
let off.
Pull her wings back in now, too.
Do not blame you.
There is no point in having them out right now.
Destiny kind of pipes up. So, I kind of want we're all huddled together. I'm just gonna, you know, do the things to help you breathe.
I'm gonna do something as well, since we're gonna be doing that.
Rax goes, oh, yeah, he scratches the side of his head. He says, yeah, I am too. And he just looks up at Peepers and he says, we'll see you later. And he snaps his fingers and she disappears.
Is there anything else you'd like to get out of the way before I help you breathe underwater? Now would be the time.
Rattan clutches her holy symbol, which you see do the same glow that it does every time she's cast a spell. And she says some familiar words, and myself, Rax, and Perrin have 8. So 5 extra hit points.
Yay! Well, your DM is
Like,
going
I
through all
can
the
pop
maps and
the-
removing peepers from them.
Sorry.
It's
Okay.
okay.
I'm gonna pop that for you guys so that you understand what it does.
Rax was like, do we make fish peepers, aka fleepers, or just...
I hate you.
That was not my idea.
I was resisting the urge to say it just now, so I can't be in trouble right now.
That was not my idea originally.
No, it was mine.
Originally, I was like, oh, fuck, what am I going to do? And then I was reading it earlier today, and I was like, wait, you can just straight up dismiss it as an action and then bring them back later as another action. So, like, out of character, that's what Rax was asking about. In character, you know he was talking to Peepers.
Oh, absolutely.
Because I think you guys have seen him talking to Peepers enough to understand
To understand, yeah.
she's reacting, he's reacting, and it's like back and forth.
Mm-hmm. So you each do what you intended to do before Destiny's like, well, Perrin, any thing you could surprise me with before I help you breathe underwater? You know, like, I don't know, maybe producing something out of thin air, or... No? Okay. And then she...
Rattan opens her mouth like she's gonna say something, then makes her face like... and then doesn't say it.
And she clicks her fingers, and you all brace. You don't feel any different.
Yeah, I'm just gonna trust you that whatever you did
Well,
worked.
considering it's one of my upper levels of Arcana that I have access to, I should certainly hope you trust me. And then she pats herself on the chest, and you watch as there's just, for a split moment, it looks like a sort of white colored shimmer coats her entire body and then dissipates.
Rex isn't looking. He immediately walks over to the water and like tries to go under.
Well, okay, hold on.
Well, depending how quickly Rattan responded, he might be here.
I mean, is Drax going or is he not?
He's starting to walk. He's not like sprinting.
Okay. Right, so he stops at the edge. You get to the edge and you go in just that little bit. You're already knee deep in water.
He turns around and looks at you, Rattan, and he's like, "What?"
Well, I don't know if you have anything in your pack that might get damaged going into the water. Books, for example.
Oh yeah.
Everything.
Where else am I gonna put it?
Well,
To be fair, he's already been in the water.
Yeah, I have.
But he was wearing the...
Oh
Right,
yeah,
but I don't
was.
think that's gonna protect my backpack.
Also, did you do the... Before the... She's talking to you like that with all the gestures.
They're still sitting on Rax's snout. It's like, oh shit, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And also, we talked about the rope thing.
I can check. Because I'm pretty
Alright.
sure
Also need to roll some dice.
I do still have rope. Okay. So
Rax-
because mine was the one that we used to tie up Perrin.
Pulls his quarterstaff off of his backpack and hucks it at Perrin. The glowing one.
Okay.
I don't even know if you have another weapon, but fucking use this one. And again, I want it back.
And I don't think we need to state the obvious about no repeats of the last time we were here, but just, you know.
Perrin will grab the quarterstaff and say, but, you know, I do have my little hand axes, but I didn't feel that it was right for me to ask to borrow this again yet.
He looks at the sword that's usually sitting, well, that is currently still sitting on his side, and he was like, I was debating that, but I don't want to fucking wait an hour. Plus, we'll see later, depending how it goes today.
Anyway, I suggest that if anyone has anything valuable that they don't want to get destroyed, I can try to make some room in the bag of holding.
Getting into wet clothes is always difficult, and he walks over to you, like, with his bag on the front of his, in front of him. Do we have to take out to be able to put in, or...
I mean, I did tell Kes to fill it. I can try to put something in and see if it's full.
I mean, I'll take my stuff out of my bag, we can fill that, like, a little, just to fill it, but... He points at, like, the...
It's like straight money.
And this is Destiny. When you say fill it, do you mean like literally fill it? Because you know that thing has a capacity, right?
That's
I told Cass to
why
fill
I
it.
asked.
Yeah, don't put anything else in it.
That's
Okay. I'm just gonna, you know what? Just to be sure, I'm going to make some room.
Why don't we just, where we took shelter over behind that building, dig like a hole and put our stuff in there?
If you think it would be safe.
Did water
That's
damage
why-
or potentially scattering all your riches into the astral plane? Take your pick.
That's a
Rax walks over and he like he takes a different shirt, probably one you would remember from like a couple days ago, and he throws his he's gonna throw the shackles in there. He's gonna throw a gem that you guys have never seen.
You don't have them.
Okay, so he does not throw the shackles in there. He does not have them.
Well, now I know who's got them.
Rattan currently has the cloak. He's not gonna throw the needle in there.
Is it
You see him
yeah,
throw
for-
the little like thing with the face on it, and then the
DM
couple
for-
vials of that you remember from getting identified from Freddy. And that's
The ones you told Osiris not to drink because it's a bit too late.
yeah.
I mean, in character we
Way
don't
too
know, but
late.
out of character we totally know, yeah.
Yeah. Like basically
Basically-
the only things he has on him are his obviously leather gauntlet, the necklace, his boots, and his scimitar. And the little canister with the face on it from the crypt.
You're taking that with you?
Hey, you never know when you're gonna need it.
Okie dokie.
GM, for my discretion, is
Yes.
the cloak that I was given the thing that I think that it is?
Probably.
Sea pancake cloak?
Flap flap. See flap
Yeah.
flap. Yeah.
Sea flap flap. Yeah, that's exactly what I thought it was. Wither knows things.
Some new things as
Apparently,
well. As
yeah.
soon as she like mentioned what it looked like, I was like,
Oh yeah, no. I figured that
Yeah.
was exactly what it was.
So anything that you're not taking with you, unmark it from your sheet with a little checkbox.
Yes.
Okay, that's gonna be a lot.
Alright.
Yeah.
For me, it is not. Aww, Rattan's so sad.
All of your drawings and everything.
No, well, like that, it's
And your
more
letters and
she very reluctantly reaches into like her pack and you see her like idly cut with one hand her playing cards and she's like, oh, damn it. She's so sad she has to leave her playing cards.
Rex walks over and the only thing he puts into the bag of holding is a separate set of clothes.
Da, 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 da.
They're hard to get into when you're wet. What do you want?
Da!
I highly suggest not putting anything in if you
Let
don't know
me
how much is in
empty
there.
some room first.
Put it in my bag. Fine.
Are you not leaving your bag here?
I am. That's why I said put it in my bag, because it's gonna be
Well,
here.
why don't you just put the clothes in your bag?
Because if I need to
Oh.
change, if we're down there for an extended period of time, I'll need a new set.
Oh, okay, that's not what, sorry. I'll be quiet. I'm gonna go stand over there, and when you're done...
Okay.
Huh?
Mary was just giggling. She doesn't know about the clothes thing.
These are just parents, so he's probably just
I
as confused.
guess that's just normal to us now.
Everybody but Perrin, yeah. Perrin's just like, yeah, that happens. Okay.
That's a thing.
So
That'll
you
happen.
guys get all your shit sorted, you dig a hole, Mario helps you dig a fucking hole. You think it's gonna be fine, you cover it over, bless you. She uses her tent tarp to cover it protectively so that the sand doesn't get in shit. She basically makes like a big ass bag out of the tent and then wraps everything in it, and then you scoop the sand back over the top of it and you pat it down to make it look as normal
Are
as
we
possible.
convinced?
I was gonna say, you can either have 2 people roll survival and get it done, or you can have 1 person roll it with advantage.
I will give somebody advantage.
I was gonna say I would help Muriel to give her advantage. Purely because, like, mine isn't bad, but I have a feeling hers is better.
Let's abuse the NPCs, shall we?
I mean...
Considering, like, prior, literally 20 minutes ago, yeah, sure.
You know what? I will roll this publicly if you're all happy to give her advantage.
These are really good.
Oh, probably.
It wasn't awful. Everyone who's looking at it can roll to check if it's believable. This.
What does it be like? It's like a perception check?
Yeah, I'll give you a perception check for it. Yeah. I can take a few steps back and you.
That is fucking perfect. I can't see shit.
You believe it?
It's great. It's fantastic. It looks amazing.
Yeah, you all think it's good enough.
Somewhere else, later, just going.
Oh boy.
Rex goes, "Where did you put it? I don't even."
Amelia stands back and she's watching you all admire her work, and she's like, "Yeah, I mean, like, look at that. I've done this before. It's you know, it's not the first time."
Too,
Wow, that's great.
No. She rolled higher than her survival.
She's gonna fix it.
I mean, it's a 17.
Yeah.
You know, so it's believable enough.
She's like, "I can notice
I'm just
it, but I can notice
terrified
a
that
lot
our
of
shit
things."
is gonna go missing while we're down there. Like I as a player am having so much fucking anxiety right now.
I
Yes.
am,
I'm
but
gonna
at
have
this
more
point,
anxiety about my
Rex doesn't
stuff
know.
going missing than fighting things.
Leave all of your things in the sand. Do it.
Stop. No, I actually have anxiety about this.
You'll be fine. You think?
Stop!
I can't give you spoilers.
I know, but I'm terrified.
So anyway,
Are you
you're at the
taking
edge
a bag
of
of
the water.
holding with us, or are you just leaving your normal bag?
Oh no, I'm fucking taking that.
Okay, so yeah,
I'm not leaving a full bag of holding for some random fucking asshole to maybe pick up and go la 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 la.
Yeah, like most of the shit that I'm leaving is, I don't even know what it is. So we're good.
Oh.
So you get to the edge of the water where Rex had previously been in knee deep, just by taking 1 step into it. What would you like to do?
Hood up.
Pick the hood up. Mario takes time to focus.
Rax
I
like holds his
focus.
hands up. He's like, "If the bubbles stop, I need help," and he dives down.
And we're all tied off to me.
So someone needs to tie you together because no one rolled checks to tie you together.
Oh, God.
Rax is already
Please
gone.
don't take this out of context.
Uh-huh.
Can you tie me up, please?
It'd be a delight.
Rax is so upset that he's not up there right now.
You also have half movement speed because you're in water.
I figured as much.
Okay, so Rattan, you are convinced that you are tied securely around the waist to Miryu.
Okay.
Then she goes to tie Perrin to herself. And you see her fumbling a little bit with the rope, but she's like, that'll do. And then she turns around to look for Rex, who is gone.
Pretend like pointing in the water.
And she kind of... And then she goes to Destiny and just gives her the finger, and she walks over and...
As she's doing that, Perrin will focus on the glasses to make sure that they meld.
Okay.
And I
So,
focus. And she just goes, don't worry about it. I can swim faster than Rax if this is how this thing works, and I'll just...
yeah. Yeah.
Rax basically tests to see if he can breathe, and if he can, he comes back up and he just sits at the top of the water. He was like focusing on the glasses as he was like taking the shit out of his backpack. Because he was like, I'm diving in as soon as I'm done. So...
Yeah. So, yeah, you can breathe.
Can he breathe? Can he see? And he's good?
You can breathe, you can see, and you're good.
And he will test to see if he can cast a spell.
Hold on.
Oh boy.
That your tail isn't helping you as much as you thought it would.
He is visibly upset.
And test if you can cast a spell how.
He's just gonna like shoot an Eldritch Blast to like out into the water.
It doesn't feel like you can shoot it as far as you're used to.
But
when
it
you're
does
underwater.
go, right?
But it does go off, yeah.
He's like, wow, only like half distance. This is upsetting, but I can still do it, so we're good.
Basically, yeah.
Okay. It's more or less like, I just want to make sure that I'm not completely fucking useless.
No, you're good.
Because he's already got stupid range, so he's fine.
What damage is your scimitar, by the way?
Slashing.
Okay, cool. Just for my reference. Thank you.
Yep.
Hey.
Rax's head pops back up, and he was like, my tail doesn't help as much as I was hoping.
That's the exact look that Rattan gives you.
Just a, okay, noted.
Miriam's busy tying a rope around
it's very
Daphne.
much so. She just kind of goes. Like maybe she's trying not to laugh. Hey, come here and let your girlfriend tie you up.
Again?
Right?
It was just yesterday. And he's saying that explicitly because he's walking by Rattan.
Now, do you want... She's around behind Daphne, tying a knot around her waist. She's like, now, do you want your own piece of rope to be attached to me, or would you like to be attached to her? I'm kidding. Shut up and turn around.
Fine.
And she is confident in the knot that she ties around your waist. So, for the record, Rattan is tied to Miryu. Tied to Miryu is Perrin. Tied to Perrin is Destiny. Tied to Destiny is Rex.
Is it one piece of rope or is it like multiple?
I have a 50-foot piece of rope.
Rax's rope is currently covered in shit from a bag of holding that he's slashed open.
Bag of devouring.
Or bag of devouring, sorry.
Okay,
Evil fuck off bag.
Yeah, there's enough give for like easy movement.
Yeah.
But you are tied together.
Yep. All right. Now that Rattan has her hood up and is focused on her.
Yeah. So
Sorry, it's a weird I'm imagining a really fucking weird sensation. It's making me squirmy.
So basically the way that it works is they kind of turn into essentially contact lenses that go over your eyes. Yeah. So you feel like it's not so much that it melts into your face, but like you feel on the bridge of your nose the little bar that's holding it together, and then just it like essentially like molds to your eyeball.
Right.
It's
That's
gross.
so fucking weird.
But you don't like you blink a couple of times, you don't feel it, nothing's like obstructing your vision or anything.
Clips her mask off of her belt and puts it on her face under the hood. Alright. Everyone keep your hands and feet to yourselves.
Damn.
You hear Rax mutter from the back, no promises.
Destiny gives you a very worried look over her shoulder.
Not you, don't worry. He like gives the you're fine hand gesture.
She's so unequipped to deal with us.
Where are you going, Rattan?
She's gonna turn around and go, do we have any idea of any sort of entrance?
Rax like makes a confident pose and he points out into the ocean.
Not you.
Didn't I overhear you saying that you saw minions disappearing?
I can go in that general direction.
Yeah, let's start there.
Alright, I'm gonna go in that general direction.
Okay, so as a group, you travel out into the ocean, which after getting to about where Rattan is right now, you are fully submerged and swimming. it literally just drops off.
She's
like
gonna
after.
make sure that everyone else is fully submerged before she takes off, because she doesn't know how fast she's gonna go.
You look behind you. Mirio looks very sad and uncomfortable. Perrin, roll me a perception check. Both Rax and Rattan.
Rax is not paying attention enough to notice anything.
Wow.
You don't notice either. Okay. Yeah, Destiny looks like she's got her eyes closed.
Rax is currently looking at his boots, thinking.
You have. I'm assuming you have the thing open with her.
For the item? I can. I had it open. I can get it again.
Okay, it's just so you know. You gotta
Yep,
swim
yep,
speed
yep.
of 60 feet.
Yep, that's what I thought. Alright, so...
You take off, and your rope goes slack for a moment before you feel it tug on something you assume is Miryu behind you, who is slower than you in the water, but faster than Perrin, who's currently moving at half speed as well.
Yep.
But you tug on the rope, and you and Miryu keep going. And the rope falls slack from Perrin. So Perrin, you get left to sink. And then there's a tug on the rope where Destiny and Rax, who are still attached to it, get shot forward.
This happen, right?
You do not see it. You just feel the sudden tighten, you slow down a bit, you realize, oh, Mary is still attached, so you keep going. Mary feels it go loose for a lot longer than you did, and then feels the tug, and just keeps going too.
Of course she would.
Doesn't look back.
After
Destiny
Rax,
can't say anything. Rax, you get yanked forward because of the rope, and you're probably next to Perrin, but he's like, 15 feet below you.
Rax looks over, looks for a rope, reaches out for him.
I mean, you don't have a rope, so...
On Rax?
You've got one around your waist, but you don't personally have a rope.
Right, but he reaches out with his hand towards Perrin if he's in
right, okay.
I'm
range.
trying to grab Perrin.
Perrin's 15 feet below you, sinking rapidly.
Rattan gets a mental message like, hold the fuck up!
Mirio almost swims right into you.
She catches her and so that they don't collide.
And she gives you a...
Rax clicks his boots for a curiosity effect to see how far he can go. Does he swim further than he normally would be, or faster than he would normally be able to? Because
So,
it specifically says walking, but...
Swimming in water puts you at half speed.
Right.
So, with your boots, you would get half the advantage of the boots as well. Because they're not made for
So,
swimming.
it basically brings my speed back to normal?
Yes.
Okay. So Rax, clicks his boots as he realizes Perrin is currently, moving by. And then he's like, okay, test time. And then he, sends the mental message to Rattan to, hold on. And then goes back, grabs Perrin, and he's just does he have any extra slack or no?
You swim down to Perrin, and in the process, yank Destiny. Because she's attached to you still.
He would have
So
sent
she
a
gets-
mental message, I'm grabbing Perrin, to, each of
She
them
gets
individually.
yanked backwards. Well, then he's going to be even further away because you're taking the time to message.
Well, Rattan was first, so she stopped, and then it was
Yep.
6 seconds, and Miryu went, right up against her.
Yep.
And then, it would have just been, a stack of 3 people, after probably a round, so he would have been... It would have been, a few seconds. And then everybody would have been caught up, and then Rax would have gone over and grabbed Perrin.
yeah, he sinks 10 feet around.
Heavy armor, man. I've been
Well,
there.
if he only
You've done
moves
this.
half speed, he can not sink, he can just tread water, right? Or, not move down.
No.
Why do you think I was drowning?
Alright, then going underwater is a fucking terrible idea, because this whole thing is fucking stupid.
Why do you think
No,
I didn't
no, 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 no,
wanna
no,
do
no,
it?
don't look at me like that. This is like, that's obscene.
To be fair,
No, I don't want to hear to be fair, because that's
he,
obscene.
he rolled a 1 on her check to tie the rope around him. Nobody double checked or not. So that's why it came undone so easily, being buffeted
That's
by the
not
water.
what I'm worried about.
And also
He
he's
is
in heavy
physically
armor.
incapable of moving underwater at a speed that makes it so it's
He's not physically
possible.
incapable of moving underwater. He's moving at half speed, so he can swim
Right,
up.
but if he's sinking faster and he can't physically move up faster than he's sinking, then he's incapable of moving underwater, as far as I'm concerned.
Ghost as
If he can
Karen
stay
has
in,
not
in
yet.
the same
Ghost,
space.
some.
Ghost hasn't done it.
Ghost has not said he is swimming. So you can assume what you like,
Alright,
but
fine.
him as his
What are you
character has
doing,
not said he is
Ghost?
swimming.
I thought he didn't have a choice on it, because you were immediately saying
No.
he's sinking 10 feet
No.
around.
He hasn't reacted to it at all. So as Perrin, he is just sinking. Because that is the information I, as your DM, have. He is sinking.
Ghost, what are you doing then?
Yeah, as soon as I start sinking, would try to start swimming as well as I can with one arm. Kicking my feet, obviously, also, but...
So you are slowing your descent by about 5 feet. It hurts.
Am I aware of this situation now?
You gotta what the fuck slow down, you turn around, you see that Perrin is no longer attached, trying desperately to keep himself from sinking, and kind
So
of...
I do see Perrin.
Yes. You see
She's
Rex
like holding
clicking
on
his...
to Miria because she didn't want her to like smack into her armor, and she just gives her a look of like, and starts.
You start heading back. Rex has kicked his boots together. He is going down the 30 feet or so that he can move. He gets yanked on the rope, which probably has about 20-ish feet of slat at this point, because of Perrin not being attached to it. If you would like to try and reach for Perrin,
He's going to.
you can
He doesn't
try.
want him to drown.
Perrin, you can see... You can breathe. You can see Rex reaching out for you. If you choose to take his hand.
I mean,
You're
once he gets
probably-
close enough, he'll try to reach with his right hand, obviously, so...
Yeah, I mean, you're still sinking, but the minute you stop using your arm, it's gonna hinder you a little bit more. I need you to roll a dexterity check for me to see if you're able to grab his hand while you are struggling, and also, yeah, no. You're like, you wave out with your hand as you're trying to keep yourself up, and you completely miss. Rexy misses you. Destiny,
He's
however...
still going to grab him. There's not... It doesn't matter if he's grabbing
Yeah,
him.
it's
Rex
not
is
like a
going
one
to
and
grab
done.
him. Irrelevant of
Oh.
where his hand ends up.
It's more because you're being yanked back by Destiny being on your rope.
Worst case
She-
scenario, Rex is gonna like Misty Step out of it to go get him.
She cuts you free from her rope,
Oh shit.
and you're able to go the full movement speed that you have available to grab Perrin. You
Mhm.
suddenly get like an extra jolt because you don't have the tightness of the rope. You manage to go down, you grab him.
Mhm.
You feel the rope around your waist is limper than before. Destiny treads the water she can. Rattan and Mirio have caught up by this point.
Question I just had about actually how far I'm sinking.
Mm-hmm.
How much slack would there actually be between with me and Destiny?
You're
Is
not
that
you're not attached to her anymore.
You
Oh,
were
so
in
my
between,
whole
and the knot
spot
just
just
came
un-
out.
The whole
just
knot
moved.
around it's just gone. That's why you
Gotcha,
fell.
okay.
Yeah,
I
it's
thought it
just
was
like
just the
got
part
like.
equipped to Mirio. Gotcha.
No. Like you were gone from. You had one knot around your waist. That was it, and it came out because she rolled a natural one.
Gotcha. Okay.
So currently,
you
Rax has grabbed your shoulder because you missed with your hand.
Which shoulder?
His
Sorry.
right shoulder, because Rax is aware that the other one's fucked, and that's the one that he reached out with. He was like, "Okay, that's your good one," and he grabs that one. He has an 11, but it's a good enough intelligence to realize that.
Higher than Rattan's.
You grab a hold of a piece of his armor. He's heavy in water. Because there's resistance. But you manage to keep a hold of him. With him, between you and him kicking, you're managing to stay somewhat where you are in the water. And Miiryu is just kind of treading water and shaking her head. Destiny looks panicked.
Rattan, like, elbows Miiryu under the water.
Rax is making his way over to everybody.
And Rattan just kind of holds out her hand to you guys.
Reties the small section of his rope to the main rope, and then tries
Roll
to...
survival.
Yeah.
With disadvantage because you're underwater.
Yep.
Oh god, underwater fucking basket weaving, here we come.
Yeah, you're fine. You think you've done a good enough job.
And then he's gonna try and do Perrin as well, so I'm assuming also disadvantage survival.
Yeah.
Hey!
So you think you've done a good enough job. Definitely better than Miryu's not was. She can only roll well so many times.
I know. It's not her fault.
Nope.
Rax gestures
Wither
forward
knows it's
and
not
you
her
get a
fault.
mental... He gestures forward and you get a mental thing like, well, I guess let's try again.
You have a weird cluster at the back because there's like 3 of you
Yep.
tied to the same section
Yep.
of rope. But, you know, it's easy enough. You go over in this general direction. Go for it, Rex.
I was gonna say Rax would be... Well, Perrin would be where he was, and Rax is just kind of like off to the side of where they are.
Rattan just responds and goes, I'll go slower and pick up speed this time, I guess.
And you do,
If you're
'cause,
looking
you know.
back, Rax shrugs and you see his feet click back together. So it turns his boots off.
It's easy enough to get to where you're going. This specifically was the rock that you saw them go behind. This one over here.
Yeah.
The one that I just accidentally moved. You're there. What would you like to do? You don't see any sign of the creatures.
I'm gonna take a scopy scope around and see if I notice anything that could potentially be an entrance or catches my eye, stands out.
Roll me a perception check. Nothing is particularly standing out to you, at least at the current level you're at. Obviously, this is a big rock that goes way deeper than your dark vision
yeah.
can see.
Oh yeah, I don't like that.
Sorry.
No, it's okay, I'm fine. Kind of turns around and like shrugs and okay, I guess.
And you swim down probably about another 30 or 40 so feet just to get, you know, more range on your vision. Rax, you still can't see the bottom, even with your extended vision.
I hate it so much.
I'm sorry. You can
Pretend
only...
there's a mental message. It's fucking dark. And it's fucking far.
You get, I am well fucking aware of that.
Please roll another perception check.
She does not sound happy to be down here.
Hey, at least you're not at disadvantage because of salty eyes.
Right, 13, I'm not doing great.
Yeah, you still don't see anything.
Like, I want to say Rax is also looking past.
Yeah, you can. You can look. You can always look.
I don't know
Help
if
me.
that's disadvantage. Whoops, but it did not help.
Yeah. Your NPCs are rolling a bit shady as well, I'm not gonna lie. Karen, if you would like to take a look and perhaps save this. You're one of the
Please. Please fucking rescue me.
The worst thing is it's not that. Cool! So, you're
Thanks,
swimming
Pop.
down, and Perrin, you catch it because you see it. After the extra 30 or 40 so feet, you see that there's more around the side of this structure than actually this, like, the main section you're going down, which would have been the back from the beach. You see what looks to be the best way I can describe it is it looks like a man-made tunnel that has been dug into the side of this stone pillar. Filled with water, obviously. and descends deeper into darkness. You're muted.
So I will try to like get Rax's attention.
Bye.
And then like kind of like waving my hand, like not.
As
so
soon
I'm
as you
obviously
start
not
waving
for
his
him.
hand and he's like, you get a thing a message in your head. You're, what?
And I point, and at the same time, think. It looks like there's a tunnel right there. And I point in the direction.
Rex
that I
relays this to Rattan. Perrin sees a tunnel and he like makes a direction of where she is. So like,
Yeah, so like it's
10
above
o'clock,
you,
9 o'clock, whatever o'clock.
Yeah.
Because I'm assuming
She will
clocks are a
immediately
thing
divert
in this.
course. Yeah.
There have been pocket watches that were hung around dead children. Of course, clocks are a thing.
Yeah. So then, like, Rex
sorry.
understands what clocks are.
The worst part was before you said anything, I was like, I'm sure sundials are a thing.
Nope. Clocks on the necks of dead children. Yes, let's move on.
Yup. Yes.
So he gives you a
And
direction.
diverts her course and heads toward the tunnel.
And you head towards the tunnel.
Perrin basically,
that-
well, Rax basically, like, keeps re-upping with Perrin, like, are we in the right direction? Do you see anything? Like, he just basically, like, confirms the direction every
Keeps
time.
the door open.
More or less.
Yeah. So, Rattan, what you swim up to is a 10 feet by 10 feet hole that just leads down into darkness. And it just seems to descend into this structure and beyond. If you wish to continue, you're more than welcome to.
Individually, everybody gets a fuck underwater from Rax. Oh,
Your
boy.
head, you hear Destiny's voice. You know I can do this too, right? So if you want to relay messages quickly, tell me first and we can, like, divvy up.
I mean, we're moving half speed, so whatever. Or not as fast, Rex will say.
I mean, I was just trying to make your life easier.
I don't know, I like abusing this magic. It's fun.
Abusing magic is dangerous, Rex.
I know.
Oh boy. And then it goes quiet.
Okay.
Am I okay to respond
Yeah.
now?
Please go.
You get back another, I am well fucking aware of that. Am I going down?
I'm not kidding when I say Rax is basically relaying, like, whatever anyone sees, Rax is, like, telling everybody
Right, but
eventually.
like now she's at the mouth of the fucking tunnel that just goes down, so that's why she says that. Am I fucking...
I mean, Rax is looking down, assuming he can see that, well, some sort of further distance and say, yeah, it goes straight. What do you want?
It doesn't necessarily go straight, and you can't see the end of it.
It doesn't necessarily go straight, but I can't see the end of it. Just don't hit a wall.
She just gives you like a... Look, and you see a couple of bubbles. Maybe she's growling at you, and then she starts going.
So,
You get in your head, you get, yeah, grr to you too. Go. And then, like, a couple seconds later, you get, you can respond.
Before. I don't think Rattan knows what to do with that information.
regardless,
No one's ever gone grr at her.
you enter
Rax
this
doesn't
10
know
by
that.
10 tunnel filled with water that you can't see the end of. And once you get about 60 or so feet down, instead of it being kind of like dead water, you feel like a pool that leads downwards. It's very subtle, it's not actually flowing enough to make a difference to your swimming, but it's definitely like going somewhere now.
Nobody hates this, but Rattan is far braver.
Eventually, and Rex will see it first, you see yourself coming towards a stone floor. And you get the impression that by the shape of it, as it goes from sort of a round tunnel to more of a rectangular shape, that maybe at one point or another this was a door? Bear with me. Cha! New map! Cha-chum!
You get in your head, hey, the bottom, when Rex can see it.
You get the impression that you're coming through where a door once stood, as the opening is more rectangular here. Though the walls are crumbling and they're all coated in slime from being submerged in the ocean from so long. The cold water fills this dark, 40-foot wide, 20-foot tall, 30-foot high room that is filled with various types of marine life making their home here. Lobsters and crabs dance around on the floor, urchins and mussels and limpets have taken the surfaces of the walls and collapsed rocks, and there are a mix of beautiful tropical fish that are sharing this space peacefully. You also see at the far end of this room, there was probably at one point a hallway that seems to continue on for about 10 feet in front of you before it turns to the west. The hallway looks to be about 10 foot wide and 10 foot tall, and the roof itself is lower than the current room you find yourselves in.
As soon as this comes into view of Rax, he says, well, I guess we're exploring to Rax. Well, not Rax. He's Rax. He responds to Rattan in her head and says that.
That's
He's
true.
like, well, I guess we're exploring.
Which way am I going?
Left. At the end of the hall. That's exactly how you hear it in your head, too.
And she's gonna start going.
Okie dokie. Wait, no. This way around. Haha. Okay. Because I actually. Whoa, fuck. No, Jesus.
Reveal tool.
Yeah. So, what you see is that this tunnel continues on and looks like it opens up into a larger room that is also filled with water. Continues on for about 35 feet before it opens up.
She's gonna swim to the end, and kind of like she's hanging by the wall.
You swim to the end, and I need you to roll me initiative.
Fuck!
Because you
The
did
whole
check-
time,
Go fast, swim!
the
She
whole
go fast,
time,
swim.
Rattan is getting a message of, what do you see? As soon as Rex can't see ahead of her anymore, he's like, what are you seeing? What are you seeing? What are you
Water.
seeing?
Water.
What are you seeing?
Water.
I'm
Still
just
water.
revealing
She's not gonna say
still.
like room or anything.
Well, eventually she'll be like, yeah, big room. Like, as
Yeah,
she's
that's all I fucking care about. Come on.
So,
More bubbles up in the front.
I have so many things. Fucking give me your shit. Sorry.
No. It's mine.
Ta-da!
Fuck my initiative. Now's not a good time.
Ooh. Well, there goes her nat 20.
Fuck.
Those
Joy.
dudes. And another one of those dudes. Fuck yeah. Do we have everyone?
Yeah. Think so.
Ow.
Fucking go, Peter.
Yeah, give me 1 second.
Ahead of the team, 0 rolls bottom initiative.
So, what happens is you swim forward into this room, and you don't know there are things here, but they heard you coming. And as you swim forward, you see that, well, what you initially see is like loads of bubbles come out from both of them. Yeah. You hear, for all intents and purpose, the clicking that you were hearing them make before, but it echoes, which is really weird. It's like underwater echoey clicking. And that's what they do. Miu, however, is going to take her action to cut through the rope that she is tied to.
Oh, my rope's gonna be fucked at the end of this episode.
Sorry, Wither.
It's okay.
And goes up here. And that is what she can do. This one is gonna swim forward to you. For reference, they were 20 feet higher than you in this room, which is a room that is 35 foot wide, 60 foot tall, and 60 feet high. So you've got all of the... Here's where we get to do Pythagorean theorem, because there's all sorts of three-dimensional combat going on here.
Hate it.
Yeah, this individual jumps up to you and is going to try to bite you, first of all. For a natural 1, so completely misses. And then another natural 1, so that dice is going to die. And it completely misses with its spear the second attack it makes. Rex, it is your turn!
What can he currently see? Can he see both?
Yeah, I mean, like, you probably get the fact that Mario swam off in that direction, that something is there. But you don't have line of sight on it currently.
Okay, so... He doesn't have line of sight on that one, but he does on this one?
Oh yeah. Easy, easy. It's like 5 feet above Rattan. The second one, no. The first one, yes.
2.
Alright, you watch as this... And Rattan, for what you've seen of his spells, you're usually like... And they're gone. This one is moving much slower and obviously just creating just a shitstorm of bubbles behind it. Yeah. So you get like... You actually hear the crackling of Eldritch energy swish past you as it goes past. It's really weird.
Don't like it.
Let's see what she can use.
Put me in the air, I'm happy. Put me on the ground, I'm happy. Put me in the water, fuck off. Rattan was not built for water combat.
Well, yeah, that's the end of Rax's turn, because he's not gonna just fucking shoot. So.
Destiny also cuts her rope.
Again.
As expected.
Yeah. And can get here. It is this one up next to Miriu who's going to try and get her. So let's get another dice, shall we? Yes, no. Because I believe they get a bonus. Yep. And that will hit her AC. Okie dokie. So the first one misses with its spear because it wedges its teeth into her arm. Yeah, it's not nice. And does a grand total of that amount of damage. Alright, Rattan.
Gonna stabby stab with Alifira.
You're rolling at disadvantage.
Right, because it's not a...
It's not a piercing
poking weapon.
Yeah.
I figured as much. I'm using... Like I said, Rattan is not built for water combat. Yeah, flanking.
You have a friendly. Yeah, so you can roll regular. Yes.
Okay. She's fought these before, and they're relatively squishy for her. Unless she rolls dick all for damage.
I need a calculator. Fucking Jesus, that's not a calculator.
That's a 20 to hit.
Yeah, that'll hit.
God, minimal fucking rolls.
It's bloodied.
Cool. Last one, bonus action. If it'll roll. If it will roll.
The day would be nice, roll
There
20.
it
Yeah.
is.
Right.
Yay!
And she's realizing that she's not doing as much as...
Yeah, you still
realizing
hit!
that she's not doing as much as she would like to be doing, so she is gonna dump a Divine Smite into that last one.
Okay. It had 4 hit points left.
I know, but I didn't want to fucking roll dick all for damage again.
Yeah, you basically bonk it with the ass end of your glaive, and like you hit it sort of side under the jaw, so you manage to knock it, basically knock his jaw unconscious or dead, one of the two. You're not sure.
I don't give a shit. He's not trying to bite me anymore.
Anything else you'd like to do?
She will swim off to go help Miru.
Kidoki, Perrin, you are currently attached to Rex.
Perrin's gonna move there. So as far
Okay.
as he can go. Once he gets there, he'll pull the quarterstaff and ready in action that if an enemy comes within range, he will attempt to smack it.
Okay. Yeah, it's now Mary's turn. She gives like a thankful look over this thing's shoulder. Oh. Yep. And grabs hold of her X. And is going to attempt to hit this thing. Yeah. Uh-huh. I need a different dice. Woohoo! Okay. It is bloodied. And then she is going to try and do it again. And she hits again. We're at fuck all damage.
Man, it's a running theme right now.
Yeah. That one is whenever it can get it. Rax, it's your turn!
He swims up next to Perrin. What can he see the one in front of Miru from there?
Yeah.
He's gonna shoot one at this motherfucker and the other one
Okay.
at the rope between them
Okay.
to see if he can like break the rope, I guess.
Alright.
Because he's like, I
Okay.
don't want to waste the fucking attack. We're gonna hit both. So they
Okay.
like, he extends his hand and that's what he
So
does.
because one is technically melee, I'm going to give you disadvantage on it.
Okay, that's fair.
And also you're like, pew pew, you know, like 2 different directions at once.
Yep, that's fair.
So roll to attack the dude.
The dude, so that'd be normal.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, you're looking for a 12. Sweet.
That hits.
You know what's really
That's
upsetting? You know what's really, really upsetting is it had 1 hit point left. And you can roll to hit the rope, which isn't all that high in AC, but with disadvantage. Yeah, roll damage.
Yeah, no, let's just fucking annihilate the rope. That's fine. Let's
So
not, you know.
you shoot through the
whatever.
rope, and your arcana hits the floor below you and crumbles the floor.
I want to
Not the rope,
reiterate, these
whatever.
are like pink blasts. Like, it's in his Hero Forge thing, but that's... I didn't say it in person.
Now I can visualize them as pink instead of what I was visualizing them as.
Like, it's a pink-orange spiraling attack.
Yeah, for some reason I thought it was like purple and green.
Nope. You're fucking so far.
I always thought purple. Anyway, you smooshed everything in this room. Now that I can
Karen
give...
thinking again?
I mean, slowly, yeah. We've gone like 10 feet. Like, you haven't said you're treading water, so you have started to say.
Rattan's just gonna.
Perrin,
go
what are you
over
doing
here.
first?
Yeah.
I put the quarterstaff back so I can actually use my arm.
So you sink 5 feet.
So I put it back and then I start treading water.
Cool. So you're about 5 feet off the ground and you're treading water. Because this hallway is only like 10 foot high.
And the room is higher?
Both the rooms are higher, yes. So you're currently in a large room that looks like at one point it used to be a reception hall for a party of sorts. Judging by the marbled flooring and the walls, which looks much grander than any of the other ones you've seen so far. The room itself is 35 foot wide, 60 feet tall, 60 feet high, and is filled with the same salty water that you've been swimming in this whole time. There are some remains of rotting wooden furniture, tables, chairs, what you'd expect if there was some kind of function of sort that was held in this room, with a large number of people. Again, however, they're just awash with sea life. You know, everything that is living in the ocean is making its home here.
Okay, so as we now know what's there, Rax is going to go down, grab Perrin by the back of his armor, and he's going to get a mental message. You're either A, my bodyguard, or personal shield. Your call. I don't care.
Stay behind me, and I'll do my best to keep him away from you.
And then he gets I guess, call that penance from attacking me?
I'll accept it.
Ratan's is treading water in the middle of the room, and
You
she's kind of like waiting for like a signal from you guys.
You see Rax swim down, grab Perrin by the back of his armor, and just moving a little bit ahead.
And she just kind of goes
Little by
she's
little.
Doing like this. All I'm imagining is fucking scuba divers right now. She's just going.
All I'm saying is that you will be knocking an extra 5 feet off your movement speed, Rax, because you are hauling Perrin through water. He's helping a little bit, but not much.
He's effectively slightly less than canceling his sinking speed, and I'm not kidding when Rax was like, okay, so you're sinking faster than you swim, so you're my human shield.
Yeah. So
Yeah, but Ratan like sees
He
this
was
and she's
being
like,
honest with you.
What you
Ratan
also
gets a
see-
message, and Ratan gets a message that says he's my human shield now, so we're good.
What you also see are 3 different exits from this room. One of them looks like another hallway, and the 2 on the western wall look like they go for 5 feet, and then there's a straight wall in front of them. You don't know if there's anything up, because it looks like there's a way
She
to
goes
go
like this in the water, and then she's gonna zippy girl over and check.
up. Which one?
I mean, she'll just check all of them.
Okay, so you go, which one first, Wither?
I'll go top to bottom.
Okay, so you go there.
As soon as she's out of sight, hold on.
Yes, sorry.
As soon as she's out of sight, she's getting, like, every few seconds a message from Rax, purely to, like, keep up, because he can't fucking see you.
I know.
She's
And
getting a
Ratan
message
knows,
like,
but at the
"You
same
good?
Time it's, are we there yet?
You
Are
good?"
we there yet? Are we there yet?
Like, he's just trying to keep open communication with the
know.
only person
I
who can't
know.
see.
Wither
I
doesn't have
know.
information to give you yet, so hold on.
I'm just
Oh, no,
generalizing.
he's setting the stage.
I know.
Before
I'm
we
giving you
move
shit.
ahead, before I can say anything, so you don't have to
I'm-
repeat yourself.
I'm giving you shit. It'll also depend on how much Ratan is relaying, so.
Did you even catch one thing that I said?
No, I didn't. I'm sorry.
She even- that Zelda even reiterated. She actually kind of laughed about it. You're like, he's my human shield, and I go, Dwarven shield.
I mean, yeah.
And then you said it again. You said it again, but this time it was in the mental message to Ratan. I'm like, technically, I don't know that you're saying that, so I can't do it this time.
So, like, I'm curious, because one of the components for message is you're whispering something. So I'm curious if you have a high enough passive perception, if you would catch it. Because I'm assuming you're whispering the message you're sending, right? Because I was, like, just during my game, one of my players was talking about, like, the components for spells. So I got curious and I started looking up the components for, like, Rax's spells. And I was like, oh, it's like a vocal component. And you're whispering something. Okay, is that like the message you're whispering? Or is it like a general whisper?
From what I'm seeing, it's like the copper wire, and then the person whispers into it, and then it goes to the whoever it is that they're sending it to.
Right. So then it would be a question of how high your passive needs to be able to hear it.
Yeah.
Because if your passive is high enough to be able to hear it, that would be fucking hilarious, and I am all for it. Like Rax just hears halfway around nearby him, like dwarven, and like bubbles. That'd be great.
Your face yesterday. You see her pull out of the cocoon.
Oh my god. I knew immediately. I was like, is she casting polymorph? She is casting polymorph.
I look at her spells, I'm like, huh, what would she do in this situation? Especially since that move that he just used on her. And nobody else is in a good... She had some good moves, but you guys weren't set up properly.
Yeah, I bet.
Like, multi-damage stuff. Besides, like, Shatter. I almost made her a Fireball, but she was too close.
Fair.
But I was like, you know what? No, this will be funny. Especially because I made a joke to him a couple weeks ago. About something about, like, he brought up something about, like, the were-tiger and stuff like that. And I was like, you know what? If you really want me to, I can make up a were-turtle. And then have you get up by it, and then once a month, you will turn into a very tiny turtle.
That'd be great.
Okay. So, Rattan goes over to the northernmost one, and you see her kind of like bracing herself and treading water so that she can kind of like peer up there and see what's going on. And after like the 5th time, you say, "What do you see? What do you see?" And she's like, "Well, this place has been sinking. So, structure probably isn't what it used to be. I think we can swim up there, but I can't see the top." And then she goes over toward the southern one, does the same thing, braces herself and looks up. Same thing. Then she zips over to the bottom left. Oh! Well, this one's a ramp that goes up and comes out of the water. Looks like there's a hallway up there? I think it goes south. But, dry hallway, eventually.
So from what the sequence of events that Rax was aware of, as soon as Rattan said, well, it goes up, but I can't see, or something to that effect, Rax is going to move in that direction, dragging Perrin. Also, I was kind of like half telling Ghost, one of the components for message is like whispering something through a copper wire. I don't know what his passive would need to be able to hear it, because I'm assuming he's whispering his message into the wire.
So because we're not using material components, because we're only using the gold,
right?
It makes no odds.
Well, I mean, the only question I would say is like, because you're still using like somatic and like, what's the other one? Verbal components. Sorry. So you're still doing like the movements and vocal portion, right?
Yeah,
that's all I was going for, not the material. Like,
well, you know how you can talk underwater and it kind of makes sense, but it's kind of like dulled?
Yeah.
That's essentially what he's hearing. So
Okay.
he can make out what you're saying, but it's basically like that underwater, like, I don't want to say smothered.
Garbled.
But like, yeah, kind of. On that note, Destiny's voice was clear.
I mean, Rax is aware that she's... Well, by that token, he's probably like, she can do the thing. Noted.
But hers was clear as day, as if she was talking normally.
Okay. But yeah, it was mostly just... Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
It was mostly just like the vocal component portion of it, because I'm assuming we're getting rid of the material, but still like the somatic and vocal purely because...
Yeah. But it's kind of just like the underwater garbled, like, but it just saves time not dealing with it.
Fair. Fair.
Also, my Spotify just shuffled to the Pirate of the Black. He's a pirate from Pirates of the Caribbean.
I love it. I'm fucking all for it. This is perfection, and you need to not change it at all.
I can't listen to this on a loop.
But
for
this
the
is
next
like,
2
this is
hours.
what's playing in my head the whole time, regardless of what my Spotify is actually saying. It is like the Pirates of the Caribbean soundtrack circulating constantly, and I can't play it, and it pisses me the fuck off.
Oh boy.
Anyway, yeah, that's what we got. Give it a sec, sorry. That's my bad for being obnoxious.
For being yourself.
I mean, I was
Wow.
being relatively nice, you dick.
Wow. Toxic. Toxic.
I believe it was you who was talking because Rattan relayed information to you. You were saying you were dragging Perrin and.
I mean, he was dragging Perrin towards the first place where Rutan said she couldn't see. I don't know how long it took her to get to where she currently is.
She can move 60 feet.
Again, it's probably... Rax is, like, probably here.
20 if I use my action to dash, but I wouldn't.
Yeah.
I would imagine she'd use a readied action to, like, stab anything that came within stabby distance.
You don't know. It's know your character.
I've
It's
done
not, but... I mean, Rax is still just moving his basic amount, holding an action if anything hostile comes up to shoot it in the face with a couple of Eldritch Blasts, so, you know.
There's nothing hostile, but you look up and you can see the top. It looks about to be 100 feet swimming directly upwards before there looks like a surface to the water. And then about 5 feet above it is just open air. And it looks like there's some kind of ledge.
By this point, is Rattan getting over to where she is? Actually, no, he's using his action to message to Rattan to make sure we're in contact.
Yep.
So,
Yep.
is she currently getting to where she is and responding with that while he's, like,
Yeah.
looking up?
Yep, pretty much.
Okay. So then he's going to say, well, this goes up and it goes to a surface, but we'll go towards yours first. And he makes his way this way.
Slowly.
10 feet at a time.
Yeah.
She waits.
So 20 feet if you double move.
Yeah.
Nope, because he is keeping in contact.
So Miri and Daphne are kind of just treading water on guard in the middle of the room, and they see you gather up down there, so they join you down there.
About halfway through the room, Rax is instead of sending to Rattan, he's gonna say southwest corner. As he's heading in the direction to kind of give them an idea of that's what he means, because he has no idea which actual direction he's going.
That way! Yeah!
Away.
Rax thinks he's being cool by saying an actual cardinal direction, but he's not because he doesn't know where he is.
Right.
Destiny doesn't correct you.
It's like when you're trying to be sneaky and you're trying to make the
Yeah.
signs, but you have no idea what they actually mean.
Except his are like more verbal than yours, because Rax is just like doing patty cake noises. He doesn't know what you're doing.
So, you get to this hallway and you see that it gradually slopes upwards. So it's about 45 feet-ish long, this hallway, and you see that the roof itself is 10 feet high, 10 feet wide again. After 20 feet or so, everyone other than Perrin will be shoulder deep in water and can walk. After further 10 feet beyond that, you'd be ankle deep in water, and beyond that you're at the end of the hallway and your feet is on solid floor. Do you wish to proceed down this hallway?
I mean, if we're swimming up until some point, Rex is having Perrin in front of him because he's A, serious about what he said, and B, less of a meat shield.
I mean, Perrin's going to be swimming for longer than you are.
Perrin's gonna be sleepy later. So Ratan's gonna break the water and pull the hood back and kind of shake her hair out. And wait for everybody else to come out of the water.
As soon as Rax's head is physically above water, he's gonna say, God, that spell was worth its fucking weight in gold.
This sucks.
I second that. Nazmiri behind you.
Okay, so you said the tunnel's back that way. Head up to. Rex?
Hmm?
The tunnel's back that way. They head up to.
He, like, gestures sort of, like, towards the northeast. He's like, yeah, that went up, so maybe if this loops around, cool. If not, we have somewhere to investigate later. And he, like, makes a very sarcastic, like, excited kind of, like, arm motion.
Rax is the only one that can see the end of the hallway in front of you.
I will take dry land for at least a little bit.
Same. As he drags Perrin in front of him again.
How you doing, buddy? Good talk.
Gives up a thumbs up.
Nice to breathe, not nice to have to swim.
Yeah.
So now that you're standing in this 10 feet high, 10 foot wide hallway, Rax is the only one that can see the end of the hallway that turns to the south. Rax, what you do see is a pale white colored set of metal double doors at the end of this hallway.
Rax does the same arm motion. Doors, my favorite.
You're very chipper for someone who is just swimming, dragging a dwarf.
I think if he's not cheery, he's just going to be pissy, so. Which,
He
you
finger
know,
guns
hey.
towards Rattan, looking at whoever responded. I'm assuming it was Destiny.
Yeah, and she just holds her hand out and she's like,
Is
I
Miria?
mean, same.
Well, the less time I spend submerged, the better. Can we just... I really want to hit more things right now.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. Yeah.
Rax pushes his back against the wall and makes the arm movement of after you. That's the arm movement, not the verbal thing.
She rolls her eyes and shakes her head and walks past you and saddles up next to Ratan.
If her tansies are coming, she's just gonna like, girl party?
Shall we? After you. Let's go.
As she
By all
walks
means.
by, she gets a peck on the cheek as she walks by Rax.
She doesn't not accept it. She doesn't necessarily react to it either.
He's not expecting a reaction.
I will tell you if you have to stop.
Okay. Yeet. We should check the doors, right? That's a thing that we do.
Probably. I mean, it's not necessarily my forte, but I can have a look.
Mine either. And she's
Oh.
gonna kind of move up and be like,
I can help.
I'll take the help.
Go for it. Nice! Okay.
Yeah, +2.
Ugh. The fucking immediate karmic justice of it, Rax just being like, well, you're my meat shield, is still funny to me. Because, like, what else is he gonna think? Like, alright, well, you're gonna drown. I might as well just keep you next to me so that we can
I
go.
won't drown. I'll just have to walk across the bottom of the water. I'll have to Pirates of the Caribbean skeleton it.
Fun fact, Zelda told me that she currently, the song that came up was He's a Pirate by, like, from the Pirates of the Caribbean album. And I'm like, I wish I could fucking listen to that right now, but it's copyrighted, so I can't. Because this would be perfection.
Jeez.
Alrighty.
She's checking where she kind of like, on Miryu, like puts her hand out on like Miryu and is like,
And she puts her ear to the door and she's like... And then she turns around to look at you, Rex. And then she does the thing where she taps her forehead.
As soon as she turns around to him, he's like, what's going on? But she hears it. No, she hears it in her head. It's not like a verbal thing.
Usually you specify.
Usually, yes, but I mean, I guess we were underwater, so I was like assuming, but yes. Mentally, she hears what's going on.
Sounds like there's dudes having a party in there. Like fish dudes.
Mentally, again, well, let's kick some ass then. And he shrugs. Everybody else sees him shrug.
She shrugs as well, and she's like, she gestures to Yuritan, and she hauls her axe off her back.
yeah, she pulls Alethir off with my natural 20, DM.
Yes.
A push door or a pull door.
It looks like it is a push door.
And she just kind of looks at Miryu and she's like, bang, and through the door we go.
She doesn't quite initially get your hint, and then she sees your body blast. She's like, "Oh yeah," and then she joins you. But she like you go shoulder banging because she's got her axe in both her hands.
Yep.
She boots it open instead. Which alert,
Flames in both hands, but she's just full on like, yeah, let's fucking go.
which alerts everything in this room to your presence.
Fuck yeah, let's go.
Are you sure?
Fuck no, let's go back.
I made it a bit wide, but fucking.
Fine.
Yeah, roll me initiative, please.
Cool. I also realized that last time I didn't move us onto the new screen, and I feel bad about it.
That's fine. It was like a 2-second combat.
I know, but still. Roll higher than a 8.
It helps if I click the NPC tokens.
You rolled lower than an 8.
So did Destiny.
Can I go pee really quick?
Yeah, go pee. Everyone who needs to go pee, go pee. I will set up because there's lots of tokens on this map.
That is fair. I don't actually need to go right now.
Yeah, well, when you need to go, you can cross your legs. Also, thanks to you, I am actually having the soundtrack on because you're a shitlord, and I appreciate you.
Yes, I am.
Okay.
I already let Ghost know that I'm frustrated I can't listen to it with you. So
Well, we can just watch the movie again together.
I'm good with that.
We need
Fucking
another
love
movie
that
night.
movie.
We need
No?
another movie night. I want you to know that it's within arm's reach
As
at
it
all
should.
times.
As it should be.
I treasure
I
it
fully
so much.
expected to like have a home on the top of your computer.
So it has a home in front of my Triforce lamp.
That
Like,
is almost as big of an honor. I'm gonna be honest.
How special it is to me. What dice do I need? You know what's really funny is this might turn into... I'm going to take out that dice that was rolling ones because I'm going to use it for Destiny's Wild Magic.
Oh boy.
And we'll see what happens.
Oh boy.
That's a D4, that's a D6. So I need 2 D4s and I need 2 D6s. D6, D6, D4.
Oh, one of these days I'm gonna get agonizing blasts so I don't roll a fucking 2 again. Minimum gonna end up being a 6 or 5, whatever. Well,
Look at
no,
this.
technically next. Never mind.
Look at this baby. Look at her.
Don't.
She's being so cute.
She's a fluff ball.
She's
An
a
actual
little
ball.
marshmallow. Yeah, and her naked bit on her neck isn't as bad anymore. Yeah.
And I thought it was Persephone that went. Wait.
Persephone was the one that deep-throated a metal bar.
Yes. I thought so.
Belle was the one that had a cut on her neck.
Right.
So she had to get shaved and we had to put cream on her, but she's fine.
Oh, I didn't realize that she had to get shaved for that. Okay, noted.
Yeah.
I knew the other one went to the vet, and I was like,
Emergency
wait,
vet
why
at
is she
2:30
shaved?
in the fucking morning.
Yeah.
The day of my first COVID vaccine.
Yeah. That
Yeah.
is not a fun day. How was... I forgot to ask, how was your first
My
one? 'Cause
second,
mine
my
wasn't
first
bad.
one, my first one knocked me on my ass. My second one had me basically incapacitated.
Yeah, the second one was
The woman fucking
awful.
stabbed me. Like, I still have a bruise on my arm because she literally like fucking stabbed me, the little bitch. And she was like I didn't feel the first one. I didn't bleed or anything. And then the second one happened, and I bled through my t-shirt, and I still have a bruise a week later. In fact, over a week later. And she was laughing. She was like, "Ha! I guess I'm just a butcher." And I'm like, "Fuck you, bitch!"
My first one, no blood whatsoever. My second one was like, I bled a little bit, and he was like, "Oh, that might be my bad." I was like, "Yeah, because I didn't bleed the first time." He was like,
I
"Oh,
might
oh
have hit
well."
a vein or something. It was like, "Whore."
Yeah, I had like no issue.
Yeah.
I mean, I felt like absolute shit.
Yeah, the second day
Yeah,
I was
Bleed or
like,
anything.
gone.
Yeah, the day after, it's awful. Like, the day off, you're like,
So
"Yeah, it's
bad.
fine." And then, anyway.
I ran my game, the one that I DM for that night, and I was like, this isn't so bad. The next day I was like, I am dead. Kill me now, please.
Anyway, Mira Sue's a big ass room with a big ass thing in it, and it's her turn first. She just booted in the fucking door, and she's like, "Well, here we fucking go." She sees a big guy, and she's gonna go up here. I need to make a check to make sure she doesn't fall on her face. She does not fall on her face as she steps up onto the bench. She basically like runs in and like jumps onto the bench, finds her footing. I was gonna slash out twice at this bitch. They're big fuck off great axe. Yes and yes. I believe. Yeah. That's fun. So I need... Ooh, max damage.
Nice.
Awesome. Cool. That ends her turn. Which means the little dudes get to go. I'm gonna walk along up behind her. And I was gonna take an attempted bite, an attempted stab at her. And miss miserably. Because fuck my rolls, I guess. Also, my cat just kicked all the rest of my dice across my table. It's one of these guys, so he's gonna make a check to make sure he doesn't fall flat on his face. Which he doesn't, so he jumps up onto the table and is gonna come up and try and get 2 attacks on her as well. And fail miserably because I rolled a 2 and a 3. The last one was a 4 and a 5, so you know, we're getting somewhere. This one's gonna come up around here. One of these will hit! Holy shit! So I need a D8, because I missed the dice that I needed. That's not a D8. Sorry, Belle. Cool. Grand total of that amount of damage. It's now the big guy's turn, who is also not happy. And is going to turn around and make 3 attacks at her. 1 was a bite, and 2 is with the massive fuck-off trident that he had next to him.
Remember when I was like, I'm not a heal bot?
The bite misses. Oh, in fact, he gets advantage on all of these. Oh, natural 20. Cool. So the bite does not miss, and in fact crits instead. Yay! I need more dice.
Well,
Okay, so... Yeah. You told her girl power as she went and swinging.
I didn't think she was gonna charge the one by herself.
What did you think? She was like, yeah, I'm a frontliner. I can go for that as the wrong dice.
Well, you know, Miryu, you do you.
Mm-hmm.
Miryu gonna do what Miryu does.
Okay. Oh, but she's fine. Alright, Rax, it's your turn. You just watched Miriam run into the room and then heard her screaming out in, like, anger. And then a bunch of hissing and clicking, stuff clambering over tables, glasses smashing, shit like that. And then a whole bunch of, like, bitey stabby motions.
He runs up the 20 of his 30 feet of movement. He sees, I'm assuming, that she's surrounded.
Yeah.
He's gonna point at the big guy and cast Hex.
For which ability?
We'll go with Strength in case she decides to choke his ass out. He doesn't know what he's just like, all right, we're fucking going. And he just walks up, sees her surrounded, goes, you, at the big guy, and then Eldritch Blast twice at him.
Okay, you miss.
Wait, would it be, it wouldn't be a
No,
disadvantage, it would have been the 20.
No, so the first one hits.
Okay. Sorry,
No
I
damage.
didn't undo
No,
the
no, it's
disadvantage,
okay.
My bad. I did click the hex thing, so yes, it is going to roll both. Fuck off with that.
Hold on. Must use calculator.
5.
No, for something else.
Yep.
Okay, carry on.
And then second one, are we going to use the 10 or am I going to roll again?
Roll again.
Okay.
I'll be nice.
We're using
It
the 10,
doesn't matter.
evidently. Noted.
That one misses. Anything else you would like to do? Would you like to move the rest of your movement?
Just to get out of the way.
Return.
That actually helps me immensely because I was trying to do fucking math on diagonals.
Go.
So I can get here with 20.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm assuming if I go down here, that's to step up onto
The bench.
the bench.
You can either run and take a check and not fall in your face, or you can use your movement to step up.
I'll use my movement. I have 10 extra feet of movement.
Yep.
And then yeah, she's just gonna stay there and help deny that flank at least, and then she's gonna lay into this big one.
Cool. Yes.
Okay, dumping a fear charge into it.
Okay. Must
Have to toggle
read.
the right thing. So that is 14.
It is now bloodied.
Cool. And then hit it again, maybe.
You may certainly try. Nope.
Yeah, kind of figured. And then bonus action.
Yep.
Fuck. Yeah, I'm just gonna normal damage. I can't be burning through spell
No.
slots this early. So that's 8.
Okay. It is still up. Anything else you would like to do?
No, that was my movement, action, bonus action.
Destiny can get here and goes,
She saw Miryu run in and was like, yeah, battle bitches. Then she like saw Miryu run in and gets run in and was like, oh no.
yeah, Destiny runs and goes, oh no! And then, is going to, give me a second. Okay, so she is going to, you watch as she casts the same sort of icy spell as she had done before. She targets the big guy. And unfortunately misses. And you see when she was focusing on the Arcana, especially Rex, you see it the most. You see that she focuses on it, and then the first time she releases it, it looks like it splits in two from her hand and she's still holding a piece. But when it misses, it fizzles out. Heron.
Go ahead and move there.
Mm-hmm.
I told Rax that I would be his shield, so I'm gonna go ahead and use Giant Might.
Okay.
And have it go, yep, that direction right that. And then I'll take I'll take my 2 attacks on the one that is behind Rattan.
This one?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you one-handing or two-handing your weapon?
One hand. And also to kind of specify, I'll be kind of positioning myself so that my left arm is more towards Rax in a way, if that makes sense.
Yeah, so you're like side on.
Yeah.
You're like, eh.
He's just like, sure.
Yeah.
Like when people are like fencing, I'm like fencing with the quarterstaff in a way.
Valheim style swinging. Go for it.
Okay.
Yes.
There's that.
Did you drag the weapon into your sheet or did you enter it manually?
I didn't have a way to drag it in there. don't know
I
how
will
to
do it for you.
Okay.
Give me a second. Okie dokie. Alright. So you should have, it's just, there you go. Alright. This one.
Technically that would be 6 damage, because I think when I put it in, it added another 1 to the damage when I put it in, so that'd be 6. I'll go ahead and use my one giant might die on that one.
Okay.
For another 5.
It's bloodied.
Oh, and also Rax. What color am I glowing now?
You are currently glowing, what is it, 2?
Green.
Green.
Ah!
I
Sorry,
didn't even know you were going to ask, so...
I didn't look, I guessed.
It was green.
Okay.
It was green.
Continue.
Alright. And I'll do one more swing at it.
Yes, you have.
Okay. Another nut.
Do you have your damage toggled on? Your extra damage?
I didn't do that.
It's a quarterstaff, so maybe I know it rolls both for
Yeah,
one-handed, one
yeah,
for 2,
or-
so
yeah.
the first one's
There you go.
the D6.
Yeah.
It's another 9.
Okay. Sweet, it's still standing. Is there anything else you'd like to do?
No, I'll stop with that.
Okay, cool. So it's very, very unhappy that you just basically whacked it across the head twice. So it is gonna turn around. And the first one is a bite at your kneecaps. 20 to hit.
Yep.
You take a grand total of 5 points of damage. And then now that you have taken damage, it gets advantage. Haha! So 21 to hit with its spear.
Yep.
And I need a D8. You take 6 points of damage as it stabs you in the cuff with its spear. Yeah. And this guy's right next to you as well, and he saw you pounding into his friends. He's gonna try and bite you as well. 14 to hit.
14 misses.
That's cocked. 8.
Oh, that's my secret AC. Damn it, no.
This one is gonna make sure it doesn't fall flat in its face, and it does not, so it's gonna come up over here. Sees Rattan was just chunking into the boss guy. So he's gonna try and bite Rattan in like the
take my
shoulder.
reaction to fucking stab him for coming anywhere near me.
Yeah, you can do so.
Fuck you.
Yes, please roll damage.
Am I able to do an Elephant charge? Okay, because I already did it this round. It's once per round, not once per turn.
Yep, and also it's a reactionary thing, so.
Oh, right. That's fine.
Alright. It's gonna try and bite you for 14.
Oh.
And then a 20 to hit with a spear. Not a natural 20, just a base 20.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20, I know, right? You take 8 points of damage.
Thought he could just walk up and hit Rattan scot-free because she was preoccupied. She just like sees him and just like whack! Fuckers.
Miryu is gonna slice at the big guy because he's the big scary.
I chunked him, so go for it.
She misses.
Oh my.
And then she tries again. Yeah! Fuck you for being a 19 though. So the second time she does manage to slice. Unfortunately it is still standing. That is her turn. Now all these guys get advantage! Woohoo!
Well, not all of them, because I can't.
Yes, all of
one
them.
them's-
It's not flanking. It has an ability.
Oh shit, oh shit.
Nope, not pack tactics. 2.
Sorry, we have a really bad storm here, so if I suddenly blip,
Oh no, don't blip!
Same.
I hope
Technically,
not, but I
I
can
was
hear the thunder through my headphones.
I was
Jesus
worried.
Christ.
I was worried because we have a tropical storm hitting up here, and then, or originally it was a hurricane, and then it got downgraded to a tropical storm, and I was like, all right, that's not as bad.
So these things are just laying into her. This is... That one hits for natural 19.
Oh, jeez.
I'm getting like 19s and 17s.
I'm gonna
so I think-
reiterate the fact that I have previously stated I am not a heal bot.
I need to do maths now. And then number 3 is that guy. That one will hit. That's another natural 19. Jesus. We're getting close
Where's
to
the
these.
natural 1 dice? Bring that one back.
I'm rolling it! You can ask Sam, I said I was rolling it! 2. We're down highs or lows?
Low.
Okay. Cool. So this thing is gonna take 3 swings at Miryu.
Oh, I feel like an asshole!
All with advantage!
No!
Oh, I dropped a dice. Well,
I can't do anything.
the first one missed. The second one missed, and there was a natural 1 in there. The third one just hits, and there was also a natural 1 in there on the dice that I was rolling ones both times, so you're welcome. Okay. Cool. Rax, it's your turn.
Just to clarify what he's seeing, all of these things are currently laying into Miryu.
Yeah, just everything pretty much at their arsenal is working apart from the big guy who missed twice.
He books it over here, holds his hand out in her direction, and says, "Trust me, grab my hand." and he's gonna hold a thunder step as an action.
Okay. Return.
I hate myself. Yeah, she's gonna do it because she sees them laying into Miryu. Is Miryu bloodied?
No. Surprisingly, no.
Alright. She's going to... You see her put her hand up toward her mask, and you just hear... Perrin, you're gonna hear her say, 'cause you're right behind her. Perrin, get the fuck away from me. And I'm gonna hold my action to Radiant Consumption.
Okie dokie. Destiny is panicking. Stay with me a second. Because I need to do maths now.
Sorcerers, man.
Yeah. So she takes a few steps over. And you see this... As she's sort of focusing, she takes a moment as she's running over, and you see she conjures some kind of inky black... I don't want to say like hissing energy, but it sort of gives off like that texture. Which she then launches at the big guy, who has to make a saving throw. And fails with a 7. Need to make sure this is to GM. Holy fuck. Okay. So you watch as this horrible staticky like black energy shoots out from the palm of her hand towards the big guy. And you watch as she basically turns him into dust. And then the energy streaks out to the one next to him and does the same thing. Just basically wipes them from the face of the earth. And that ends her turn. Perrin.
Perrin's gonna go ahead and scoot over one, so he doesn't get hit by that one, but then he's also gonna swing at the one he was already hitting at.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
10 damage.
It had 2 hit points left.
After hitting him, he's gonna got another one right next to him. He's gonna go ahead and take a swing at him.
Mm-hmm.
25.
Yep.
That's 7. I'll go ahead and use my giant mind die for another 2, so 9 damage.
Okay, it is bloodied.
Come on. Stay like that.
Alright, it's the one closest to you. He's gonna give it a go. He tries to bite you again for 17.
Yep, that's my armor class right now.
You take 4 points of damage, and then he's gonna stab you with a spear, or attempt to, with a 21.
Yep.
I need a d8. Can Christ, all those things. You take a grand total of 2 points of damage!
Oh, wow.
From his itty-bitty spear. Rattan, this one's going to try and hit you. For 12? Oh, fuck. I dropped my dice. I'm sorry, Belle. I'll just roll this one. 15. It was a natural 12 or a natural 1, so like, whiff whiff. Mirio looks. She basically watches two things in her face turn to dust. Sees your hand behind her and just lets go of the base of Rax and reaches around and grabs your hand.
And with that, as soon as her hand hits his, Rax casts Thunderstep.
Can you pop the actual spell for me?
Yeah. It's a con save. And it is 2 people, and they're full carrying capacity, and he's basically just gonna like teleport them on top of the table.
Okay, so she's gonna appear right there. And then it was how's the radius? 10-foot radius?
Yeah, I don't know if... Yeah, he didn't... The big guy was still alive, so the hex is still technically on him, so it's just the 11 for the other 2.
He would still hit both of them.
If they fail.
It would be 5 or 6, depending how you cut it.
One of them
if
failed.
They succeed.
It's DC. Yeah, one of them really failed. One of them passed. So one takes the 11. And is still up. And one takes. And is still up. The first one that took the 11 points is bloodied. The one closest to you is not. But she used her action to take your hand and trust you. That one is now gonna be like, what the fuck? Take a step forward. And because you're the one that cast it, he's gonna try and hit you. So first of all, he's gonna try and bite you. For... Yes? You said... were you saying stop to me?
No, I said fair cop.
11?
Nope.
15.
Just hits.
You take 9 points of damage as it stabs a spear into your ribs. That is all it can do on its turn. This one, odds or evens, Rex?
Odds.
Cool. It's gonna try and hit Miriam. Yep, that one hits. And again. And D8. Cool. For literal minimum damage. Rex, it is now your turn.
The one that attacked him, which I'm assuming is this one.
Yeah.
Normal. Yeah. Shocking grasp.
You hit. And one hit point left.
Fuck, that was my bad. Yeah, it's just the 8.
And 1 hit point left, so you're fine.
Bonus action, he's gonna switch it to the one in front of or next to Rattan.
Okay.
Just 'cause.
Same, the thingy?
Yeah.
It's still strength, yeah?
It's strength.
Okie dokie. Anything else you'd like to do?
That's all he's got.
Rattan!
Alright, she's gonna take her hand off her mask, and she's going to lay into the one that just got attacked.
Oh, please try and lay into it.
I will.
Yep.
Do one of these. Because I don't remember how many hit points this thing had.
That was, yeah, you fucking take it out, and 15 hit points left. Cha-cha.
And then she kind of like looks over her shoulder and is like, and moves over here.
Mhm.
Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to get into a good flanking position, am I? With how things are.
I mean, you can step down onto the bench. Obviously, the stepping up was difficult, and then the stepping down will take again, so.
So 10, 15.
30.
Yeah.
And so you may gain your flank.
Give me that flank.
Go
Natural
for it.
20 now.
Just fucking go for it.
Was that one bloodied or no?
It is not bloodied.
Alright, we're gonna dump a level 1 Divine Smite into it. So that is a total of
Dead.
23 radiant. And
The slashing did it.
Yeah.
Rattan makes this thing pop with radiant energy. Literally, like, blinding light just... Yeah, it's kind of gross. Anything else you'd like to do?
No, because I can't. I used my movement to get over here, so.
I also need to roll a d20. Okay.
Oh no. Oh
That,
no.
that was
Oh,
a 2.
No, it was not.
It was a 2, so we're fine for now. She is going to use her Ray of Frost on the other dude. My chat is not scrolling and I hate it. Wow, they call for damage. It's still standing. But she's okay. Perrin, would you like to mop the floor?
Yeah. Yeah.
Fucking Christ! Roll damage!
Last minute natural 20s.
There's that.
Yeah, you don't even need to roll the other one. I had 6 hit points left. You good,
I did
Chi.
anyways.
If you want to waste a dice roll, go for it.
Just adding my
Oh my
adding my
god.
giant smite. I just
To see how fine of a paste he turns this thing
Yeah.
into.
Rex, you're gonna want to wash the head of that quarterstaff when you get it back.
No, he doesn't say that. He just points at Perrin and he's like, clean that shit when you're done.
I mean, we're probably having to go back through the water most likely, so it won't be that hard.
He puts his hands up. I don't care how. Just clean it when you're done.
I was gonna suck salt water and wounds.
Rattan's
Ugh.
gonna step up and hold
She's
her
like
hands.
wrapping her arms, like she puts her axe to one side and just wraps an arm over her body.
I'm fine. Do you need?
Ow. Please.
You-
I mean, you can save it for everyone else. I'll be fine for another while. But if you'd feel more comfortable, then I'm not gonna say no.
Considering how many things just hit you,
I mean, it's kind of my job.
I'm aware. Like, same.
Behind her, you see Rax just nodding his head like, just do it.
Yeah, like she's fine.
No, not she's fine. Just do it.
Alright. She's going to put. She'll start with 10 points of lay on hands and see where that leaves her. I know it's not much, but
I mean, she wasn't bloodied anyway.
I know, but
So I can't really
I know.
tell you. I
I
can't
know.
really gauge. I can't really. She's fine.
yeah.
Like, she's not falling over, but she's covered in cuts and grazes and bite marks and just like, bits of blood here and there.
Well, I'm gonna try to make a little bit of it better.
Yeah, the salt water's gonna suck.
And
And as you're putting your hands on her, she's like, fine. And she just accepts it.
I'll be gentle.
I like it rough.
She opens her mouth like she's going, like she almost like there's no hesitation. Like she opens her mouth like she's gonna react, and she's like,
So as she starts to reach, like Rattan starts to reach, and Miryu's like, no. Rax is gonna be like, please, just to make me feel better. And then after she likes it rough bit, Rax is just gonna kind of, he's just gonna kind of shrug and be like, yeah, fair.
I will be fine. I'll let you know if it's bad.
I have a bit left for today.
Save it for everyone else.
No, I'm gonna save it for emergencies. Going forward, I'm a little, probably about half tank on my actual Arcana.
Rex, I need you to roll me a disadvantage Arcana check. Never mind. It's fine. I'm gonna reveal the rest of this room for you though, because Rex can see it.
I don't like the fact that it was like roll an Arcana check. Never mind.
Wait.
That shit makes me nervous
Oh.
as fuck.
Your boy has inspiration.
Roll a d20, please, and add your modifier.
It's just a d20.
Okay. You watched Destiny cast a spell in the same way twice. You realize that she was able to split a spell meant for one person in half and instead target two. You don't know how she did it. And she did it both with Ray of Frost and her other spell, which you identify as Necromancy.
Not a spell that I know, but I know it's necromancy.
Yeah, you don't know. You don't have 4th level spells yet, right?
Correct.
Yeah, so you have.
No, I do.
You do? What
I
4th level
have
spell?
Blight, Shadow of Moil.
Okay, you do know the spell then. She cast Blight, and she split it in half. And
Rax
targeted
mentally
2
is
people.
like, hey, that's different than me, but it's got the same fucking effect. Because, like, his is going to be like the glitter that we were talking about. So
yeah,
he's
hers
like,
is
hey, wait a
static.
minute.
It's kind of like iron filings now that I think about a better way to describe it.
Whereas
Yeah.
Rax looks more like glitter. Got it.
Glitter bomb, yeah. You say mentally to her, and she's like, yeah. If you ever dip more into your sorcery, there's ways you can do this too.
He then says, I plan to, after I can get a little bit of training in it, because I've had some with my warlock abilities, but not this new kind, which I'm assuming is sorcery.
It very much looks like it, from what you told me when I helped you. What I will say though is, like, if you actually want to do training, you're more than welcome to join me in mine, but I don't think you have time, so maybe once you're done, you can, like, send a letter, and we can, like, get in touch and put you through some training. Unless, of course, you're going home, and then I suppose they could train you there, and she, like, rambles on, and she recasts the spell of herself, like, to continue talking, because she knows there's a limit.
There's not a limit, so it's even funnier that she casts it a second time if that's how long she goes for.
Yeah.
But after Rax responds, again, it's fully a time constraint, regardless of where I go. But thank you very much for the offer.
Yeah, Well, we should probably, like, be sociable now, so yeah. Also, your girlfriend? She's fucking crazy! That's the one and only time you've heard Destiny swear.
So visually, you guys see Rax kind of go, like, visually off into whatever, but you guys at this point have probably figured out he's having a conversation, just not out loud. And then at what you would assume is towards the end, he just kind of does that, and then, all right, where do we want to go? And he looks behind him towards the rest of the room.
You good?
Yeah, I just talk to people in my head, and he just points at his head.
I mean, same.
This room, now that you're actually getting a good look at it, is a 40-foot tall, 30-foot high room. And very, 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 very long. Like, Rax, you'd have to, like, because of where you are, that's the only reason you can see the end of it.
Mm-hmm.
The large wooden table that most of you are currently standing on is set up like a soldier's mess hall, and is covered in various pieces of rotting, half-eaten meats, fish, bones, soggy vegetables, just a mishmash of various foodstuffs that you've just trod all the way through. The plates, what there were very simple plates, cracked and broken, are now just strewn everywhere. It's basically like you just got up and shoved it out the way with your feet.
Rax did not help with his thunderstep.
Yeah, no, like, literally the bottom end of the table is, like, almost cracked, and all of the shit is just... Just like, not there anymore. Yeah, but it looks like a kind of mess hall for what Rattan and Perrin would definitely know. There are big, thick wooden chests at the end of this room.
Oh, hold on. Rex climbs down, kind of holds a hand up for Mirio. Knows she doesn't need it, but likes to be at least a little bit of a gentleman.
She takes it and uses your
Rattan just
breath
kinda
to
goes,
sit down.
By this time, Perrin, I mean, actually earlier, probably Perrin would have shrunk back down.
She
Yeah.
turns around and she looks at you. Hey. Remember what I said about this?
How far back did you need me to go? I didn't know.
Further!
Rex is chuckling as he
Hold
walks to
on.
this box.
As she's stepping down, with her hand in yours, she does a very good job of acting like a dainty young woman who actually needs his help, and then collapses against him, giggles, and then pushes him away. You're not sure if she actually tripped or not, but it looked like she did.
As she pushes him away, he just kind of uses the momentum and like moves backwards and turns around to head towards the box.
You get over to this wooden box. She follows you over. She avoids the water that's slowly seeping into the room. There's like puddles of it coming through the broken sections of the wall. It looks like it's flowing in slowly.
Rex is gonna... Okay, I did leave him. He takes one of the 2 daggers that he currently has, stabs it into the top, and he's like, does it stand up on its own? He doesn't stab it hard. He more or less just like pokes it, lets go, and then like...
If you're trying to get it into the surface of the chest, you need to put a little bit of force behind it.
He is putting no force behind it. He is seeing, are you sticking or...
So, you do the like, and then it stands for a moment before it falls over.
He picks it up and he's like, it's not sticky like the last one. And he puts his like hands on his, or fists on his hips like, haha, I found out this one is not the same.
Rattan braces Alifira against her arm and just goes, good job.
I didn't have to poke it this time. Rax looks at Miri, who's like, there was a sticky box that bit.
We don't need to
bit
know what's
Rattan,
under your
licked
bed
Rattan? I
back
don't
home,
know.
Rax, and Rattan steps up toward the other chest.
I'm not the one that got licked by the creepy box coffin thing.
Fuck
Rattan.
you. That's her response. Just fuck you.
Destiny's just quietly in the corner like, oh no.
How deep is this water in front of Perrin? Look like this.
On Perrin, it's probably about knee deep.
Okay, I'm gonna go put the end of the quarterstaff in that has the stuff and kind of swish it around.
Yeah, you swish around the quarterstaff in the water. It's like
Good
Perrin's
idea.
playing with a muddy puddle.
Rax hears the
Whatever
swishing,
gets you
looks
out of
back,
trouble.
sees Perrin next to where the swishing is coming from, and goes, thank you. So after the testing and then Perrin swishing, Rax is gonna open the box if he can.
Cool. Yeah, you can open it. It's not locked. You see a collection of, like, it looks like fish bones and, like, rib bones. Like, just, like, the leftovers of whatever meat had originally been on them. As if they've just discarded the ends of their meals in this box.
He looks back at the table, looks at the box that he's in front of. He was like, oddly clean for... I mean, I don't really know fish people, but I mean... He just shrugs.
They kind of live here, don't they? Like, if they've got, like, a food place, and you think they'd live here, right? So then you wouldn't want your waste where you're eating. It's like you don't.
I
lick a
wouldn't,
toilet
but I
bowl.
don't know how they live. But apparently they live better, so good on them, I guess.
Pretend gonna put her hands like, hey, not judging. She's just waiting to see what happens with his chest before she does anything with the other one.
That is the extent of what happens with his chest. He just looks over at you. After he opens it, looks, and goes, eh. He takes a step closer, stabs a dagger in the top of it. Does it stand up?
She seems distracted at present.
It doesn't. It does exactly the same thing again.
It's not sticky.
Miri walks up to your rattan and clicks in your face.
Sorry. And she's gonna lean down and flip the lid open.
And what you find is an assortment of rotten fruits and vegetables. It's gross and squishy and smelly and soggy.
Rax looks over at Miryu and like side eye at Perrin. He's like, and they compost. Good for them.
I'm not entirely sure that was the intention of putting these in. Never mind.
Rax's smirk gives away the fact that he's probably being sarcastic.
Yeah, until she looked at you, she thought you were being serious. Obviously, now that you're closer, you can all see the assortment of rusting stoves and what looks to be like a coal pit oven on the far end of the room. And also partially collapsed walls, which are also letting in water.
Rax slinks by Rattan, makes his walk over to here, and he starts like poking at the rocks to see if they're actually rocks.
They're rocks, and you disturb them, and the water flows a little bit faster.
Moves over here and does the same exact thing.
It doesn't change the flow any, but it definitely
He is confirming that it is an actual rock wall and not a fake rock wall like he had currently climbed through before. And he's not gonna just like investigate it, he's just gonna poke it. They're not fake rock walls or rocks, so plus side from the last place.
Well, that's good. We don't have to deal with hidden walls. Yes, no hidden walls. Yes.
Rax just nods like, yes, no hidden walls. Hello.
Steps out of your way.
Rax goes and splashes in the puddle.
That's all I'm imagining. With, like, the
That's what he
floppy arms
does.
And everything.
Except that's not what he does because he actually just head down into the water and looks.
So the water is like ankle deep.
I was assuming it was like further than
No,
that.
no,
'Cause
no.
Perrin walked to
Perrin
like
was in it,
here.
and it was knee. Perrin was like knee deep in it though. For you, it's like somewhere between your knees and your ankles because you are taller than him.
Right, but I thought it was just because he was here, and then Rax walked all the way forward.
No.
Okay.
No.
So then, no,
it's
he doesn't
like
do that. He's like walks in and he's like judging the depth of it to see if there's.
Mario kicks water at you.
He just shrugs. I'm already fucking soaked.
I'm well aware, but if you're going to continue splashing in puddles, there's a big one down the hallway.
It has other pathways to go down.
He
I know,
uses
isn't it exciting?
control water and splashes her and Perrin because he can.
she laughs and like she starts to laugh and then she goes, ow, 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 not nice, not nice, not nice, mean! You asshole! Come on, I just took how many fucking spears and tridents to the body and you decide to splash me with salt water? Here, I thought you were a gentleman.
Yeah, chivalry is dead. Walks over and gives Miriu like the there pat.
And she winces initially.
Right, let's get going, please.
Lead the way, Miss Soldier.
Call me that.
Oh, aren't you a soldier anymore?
I am, but don't call me that.
Okay. And here I thought religion was the only problem. Rag, she's gonna lean over to you and speak to you in Draconic.
God.
You know, if she can talk to Lady in her head and the way that she's reacting just now, do you think they're like...
They're sexting.
Yeah, mentally having sex right now, given the fact
Oh.
that she's zoomed it and the faces she's making?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so how come she gets to give us shit at the breakfast table for me exciting you and then she gets to have sex in her brain? Can we do that? That would be a completely new type of foreplay.
I don't know if it's anything besides just words. And I can do that to an extent. So... I don't know, let me know.
Sure. Surprise me. They have a conversation in a language you do not
That's
understand.
fine, I've done it before.
Are you heading
Turn
back to the
ahead.
main room?
Yep.
Let me group you all up.
I figured that would be easier, that's why I took my hand off the mouse.
As
Yeah.
Rax walks by Perrin towards like the rest of the group, he just kind of mutters, I meant mostly underwater, but thank you regardless.
I tried to follow, but bigger size wouldn't work very well trying to pass by that big guy.
He just
Alright, I had him handled. Everyone who heads into this water, it stings like a bitch. For everyone other than Destiny, who did not get hit.
Rattan puts the hood back up before she goes under.
There's like grumbles of pain from Miriu, who's just like spewing bubbles from her face the entire time she's swimming, and she is not happy.
Rattan's gonna turn around and go, eh? Eh.
Rax gestures in this direction and shrugs.
Okay.
And then you get in your head what's over there. If you had already visited that one, I don't remember
I
if you did. Okay.
She said same thing. Same thing as the other one.
Yeah, they're both things that lead up.
So, up we go.
Cool.
Yep.
So, hallway are we in? Woohoo! You go up about 100 feet into this tunnel before you hit the surface of the water. You break through the surface, and there is 5-foot room above your head, and you come to what looks like the end of a hallway, which Rax had already said was like a ledge, but you end up realizing you're in a hallway that is partially collapsed, and the roof is now slanted upwards towards the 10-foot height. So basically, you've got 5 foot above you, it stretches up to 10 foot. It's 10 foot wide, 10 foot high hallway.
Okay.
I don't know who is next to Rattan going up there.
Rax is still using Perrin as a meat shield because he seemed to like accept the fact that that was his current role,
He has accepted his fate.
more or less. And at this point, it's like I'm not even really like forcing you. I'm just helping you along, but this is what you've accepted, so.
You have accepted your fate.
This is
okay.
your current lot in life.
Uh-huh.
Embrace it.
From what you see, it looks like another hallway that continues on outside your vision, both Ratana and Perrin. And it's a very soggy looking, slippery hallway, as in, at one point or another, there was water in here. Not far away from where you pop your head up, there is another of those doors. Rex is the only one that will be able to see its color. It's another pale white metal door. And then it looks just further along the hallway, there is a small, what looks to be like, corner that turns down to the south again. You don't see where it leads. The hallway extends beyond your vision.
I'm gonna heft myself up and crawl into the hallway.
Oh, you do so?
I'd like to be cool about it, but when you're carrying as much weight as Rattan is and you're in chainmail, it's just
It's like the stomach crawl forward and then like
yeah,
the
and
knee.
then you stand up. Like once you actually like are like you have your knees on the ground.
It's really
then you
not
stand
graceful.
Up. It's not.
If you think that's bad though, try doing it with just one arm, like Perrin does.
I mean, the good news is that Rattan is. She's got a lovely figure, and you know.
Nice view from Miri, who's behind you.
Also,
Doing
Rax
battle
is
boom
like
shorts.
half helping you up, Perrin, because he understands, yeah, you got one arm, I'll be nice.
It's like, hey! You all managed to get up and over this ledge easy enough.
As Rax is climbing up, he does mention to Rattan, you probably could have like swam down and then like skyrocketed out of the water. I'm assuming you can go fast enough with that, right?
I'm more of a brute strength, not a graceful.
Swan.
Yeah.
I mean, I could fucking try it just to see.
Rex, you will hit your head, knock yourself unconscious, and sink to the bottom. It's only a 5-foot gap.
What she said.
I can still
Why don't you
breathe
try-
underwater for now, so we're fine.
Why don't you try it when we're in the actual open ocean, and then you can look like a dolphin?
He like rolls his eyes and says, fine.
Instead of trying to be a mermaid in the bathtub.
Alligator.
Whatever. So yeah, you're now in a soggy, slimy-looking hallway. You can tell she's fucking around with him.
I know, but she's still like,
Rex, you can see the end of this hallway. It goes for about 100 feet before it turns to the north. And what would you like to do?
Open my fucking snack is what I'd like to do.
So you said
But I
there's a
will
door
continue
here
down the hallway.
Yep.
and a turn
Oh, there's a door
here.
right here. Okay.
Yeah.
Rax just
And then
like
there's-
gestures at the door right next to us and he goes, well, it's
I will
right
check
here.
the door.
Sure, you can check the door.
Loot the hallway.
The hallway.
Anyone want to help me with this? I'm kind of.
Mary was currently like wringing out her hair and grumbling in the background. She's not interested.
Yeah.
I can help you out with it.
Thanks.
Doesn't look to be trapped or locked. The big heavy metal door.
Do this one, or do we want to keep checking first?
Rex just shrugs and says, I'm just take it as they come.
Yeah, I'm over this place too. Opens the door.
Alright. You open the door. And you see a hallway that stretches 10 foot wide, 10 foot high. 30 foot to another doorway.
Why do we keep finding places that have so many fucking hallways?
And then turning the edge to the west.
She says that.
At least, well, at the moment, we haven't found doorways that teleport us to different doorways.
Why would you say that?
Flicks his armor.
God damn all these fucking doors.
That's Wither, not Rattan.
You've had... Sorry, I'm counting for your vision, for you peeking down the hallway. You can see down the hall. No, it's okay. It's a problem with having people with two different lens of vision. You look down the hallway and you see that there is another door. It looks like it might be a double door, but it's on the edge of your vision. You can't see the end of the hallway. I want it to be known that you are currently moving at half speed to try not to fall on your ass, because it is slippy as fuck in here.
That's fair.
Good to
And
know.
having wet shoes never helps with that. And she just kind of goes, door, another door. I'm so happy when I don't have to see any more of these doors.
Dan, the door in front of you has the same marking as the one you saw outside the dining room.
Slowly move up to this door.
Listen, checking for traps and all that good shit.
You can roll a perception check.
And because
That's
I'm a
not so good.
jerk, Rex is peeking down the rest of the hallway.
Rattan, it looks like a really well-made, really heavy metal door. Doesn't seem like there's any sound coming out of it. Rex, you can see the double door that was out the edge of Rattan's vision, and also the end of the hallway, which looks like it's collapsed and water is coming through it.
She's like listening and checking the door. And it's a door. I don't know.
Rax points down the hallway and he says, "It's collapsed and wet because we're underwater."
Miriam's giggling.
I feel like all of us are done with this place. And she's just gonna keep walking down the hallway to the other door.
Okay, walk down the hallway to the other door.
Rax following
At
goes.
half speed so she doesn't eat shit.
Rax following behind just goes, "And we just got here."
Hopefully we can leave soon.
Wouldn't that be
Check.
nice?
Check this door.
Okay, you may
Yes,
check this
indeed. I
door.
can think of a lot of other things I'd rather be doing.
I'm sure you can. That's Miri.
I can make a list of things we did yesterday that I'd rather be doing
Long list.
today. Yeah, it is.
Cheesecake, toy shop, the Richie toy shop before you. And as you're checking, she's just like rambling off a list of
I
stores
can't
that they went to.
focus.
Yeah, it's another door.
The list distracted you.
Yep.
The dresser, the bathroom, bed. She just keeps talking. Ratana looks like a door.
She gets like halfway through, like she's checking the door, and Mirio has distracted her to such a fucking high level. She's like, it's a door. It's a door. Like, she just gives up halfway through it because she's like, no.
So do you just like put your ears doors and not open them anymore? Is that how this is going?
Well, I didn't know.
You know what? Fine. Open
Do we
the door.
have to do the double?
Did you want to do the double? Did I? Do
Too late.
you want me to do it from now on?
She kind of shrugs.
I'm sorry, I'm impatient.
Yeah, so you see into this room. And as you push open the door, the metal scratches on the floor and just like nails in a chalkboard and echoes through the hallways. Yeah, it's awful. And from what you see when you look in this, a very broad sense of what could be considered a weapon storage. It's a 50-foot wide, 40-foot tall, 20-foot high room that is white. That has white colored stone walls, floor to ceiling. It's just white stone and floor wall. It's white stone floors and walls. Words are hard. In the southeast corner, it's collapsed with a small amount of water that's coming in, and literally, apart from the first 5 feet in this door, you can just see a sea of different weapons of varying degrees of quality, length, shape, style, you name it. What does catch your attention as well is the fact that the outer walls of this room are lined with ship cannons and harpoons. Almost as if they've been positioned to hold the wall up. But just in the middle is just this mess of, and we're not just talking like handheld weapons, we're talking like ship weapons. So
like
anything,
there's parts of ships in here holding the wall up?
it's mostly cannons and harpoons, but it's like basically wrecks of ships have just been smooshed to the side, and then everything else in the middle is weaponry.
Oh, okay.
Which
like you
direction,
originated to like the
though?
walls were like coming in, like collapsing
Yeah,
and shit.
pretty much. Like they're all cracked. It looks like they've been put as a haphazard brace.
Right.
Which direction are these cannons and harpoon guns and all that stuff pointed? Is it pointed out or is it pointed
Yeah,
in?
it's pointed out the way. The like,
Okay.
there's a litter of like the cannonballs and harpoons in the weapons like pile. None of them look loaded.
Okay.
There's nothing really screaming "ooh, shiny" to any of you, but just the sheer amount of weapons in here is just like fascinating, really.
Yeah, Ratandus gives a really low whistle.
It really looks like if you walked in here, it would be like the most dangerous walk of your life. Like, you would be stabbed in whatever direction.
Wow.
It's literally, it looks like a teen who's hid their shit from their mom when they've been told to, to
Right.
clean their room and just close
Right.
the door and hope for the best.
Right.
Yeah.
Shoved it all in the closet and hoped for the
Yeah,
best.
just like... Yeah, that's exactly what this looks
I
like.
never did that.
Neither did I. Not once. Yes, meow, are you
No,
lost? Are you
totally
calling me out my
didn't do
life?
that.
Yeah, no, me either. I was a responsible young
Yes,
woman.
I never did that.
I didn't have a walk-in cupboard that you couldn't walk into.
Yeah, so Ratandus sees the weapons, gives a low whistle, and is like, well, nothing's jumping out at me. And nothing's jumping out at me. So,
As soon as she says that, Rax starts making his way back this way.
Then the other door.
Well, I mean,
and she moves to the other side, and she kind of like puts her hand on the door and then goes,
He stopped where he is
oh, she's
now,
doing
and
this
he's
to
like,
mirror you.
oh.
considering the noise this last one just made, and she she braces her shoulder on it, and you push it, and it makes the god awful noise again.
The whole time.
The whole time, you see another hallway. Yay!
This place.
It looks like it splits off, and at the end of it, you see what is pooling water. You don't know how deep it goes because you can't see around the corner.
I hate this place. She says that.
Yeah, I'm not exactly a fan of being submerged in salt water covered in battle wounds either, but I just don't like being underwater in general.
Me the same.
It does nothing for my hair.
No. Never does. Well, let's fuck off.
Like, back this way, or do you want to check the stuff behind us?
Yeah, she's saying like backtrack and check the other doors that we found first.
Okie dokie. Destiny's kind of like obediently and quietly following behind you. She's not saying a thing. If anything, you can see her like deliberately, very carefully stepping so she doesn't eat shit. She's like looking at her feet.
Ratan's kind of doing the same because, like, y'all saw Ratan fall when she was ice skating. Like, no one wants to see that again.
Mary will assist.
Thank you.
It's a door.
I'm so tired of rolling garbage perception tonight. Puts her hand on the door.
Yeah, Mary is bracing as well, shoulder bracing the door. You open the door into a very interesting room. The room is 50 feet wide and 55 feet tall, and from where you are, on the actual flooring to the ceiling, is 10 feet high. The water in the middle, however, looks like it is a deeper pool, as the water that is running in from the broken section of wall hits it and is making ripples that suggest the water is deep. It's an oddly calming sound to this otherwise silent room. And then you start seeing bubbles on the surface of the water. Some about here, some about here, some about here, and some about here. And that is where we will pick up session next week.
We're not gonna give Rax enough time to just throw one of the lightning bottles and just let's try it.
You can try it next
No,
week
sure.
if
Make
your
a note for it
initiative is
next time.
if your initiative is high enough.
That was me being sarcastic. He's not actually gonna do it.
I want you to look at this goober. Who is
Aw.
just sprawled. She has knocked over all my dice like 4 times. But that is fine because
Only
she
4?
is cute.
Wow, that's not that bad.
One of mine over here.
4 times is the break. No. I don't know.
Aw.
I don't
That's
know
Toby.
where
I have a dog under my desk. I can't show you guys.
I have no idea where Shitlord is, but I can get her.
I'm probably just calling her shitlord now.
She's being an absolute shit. Recently. Chico. Exactly, where are you? Are you sleeping in the chair? In the chair. That or in my bed. One of the two, because left the bedroom door open. Yeah, they're the beef ones. Apparently. They all look the same to me.
Treats or
Wait,
treats
yeah.
or treats.
Mm-hmm. She's not even... Look at that. She's not even moving.
I'm tired. Leave me alone.
There she goes. Yeah, good session tonight, guys.
Yay. Interesting stuff.
Yeah. Welcome to Underwater Dungeon.
Fucking hate it.
There's water everywhere.
Hi, there you are. Would you like some now that you showed your
Wither
face?
actually hates it. Wither's okay, but Wither actually hates it.
I'm trying not to make it too shitty for you.
Right, but like here's the thing, like for me it's mostly like the actual visual simulation,
Mm-hmm.
not so much the descriptions. My problem is like the couple of times that I was like, ugh, with the heebie-jeebies earlier was because I was visualizing because I'm a piece of shit.
Yeah, I mean, that sounds like a
That
you
wasn't
problem.
your fault. You were like, yeah, it just is really dark and you can't see the bottom, and I was like, oh no. But I'm fine. I just don't like it.
When I was making this, I was trying to make like as little underwater parts as possible while also making it realistic.
Right.
And I was like, oh, you know, this is gonna be an interesting thing for them because it's like not a traditional dungeon. And yeah, I tried.
Yup. And Rattan is not built for water combat on any fucking level.
Yeah, none of you really are.
Big, sweepy, draggy weapon.
I was just happy that I didn't just completely lose my ability to cast spells, I'm gonna be honest.
So I was looking up water combat earlier because I was
Mhm.
like, shit, I'm gonna have to deal with this tonight, so I should
Uh-huh.
refresh myself. It says nothing about spells, so I improvised.
Oh
I
Well,
am
he can
completely
technically
okay
breathe
with your
underwater, so, you know,
improvisation.
here's the thing, he can breathe, which means he can technically go. It doesn't matter if you can't understand the word that he's still saying the word.
Well, I was saying the way that you guys would have heard his like underwater speaking would have been like, you know, when you yell at your friends underwater when you're younger
Yep.
and you're trying to speak. That's
Yep.
basically what you hear, but you can understand it.
Yeah.
So it's like that, like water in your ears, like muffled kind of.
Ugh.
Yeah.
God, that
Thank you
fucking
for saying
message cantrip is worth its weight in fucking gold multiple times over
Always
at this
is.
point.
Message is such
People-
an underrated
People
cantrip.
always say that it's
It
such a
is.
shit spell, and it's not.
Yeah, Rax gets like information that you guys have no fucking idea about. He can make sure you can all hear him underwater so that we confirm that everybody's okay. It's just a fucking utility spell and a half, and I love it.
It's great. It's great. Mm-hmm. Oh, fuck.
Ah. We got dinner and breakfast in Moncade.
We did.
You got more than that.
Oh, yes.
We did.
We did. We always get more than that in Moncade.
I hate, but I hate. I was saying to Sam earlier this morning, I was like, I don't know how I used to do every week. But then he made a good point. It was like, you weren't working at the time. I was like, fair
Right.
enough. Fair cop.
That is the only way that I think
It's
would
literally
be
it.
manageable by any
literally it.
extent.
It's literally it. Like, if you have nothing else to do except this, that's why it's manageable.
Peep, peep, peep.
And that's
And
why
man,
yeah.
I wrote these notes for this dungeon when I was sitting there. I was like, yeah, that will be fine. And then when we went in, I was like, of course they went like ass backwards and went from the bottom to the top. Of course they did. I'm gonna remove the doors that you opened if I can.
What? I went the route that I found and I was told to go in.
I get to remove the doors that you have opened.
What do you want from me?
Do you guys want to roll initiative now, or do you want to just wait?
Could do it now. I feel like my initiative rolls have been pissed tonight.
Roll low so that I actually have a target.
Well,
Good enough.
I can still roll lower.
Good, my meat shield gets to go in front of me.
Hey! There you go, I rolled lower. Not by much, but here I am.
Only by the dexterity breaking.
Absolutely right. Players always do the exact opposite of what you think they're gonna do.
Yep. I mean, to be fair, like, you've done that in every dungeon I've presented
Yeah.
you with, so I should just write them backwards now.
But you're gonna do that, then we're gonna do them right way round.
Oh, I know.
But
Holy
again,
fucking shit.
I went into the fucking place, the route that I found, and that I was told to go into. What do you want from me?
You see that initiative roll from Destiny? Mm-mm. That do be kind of hot, though.
Killing it.
4.14.
Yeah. Uh-huh, that's a 2.
Killing it.
Me you sitting up there with a 13,
Get it.
which was an advantage roll, I have you know.
Also, fuck you some for that message in Moncade.
Moncade was good today.
Moncade is fun.
Moncade is a place. You know why they say what happens in Bliss stays in Bliss?
That's why.
Yeah.
That's
I
the
don't know.
exact reason why.
I don't know what it is about Moncade, but you'll always get freaky. Always.
I don't know, maybe it's the fact that, like, our first introduction to it was like, hey, go to this brothel and meet some people, and we were like, alright, brothel, sex time. And now it's, like, hardwired into our brains, like, Moncade equals sex.
One of you got a girlfriend, one of you got engaged, one of you got absolutely fucking destroyed, and the other one is... helpless.
Oh.
And I'm not talking about Perrin.
I was telling some after I revealed the whole chase thing. I was like, I got that message last night in my RP, and I had to send Zoe a fucking Snapchat because I couldn't fucking breathe, and I needed a fucking minute to respond to that shit. And then I had to read it a second time because I was like, wait a minute, am I just being... There's no way that... Nope, there it is. Read that right the first time.
I am both terrified and excited for you guys to meet Chance. Because not only do I have to roleplay him, but I have Miriam and Destiny there potentially when he arrives, if he arrives.
If!
We don't know! Well, I know, but you guys don't know.
If!
Hi, baby! What are you doing? That's the map. Stop. You've already scratched the ever-living shit out of that map. Please, refrain. I know you like lying on it. I know you like lying on it, but I would really rather you did.
It was quite funny because when I was in Secrets with Thumb earlier, and he was asking me questions about like the distance from one place to another. And just as he asked, Belle knocked the map down from the storage I have under my desk. Like, just as, because I was gonna look at it for reference.
Right here!
And she was just like, she fell out of the box, clinging on to the map. And I was like, cool, thanks, awesome, I needed that. And she was just looking at me and like, help, I fell! And I'm like, thank you!
She's like, you asshole!
Like, cool, are you fine? Yeah, good, awesome. See you later.
Scratch the ever-living shit out of my map. It's okay.
I'm gonna be honest, I totally forget what the message that Rex sent you was.
I don't know if it was in secrets or not, so I'm just gonna message it to you.
That works for me. I just say a lot of shitlord things as Rex, and
yeah, you were straight up shitlord tonight.
Oh yeah, it was bad.
Like straight up shitlord.
Yeah, I remember that. That was good.
It was money.
Speaking of money, I was sitting here going, you guys are gonna do what to the bag of holding?
Well, like, Wither knows, Rattan doesn't, so I have to sit there in agony going, I don't know how this works. Yes, I do.
And I was saying that, like, well, Destiny knows what a bag of holding is, and she also knows that's a bag of holding. Yep. So she's like, I'm waiting for you to give context clues for her.
With the bag of holding, I said that it was full of money, because I had told one of our other players who's on a break right now to fill it. And we were gonna take anything that we didn't want to get destroyed in the water and put it into the bag of holding so it wouldn't get destroyed, it wouldn't get wet. And we didn't understand that if you overfill a bag of holding, bad things happen. Thankfully, one of our NPCs was like, wait, it's full? And Rattan was like, yeah, no, it's full. And she goes, don't put anything else in it.
Please don't put anything else inside it.
So, that could have been interesting.
Yeah, Can you imagine how this session would have gone if you had put something inside it?
Would have been like 52 pickup, but like way worse.
Way worse.
Yeah, everything you have, like, get lost in the astral plane, you're fine,
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah.
Like, oh yeah, you know, just bury it in sand or carry it and gets wet, water damage, or getting everything in that bag lost in the astral plane. You're fine. Whatever. Do what you like.
Yeah.
Girls, I know I didn't take notes tonight, but that
She
doesn't
strikes me as Destiny gives me the energy of like a consultant that no one actually fucking listens to her. So why the fuck are you paying her or asking her for her consultation and advice? She's like, yeah, I mean, you shouldn't do that, but you know, fuck if I know. Like, why am I even here? Like, this is the energy she gives me. It's like, yeah, don't do that, but you're not gonna fucking listen to me anyway, so I mean, whatever. What kind of bad things? Like,
jerk.
okay.
Your dog's being jerk off. Sorry.
I have to go get her outside and get her to bed and stuff.
Bye.
Yeah.
See ya.
Bad things, like all of our money getting shunted into the astral sea.
Enough, ladies. That's my notebook, and I know I didn't use it, but that doesn't mean you can eat it. I can also put away the player's handbook now that I don't need the wild magic tool.
Yay!
I was sitting here like every time you cast the books. What?
Oh, jeez. The wild magic thing.
Yes! Uh-huh! That was very
Roll a
close.
d20, I felt my stomach go out my ass.
That was very, very close. 2 and 2, 3, 4,
Did you
5,
watch
6.
it roll from the 20 to the 2?
I watched it land on, like, the 2 and was like, okay, that's fine. Everything's fine. We're okay. Because I rolled it was my blue one that usually gives me the 20s that was dropping the 1s tonight. And I said to Sam, I was like, hey, so I'm going to use the blue dice when she casts a spell. And he goes, fucking what? I'm like, yeah, I'm going to use the blue one. The one that's been rolling the ones. See what happened. Yeah. Oh shit, sorry.
Throwing dice at your cats.
No, throwing dice at the desk because I missed the dice bag.
Okay, well we will be back in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Thankfully, because
We are
I'm getting...
every other week. We only did 2 weeks in a row because we were doing a makeup session.
Yep. What?
But 2 weeks, which is what?
15th. 15th is next week, so this is Wither's turn next week. Next session.
Yeah, that's the one shot you guys are gonna do.
Oh shit.
Because I am gonna somewhere
See?
northern
I
New
forgot about that.
Hampshire.
You're gonna be a douche and leave us. Persephone, enough!
I
Child.
forgot about that.
Yep.
How dare you not play D&D? You know, I actually needed so many dice this week that I had to go into, like, my normal dice.
Yeah, so I'm not gonna be here next time, and you guys are gonna have a one shot, and yeah. Should be
Yeah, I
interesting.
gotta
I need to
figure
make
out
a
what I'm gonna do about
character.
that. Oh god.
I need to make a character, but it also means I don't have to prep next week!
I just gotta, yeah.
I get a week. I get a week
I know
off!
that I know that I'm closing on I'm refinancing my house and shit, so I'm
Fuck!
doing that on Wednesday.
I'm at work
then-
Tuesday till Saturday, so you're all good, and then I'm away for the weekend, so.
Yeah, and then I got some other
Fuck.
shit going on, so I'll let you guys know,
Yep, yeah.
because I totally blanked on what date that was.
I did until literally 2 seconds ago, and I was like, wait,
Yep.
14 plus 22 is 30 something,
Yep.
and that's not how many days in a month.
Nope.
Oh, you did
So
math.
I will-
I did.
I will see what my real life is looking like. And I will try to throw something together. It may not be our full length sessions, simply because, you know, it is a one shot and things can be unpredictable with those. They either get done in an hour, they end up becoming a 2-shot. I also have to see who else all gonna be present. I don't know if Keeper's gonna be available for it or if Keeper's gonna want to do it, but
Even if you
We'll
want to
see.
drag in a couple of the other
we'll
familiar
see.
faces from the
Yeah,
cast.
we'll see.
Just keep an eye out on the D&D
Yes.
or OCD&D
which-
Twitter at the very least.
Let me. Did not add that one yet. Wait, yes, I
I'll
did.
make sure to try my best to go on and make sure I'm hosting at the very
Yeah.
least.
So like I said, I will see if I can Some is not going to be present for our next session, which would be on the 5th. And I said that I would attempt to run a one-shot for the people who will be present on that
If
day.
possible. If not, then we'll just be on
Yeah.
a little break, which is
Right.
fine.
It happens. I'll do my best for that. If you would like to keep updated on that, I have posted the brand new Organized Chaos D&D Twitter account. We're doing all of our updates for the game through that now instead of, 15 of us doing our own individual updates and tweets and stuff. It's all in one consolidated
God, could
place.
you imagine running a game for 15 players?
Oh, I'd vomit.
Fucking Christ.
I have a hard time with 5. But go there, follow that page. You'll get updates about this game on that page. You'll also get some in-character tweets from various NPCs, members of the cast, things like that.
It's not just me tweeting at myself, it is actually a co-owned Twitter, so, like...
That is run by the cast, so...
Ta-da!
If you see multiple tweets in a thread, it's because multiple characters are actually, multiple people are being in character on the page.
Yeah. It's just fun to keep us in.
Right.
Feeling.
I know some has to wait a couple of days, but his VODs will end up being on YouTube. So
Or,
if you'd
a
like
week.
Huh?
I want to say I posted that yesterday morning, and then it just didn't go through. I don't know if I didn't hit save or something on YouTube to, like, make it public, but it just didn't go up, and I was like, okay, asshole. And then I redid it, like, when I got the...
I was Snapchatting him all week, like, hey, Some,
Yeah.
hey, Some, yo, what's up? Where the fuck's the VOD?
Yeah, I was...
So, you can check the ones from Rax's perspective in the link that I just posted, and then the ones from mine are obviously down below on my page in my collections.
I will initiate the thing now, so that way when I get reminded I can just do it on my phone as opposed to, like...
Yep.
I'll make sure to transfer it when I get home and then probably forget.
Probably not.
Yeah. Actually, I can probably
You know-
schedule it right now.
What would be fucking great is if I could sext you guys this couple of weeks, because we'd have time to do the RP.
Yeah, pretty
Hey,
much.
I'm down for filling in gaps.
No.
Giggity.
That's his job.
Technically, you would be filling in gaps. I would be having gaps filled.
Yeah. I mean, I get it from both sides.
Yeah,
Sorry! Sorry! It was like perfect opportunity to make that joke.
That one was fucking lobbed right into your lap.
I was like,
I am glad
Like
you
an
took
alley-oop,
advantage of it.
Like, right there.
You know what's really funny is that I RP'd 2 men this week. So RPing with some was so difficult because I had to change everything to a feminine perspective.
Yeah, that was...
Usually it's the other way around, and it's fine, because Ladier takes a lot of my attention and energy. But then I had Chase, who is a completely fucking different zone. And then I had Miri, who was just filth.
Not
So,
just
yeah.
normal filth, like unfiltered filth.
Yeah, proper fucking kinky shit. Like, oh boy.
Oh,
Although-
look at me.
What's really funny is, like, the whole fucking Rex in a bath pretending to be a mermaid.
Alligator. He is a lizard. He knows his limits.
But what's really funny is I said to Wither, like, late one night before that session even happened, where you said,
She
like,
started cackling and she goes, Rex is a crocodile.
and Wither was like, what? And I was like, don't worry, it's 4
Well,
a.m.
it was like 2 in the morning for me, and I was like, what? Like, I was sitting on my couch, tired as fuck, and she goes, Rex is a crocodile, and I went, what? And she goes, with the cloak, and I went, oh yeah.
I want you guys to
Really
know
out of
I'm
context
pretty
at 2
sure
a.m..
the mini that I made of Rax, the head that he uses is potentially the crocodile one, and I don't remember, so I'm gonna check
Oh no.
because that would be fucking hilarious.
Oh no.
Nope, it's ridged. There is a crocodilian one that is right next to it, but
Oh, it's ridged.
it's
huh?
creepier. Yeah, it is.
Hey,
Ridged
he
for
has
her pleasure.
He has scales.
Nope, 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 nope,
You
nope, not
you
asking
say
that
this
question.
after
Not
a
asking
week
that
of
question.
we're
Not
already
asking
on.
that question.
We told you it was already pure filth the past week.
No,
so...
I know, but I'm not. No, the question that no.
You're,
You know what's worse?
you're teeing this up. We're like, are you sure this is where you want to go?
What's worse is it was tame filth.
Mm-hmm. It was. Oh shit! We need to finish this RP before session Sunday.
Right. My problem is that mine was, like you said, it required a lot of attention.
Yep.
Yep. It was not filth.
Not all of it was filth. There was filth in there.
Yeah, but I would say that that was pretty.
He was filthier than usual. I just didn't, go into details. I let your imagination roam. You're welcome.
For both of your information, I did finish the whole thing.
Oh my god.
That explains why you were so sassy.
Right.
Yeah, that's fair. Well, I mean, it was over the course of 5 hours, so it's really not going to have that much of it.
When was the last time you had proper food?
Don't ask me that question.
Aha!
Okay, well,
Persephone, I'm not referring to you. That's why you're a shitlord.
right.
That would actually explain it.
Like, Leodur is Leodur and does not have to apparently have breakfast to be drinking wine at 6 in the morning. You probably should be eating something before you have a growler full of mead.
That's true.
Yeah, you should be having something to eat anyway. Regardless of what your beverage of choice is in the evening. What?
I mean, you should. You should be eating on a regular schedule. But yes, if you are going to drink, make sure you have food in your system. Unless
Yeah,
it's
that's probably a
then
good
rules
idea.
don't apply to you.
Leodur doesn't get drunk.
No.
It's great.
Does it just, like, burn off inside of his system, or I'm genuinely
Nobody
curious?
knows.
I don't even know that.
Interesting.
That's not like a question I feel like Rattan would have ever had. It would just be like, okay.
Rax
It's
wouldn't
just
have
one
it
of the-
currently.
It's just one of those things.
Eventually, as probably
Right.
at some point, Rax will try and get him drunk. And then when it
I
doesn't
cannot wait
work,
for that. I cannot wait for that.
Rax is like head down on the table. How are you not gone?
I mean, I can be. It's as easy as walking out the door.
You know what I meant.
Do I? Do I really? He pushes another glass of whatever you've been drinking from the table.
Rax drinks the whole thing and says yes.
And proceeds to
man.
pass out from alcohol poisoning.
And Rattan does not help
Hey,
me back.
I mean, Leodur would ask you because he basically poisoned Rax.
That's
And Rax is resistant to poison.
I feel like that would be one of the few times that he would actually say, like, no, like, can you actually help?
Yeah, it's like, I know, like, oh god, some of
I'm
those
all
dreams.
about leaving
Yeah.
them to suffer, but this time can you actually help? Because this is my fault.
Yeah, you're right. Some of those tweets are great, and they will continue to be
Yep.
great.
Yep.
Yep. Mhm.
Yup, yup, yup.
Mhm.
I cannot wait until you try to get him drunk.
Oh, I can't either. Like, I know, obviously, I'm
The question isn't when, it's where.
Yes, that is true.
I mean, it's both a question, because it's like, when are we going to be able to do this? And then also,
I have a feeling
where
some
is Rax
shit's
gonna
hit the
try?
fan in Marinalac.
I was going to say, you do realize that Mario is planning a pub crawl.
Yes.
well aware.
Like, I'm
Wholly on
I'm
board,
sitting here
too.
going, we're a couple weeks, potentially, from Marinalac, and I'm sitting here going,
As your DM, I'm doing the same. Because I have to populate these bars.
I'm sorry, okay?
Why are you sorry?
No, I'm sorry that I'm who I am.
interested.
Yeah. But no.
Invested in the story.
Sorry, but not sorry. I still love that running gag. Oh no, she followed the plot line that I deliberately long conned her into. Now what do I do?
Oop. My bad. Oh, so you guys have been following a breadcrumb trail of all these things that lead to...
Just going on Monday morning, there'll be like 3 people. Friday till Monday.
Nope. Well, yeah, Friday till not sober. Friday till Monday. Monday, there's a spring ball coming. Do you know how populated the tourist district's gonna be?
Yeah, so that's the problem. So to explain this to those of you who haven't been able to tune in, we are heading to this city called Marinelec, which is where my character Rattan is from, because there is a spring ball happening where all 3 of the Western Kings are coming together to meet and talk, and I've been asked to be back home for that, because my character is one of standing. And yeah, it's gonna be really fucking busy there, and Marinelec is a tourist city.
Not only is it a tourist city, it's a tourist port city.
Yes, it's a tourist port city. It's the only port city on the Western continent that's not in the South.
It's the only port city other than the South.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. And I have a chaotic warlock and his equally or more so chaotic girlfriend.
And equally or more so chaotic patron.
This is also true. Who will have to be left unsupervised for an unspecified amount of time because I have to go give a report. That's why I'm going, oh no. That was why when you guys were in secrets, I said something to Ghost and I went, I'm gonna get fired. They're gonna do something. I think what I said to him is like, if all the shit that we have done to date does not get me fired, one of them is going to do something and I'm going to get fired.
Maybe.
I don't want to get fired. I like my job. I have a love-hate relationship with my job, but I love my job. My job puts me in underwater fucking fish people temples, but I love my job.
Rax doesn't focus on the hate part of his job because he's just a shit.
What job?
I don't know, the
Sorry.
one that he was just like
No,
gift
it's
wrapped, like,
accurate.
help me
No,
with
that's
this, and he
fucking
was like,
accurate.
sure.
God, I feel so bad for Mary because not only does she hate being submerged in water,
She's a fire genasi.
but also she's now covered in so many wounds.
Yep.
Poor baby.
There
I
is
tried.
a reason that Rax was just like, just fucking heal her.
Yeah, but I can only do so fucking much, dude.
He
That's why
can't do
she's
any, so
stubborn.
any is more than nothing.
I know, but if I use it all now, we are so fucked.
Casually zooms out of map and looks at all the other rooms.
No, 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 no. X out half of those rooms. Rattan wants to leave.
You haven't even. Never mind.
I mean, a lot
Yeah,
of them
I'm
could
here-
just be empty with a shitload of weapons in them.
Right, right.
We ran into
right.
a couple of those. Well, one of those, and then another one where we just went,
And-
nope.
And
No.
maybe we just kill a couple of more of the really big fish people, and then we can leave and do other things that are more fun.
Careful what you wish for.
Like maybe it's really not that bad. You know, it's like Shaun of the Dead. Grab car, go run mums, kill Phil, go to Winchester, have a nice
You-
pub with
you
Golden
basically-
Wait for this
gave-
whole thing to blow over.
You basically told Mirio to go in with big dick energy, and she did, and this is what happens.
To be fair, I rolled shit on initiative, or I would have been right in there with her.
She gets advantage on initiative, so she's always going to be up
That's not my fault. I didn't know that.
there.
Clearly, my dice didn't give a shit.
To be fair, she also rolled a nat 20 on initiative.
Yeah.
So, you know what's really sucking? She hasn't rolled a nat 20 on her weapon yet. That's pissing me off. That's upsetting me greatly.
I'm assuming brutal criticals.
Well,
I have a different idea.
that, but also something else to do with her weapon.
I have an idea. I have an idea.
Oh?
I'm gonna DM you.
Okay.
And you don't have to... Obviously, I don't think you're going to tell me, but if it ever comes out, you can tell me if I was right.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, am I?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, fuck yeah. That knowledge! I have like a fucking 16 intelligence to Rattan's 9.
Also, the brutal critical wouldn't work because she hasn't done anything to activate that yet.
I thought it was just in general. Okay, never mind.
No. She doesn't get it unless she gets
Metagaming that shit? Nah.
I mean, if it isn't obvious what class she is so far by the fact that Destiny went, yeah, she went into a blood-curdling frenzy
I
rage.
knew that's what she was.
Yeah.
There's no way.
Put it this way, all I have been using is her basic attacks.
I know.
She is scary.
And they're like, hey, that cursed axe that you found, she would have been like unstoppable. I'm like,
Yeah, uh-huh. Yeah, that would have been scary if it was given to her. Can you imagine that? That would be terrifying. That would be really
I
scary.
would say that it'd be scary in Rattan's hands, but then I'm like, laughs in Polearm Master.
If you think about it for Miri, not only has she got like her extra attacks, she's got her brutal criticals, she's got all of
Oh
like...
my god, I just realized how bad that could have been if Rattan had gotten it. So many fucking smites. Oh my god.
Because it's everything at your disposal.
Everything has a smite. Oh my god. Radiant consumption oh my god.
It would be nasty.
We found a cursed axe, and one of our party members picked it up anyway, and attuned to it, and the first fight we got into after he attuned to it, he took damage and turned on us and started trying to kill us. That's why his arm is fucked up.
The reason we spent for almost 3 hours in a brothel is because...
The reason some of us got laid.
Well,
I mean, one of you was getting laid anyway.
it was just a matter of in a tent
Hey,
or in a
just
bed.
one?
So, you know, whatever.
On the road, yes.
Oh.
To imply.
She said no to a tent. He said maybe.
To be fair, it's never come up.
Not true, it has. There was a discussion in where she said she wouldn't be comfortable doing it with other people in the area.
That is true. That was actually first day in Muncade?
That was just before you left, okay?
Yeah, but it was like before that, I thought. I thought that was like the first day.
They've had a conversation about it since. Where it was like, so do you still feel the same about it? And she was
I
like,
don't remember that.
we spoke about it.
Here I am just remembering that we've actually, like, just gotten a different tent.
mean, I'm gonna be
Mary
honest.
a tent anyway.
Based on how things are going, that position might change.
Giggity.
Shut up.
I was waiting for the drink. God damn it, with her.
What was it, 3 or 4 times? Positions?
Wither
Probably
and
better than that.
Wither and I determined that everybody currently playing has gotten her to spit her drink somewhere. And I'm like, alright, working on number 2. And I'm the closest to a second.
Are you? Fuck, I just almost got a second there. All I had to talk about was how many positions they'd been in. And then that he taught her better not to spit everywhere.
Wither. Damn it.
Well, if you'd like to taste me, I wouldn't be objecting to you putting me in your mouth.
That's not fair. That was from earlier. Ugh. That's not fair. That was dirty.
He washes regularly. How dare you?
I'm gonna be honest. Out of everybody in the game at all right now, he probably has the best hygiene.
Oh yeah, but he can also just pop back to his own demi-plane and be like, yo,
Yep.
I'm gonna take a shower.
Whereas at the very
Hold up,
least, Rax changes every day.
Hold up, let me go, like, freshen up.
Until Rax gets his prestidigitation ring that he wants.
You still have to talk to Freddy.
He does, and he will.
Oh
There are
man.
so many things you need to talk to Freddy about. He's gonna be overwhelmed.
He is.
Freddy,
Well,
take this.
Poor Freddy!
Freddy, take this. Be my friend.
Is it going
That's not
to
how she's gonna say
explode?
it. But... Huh?
Nothing.
It's a.
is it going to explode? I don't know. Show me how you can determine that, because...
When I said bring me exciting magic objects, this isn't
And then
exactly
she's gonna
what I
tell him
expected.
everything that it does that she found out.
Where the
I
hell
don't know what
did
any
you
of that means.
find
But this
this?
is what it does.
Where did you find it?
Ooh.
In a place.
The where did you find it question's gonna be the most fun.
Yeah, that's gonna be interesting.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how much
Deception
does that
roll
matter?
or truth?
No, she-
What does it matter?
Rattan is not. She'd just be like, on a scale of 1 to 10, how much would that bother you?
Well, that depends on where it comes from, because, well, you see, not all magic items are good, and I don't entirely want to be, like, touching things that are going to hurt me.
That shouldn't hurt you.
Someone said that before.
Did something hurt you?
Yes!
We touched it and it
Lots
didn't
of
hurt us.
people.
Freddy, who hurt you?
No, they found it in a crypt.
Found
Oi,
it in a crypt.
shit lord, enough.
Found it in a crypt that was full of undead.
With another item that directly damaged a couple people.
With the axe.
And the axe. And other things that have yet to come to pass.
Yep.
Last time you brought me poison and the dust of a vampire. What the fuck? I mean, he wouldn't
I mean,
swear.
if you don't want the magical spellbook / focus, I can just.
I mean, I do and I don't.
Rax is gonna 100% use the opportunity to be like, just show me how to identify it and then we'll be fine.
That's gonna take time and money.
Fucking mooch.
How dare you mooch off my precious little wizard?
Well, Rax hasn't
giving
come across
Freddy
the
a
scroll of
gift!
identify, so he can't just direct copy
How
it. So
dare
he's
you
trying
mooch
to.
off of Rattan giving Freddy a gift?
You could always ask to buy one.
This is true.
I also love your loyalty to Freddy because you've never looked for another magic shop. It's the same with
I
Elliot
don't
and
give a
Clothes
shit.
Store.
It's Freddy, who also needs a guitar riff.
Whee! My camera might suddenly jolt again. Persephone is climbing the PC.
Yeah,
Oh
he
boy.
just needs the guitar slam.
Hold on, let me see if I can. Are you gonna stay? Are you gonna stay and be cute? Look. See you're above my monitor.
I also love that sometimes it gets snaps from you that just have spoiler
What?
alert on them as you're covering up your post-it notes.
Yep. I have so many post-its on this desk. That are so many spoilers. You were good tonight, yes you were. Come here and give me cups.
Rax is trying to make friends with Freddy. Be best friends.
Rattan's trying to make friends with Freddy, and it's...
Those are my thanks for the paw print on my glasses, you shit.
Why
I
is
love
it
you.
that every time we're in Moncade, somebody ends up with a 700, like a several hundred gold tab?
Well, Osiris had a 500 gold tab because of Crystal's wine choice and also telling Crystal to wait.
Right. Paradise
Um,
did not specify.
Perrin had I rolled for it earlier. I rolled a 1d500 to see how much gold it would be. 418 gold and 6 silver, I think it was. Because of him asking for nice wine and asking for Chase's services.
So the best part was I got that RP done last night before I went to bed some. And she goes, yeah, I'd like to talk to Perrin about his rather expensive bill. And Rattan just went, again? Like, Rattan almost had a fucking existential crisis.
The worst part is she wouldn't have known if she didn't go downstairs.
No, I had to go downstairs to get parchment for letters, so I would not have known. And we could have just, like, noped out.
Yep.
That would have been so bad.
Yeah, Rex didn't go downstairs this time. So you got to find the information from Hannah.
Right.
Who got interrupted 3 times taking inventory?
Huh?
Who got interrupted 3 times taking inventory? Poor woman.
So the worst part was I went down there, she was counting, and Rattan tried to be nice, and she was like, I think you were at 124, and she was like, I appreciate that, but I still have to start over. And Rattan was like, I'm gonna go now. And then she came down there the second time before we left, and she was in the 400s.
Oh, that's...
She was in the 300s.
And Rattan just went, I'm sorry. She goes, no, it's fine. I was in the 300 somethings when fucking Perrin came down here. Rattan was just like, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry for existing right now. I'm just gonna give you this and go upstairs. Bye.
Poor woman. She runs a very, very respectable business. Very, very well. I was laughing when I was speaking to Ghost, because like, oh yeah, you go downstairs and they're basically setting up for the day. They're like, prestidigitation vacuuming the carpets.
That's amazing.
They have a team of mages specifically designated to clean. That's why it's so clean in here.
Also, Rattan, like... Rattan's wings this past day has been a fucking thing.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't even realize that they were out until like you mentioned that later, like ran his finger. I was like, oh, all right, so they're still fucking out. Noted.
Yep. She pulled him in for like the 5 minutes that she was talking to Hannah, and then she's like, this is too much effort.
Well, that and he was there, so.
That and he was there. They were definitely out.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Fucking breakfast rations. Did he take them with him underwater?
Who? Rack?
With his breakfast ration.
Oh no.
Because you never said that you put them away.
No.
Do you have soggy breakfast biscuits on your persons right now?
Soggy, salty breakfast biscuits.
He would have like
no.
realized it and been like, no.
Mary is so sad that she doesn't have breakfast with her.
Oh,
So
Yeah,
sad.
well, it's better than soggy, sad breakfast biscuits.
She's sad and soggy anyway.
That's fair.
What could get worse?
Horn envy.
He doesn't have horn envy.
He's got like little horns. He doesn't have tiefling horns. He got like little dragon
He's got
horns.
blastback horns, not like curly horns. He's fine.
Not all tieflings have curly horns.
Oh man.
I'm just
Hi,
saying, Rex has
beautiful.
blastback horns. It's in his picture.
Hi, beautiful.
Also, the fact that Rattan and Miryu were fucking cackling over the fact that he has a tiefling.
Rex has known. Rex has known for weeks.
Rattan didn't! She goes downstairs and it's like, hey, like, Chase said that the shit that they were talking about during his, treatment was interesting, and I went, fucking
The word she used was amusing.
amusing, right. But she said the word chase, and I had to read that sentence a couple of times to make sure that I read it properly, and then I went, fucking what?
So, I mean, you both know what class Chase is, correct?
I was a monk.
So of course he's going to be the most qualified for.
I know,
for
but you're
rehabilitation.
crazy.
Me
you
knowing
were
like,
using-
oh, because he knows pressure points, like that kind of shit.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, and like logically I know that's where you were going with that, but based on what my fucking DMs have been all week, and the mindset that I have to be in for Rattan right now.
And also Hannah running what is essentially a brothel.
Right!
I mean,
And
she's
also, fucking Leodir right now. My brain is not exactly going to logical places.
My brain is going to logical, and then it's like, yeah, but where are we right now?
Exactly. Where are we going?
Yeah.
Chase is very familiar with anatomy.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Oh man.
Also, I just like still think it's hilarious that Perrin has succumbed to the fact that, yeah, I'm a meat shield right now.
Poor guy.
I like half feel bad, but like
I
Rex
have
is like,
feel bad at the same time.
I mean,
like,
I was dragging your ass along, so I don't
Right.
feel as bad.
Well, it's like here's the thing. Like, I'm in the same boat. I kind of feel bad because, you know, like, I feel bad for Ghost. Like,
Yeah, exactly.
He's just like he's the butt of every fucking joke right now.
Yeah.
But at the same time, like,
He
you
kind
make
of
your
did
bed,
it
you gotta
himself.
lay in it.
Kind of did it to himself.
Yeah, he kind of did it to himself. So like, I only half feel bad.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just like, I really wish someone had been a fly on the wall. Because his conversation with Chase was so fucking funny. I
Well,
was
maybe
like-
one day we can bully him into telling us.
Perrin or Chase?
Not Chase. I don't think anybody could bully Chase into doing something he didn't want to do.
Rex is just gonna go fucking ask Crystal, because I'm sure she knows by now.
She's not there.
She'll find out, like, within a short amount of time of getting back, I'm sure.
There's no secrets.
Wait,
among the elite.
Chase was actually talking to somebody? This is news.
Yeah. This is amazing.
I
Give
was
me, like,
meaning
man
that we
advice or
could
actual advice.
bully Perrin into telling us everything.
Oh, well, I mean...
Well, I thought there was no secrets between us anymore, Perrin. Or are you going back to being a spy?
I was gonna say, just leave Leodir in a room with him for 5 minutes. We will learn everything.
Oh, don't leave Leodir in a room with him.
No. I do not want to leave Leodir in a room with him right now.
Mm-mm.
You should
Nope.
also
Rattan
not
in a
leave
room alone with
Miriu
him
in
right
a
now
room with
either.
him right now.
Don't leave Rattan in a room alone with him right now.
I don't know who'd be more scary right now because Leodir has restraint
Yeah,
and Miriu does not.
yeah.
I think the one that Perrin is the safest in a room with is the one he actually fucking attacked, which is hilarious.
Yeah, actually, that's accurate right now.
And it
feels
has
shitty
been
because it's not
since
here, but it's
Rex got
accurate.
attacked, which is even funnier.
Why what? What did you miss? So Perrin, the dwarf who's played by Ghost, was the one that had the axe. And he attacked Rex and did damage. Now Miriu is Rex's significant other who was choked into existence.
That's
Leodir,
another story.
yeah, that's another story. Leodir is Rattan's Deva and fiance, who can be scary when he needs to be. He's a flavored Deva, so he's not like a standard D&D Deva. So, not only is Leodir pissed off, Rattan is
Perrin
pissed off.
did take swings at Rattan. He missed.
Rattan is pissed off because of Leodir's
Reasons.
reaction that we can't discuss because it's happened in a private conversation. And then Miriu is pissed off because not only did he attack Rex, but he actually did damage and then continued to try. And Miriu used to be a bounty hunter, so she has a vendetta. And she also has a backstory that hasn't come out, so I also can't discuss that. So, yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I cannot discuss why Rattan is pissy.
Go and watch VODs. There are secrets. I highly suggest watching both sides.
I don't think my reason is.
Yours isn't in a VOD.
Yeah. Mine's not in a VOD, so you will not find it there. But
Because we have... Moncade is not suitable for stream.
no.
No, it's not.
Mm-mm.
Moncade DMs.
But it's still fucking hilarious. The guy who got attacked is still just like...
The guy who got attacked is the safest person to be around right now.
For the first time, the thing restraining Miriu is Rex and she's not excited about it.
accurate.
That might actually be the Miriu tweet for the week.
It It was actually, like, really... It was really difficult for me. Dwarf attacked Rax, tried and failed to attack Rattan, and now everyone except... Well, so Rax is the safest person for him to be around right now, because Rax is kind of... I would describe Rax as kind of like happy-go-lucky, like, just roll with the punches.
Rax is just perpetually indifferent, but also a shitlord at the same time.
Right. Rax is chaotic.
It's the thing to deal with.
And then also for reference, Miryu is... She's something, alright. She's...
Beauty and strength personified in a tiny
Zero
little
manners.
fire genasi who has absolutely no manners and absolutely no restraint.
No,
verbally.
zero restraint, zero filter, zero self-control, nothing.
She has self-control.
Impulse control?
She has a little bit of impulse control. You forget that Drax has spent time in a bedroom with her.
Yeah, that's fair.
She's rapidly losing said control.
Right. Weird.
Because-
Mood.
Because she made a very, very high insight check earlier today.
No.
Miryu is...
On what?
I am also very curious.
No, I'm actually like, terrified right now. On me? Dang it, I want to know.
You could ask her.
You can ask her, and if Alex wants to know, he can watch my VOD.
I think I know what it is, but
You know what's really great is like...
I
She
can't believe
really-
she missed the earlier insight check.
Oh my god, you know, like she's proficient in insight. And she's not great at it, but she's proficient in it. She has a +6. Same as she's got for perception and survival.
Probably like
okay.
the beginning of the VOD.
No. You're looking for
About 2 or 3 hours in.
some point in the mess hall.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
so that's like
no!
towards the end.
Yeah.
Oh no, that's no. No.
So maybe like
She
4 hours.
knows. Oh no.
You know what's great? She can speak 6 languages, so that makes RP even more fun.
Oh no, I know what it is now. He knows that yeah, okay.
He knows.
But now the question is, what was spoken about
In the comic.
So who else knows?
It's like the best way to put that.
I mean, at this point, it was funny. I was messaging some earlier in the week, and like I was like, so as much as I enjoy sexting you, we have a time frame, so I had to skip over the details.
I mean, you're still, yeah, I mean, you're gonna have to watch his VOD, which will be on YouTube.
In a couple
It'll
of
be
days.
both, but I mean, in
I mean, like you can
2
watch
months
it.
it'll be
because-
gone.
It's
You
not
can
gonna be in
watch
mine.
it. Yeah, I mean, like you can watch it on Twitch for the next couple of weeks or whatever it is.
For like a
Um,
month or 2, I think.
But
with
there's
Twitch
an
Prime.
archive of them on.
Archive from like episode 1 level archive. Whereas
Yeah, you can see how fucking terrible I was at DMing all the way back in the
Yes.
beginning.
or how completely not in character I was since session
Or how
1 to
awkward
like
we all were when we
12.
first met and started playing together.
Yeah.
Or when I was literally my first game, well, technically second session ever, first game of D&D.
Yeah.
It's my first ever game that I'm DMing. So, I'm proud so far.
I am the old
Should
dog learning new tricks. First paladin. Weird. Make a paladin. Fuck your Deva. Didn't see that. Like, that was not a correlation that I made when I was like, I'm gonna make a paladin.
I'm gonna make a paladin who doesn't have a deity.
Right,
and
like
it's-
that. Like my thought process was, I'm gonna make a paladin, but I don't want to make a religious paladin because I don't want to struggle with being in character. I don't want to have a hard time relating to that. And then I talked to her and I was like, you know what? Like, I feel like I should have one. And then she was like, hey, you know, maybe we can work something out, like flavor Deva. And I was like, okay. And I was like, I'm gonna be an Aasimar. And she was like, all right, so Aasimars have Deva. How involved do you want your Deva to be? And I was like, well, I played one before and they weren't very involved. Let's go fairly involved. Like, I'm okay with that. You do you. My brain did not go, Paladin, Aasimar, fuck the Deva.
I just want to point out, when I made Rax, it was like literally one statement and then kind of just grew from there. And it just like bouncing shit off between me and Zelda. Just now we have this fucking chaotic menace that is him.
Yeah.
I feel like my biggest goal was to make everyone comfortable while also being within the realms of like relative sensical nonsense.
Right.
So like we have Flavor Deva, we have Peepers, we have Miryu, who didn't exist beyond a very barren NPC sheet and an image.
Yep.
And an entire group of people that they should never have got to know. Could you imagine if you didn't know the elites at this point?
Can you imagine? Oh, no, that makes me sad. I don't want to think about that.
Why?
No.
Why?
I was sitting here going, can you imagine if Leodir and Rattan were not together right now? We would not have fun breakfasts.
I mean, you still have fun breakfast, you just wouldn't have Leodir.
Which is sad!
I mean, to be fair, he would still be there, he just wouldn't be as...
Leodir.
No, he'd still be himself, he'd still be...
It's just, I have a feeling Rax would just be like, are you, like, what?
Are you fucking or not?
Yeah, exactly.
That would have been an awkward question.
Oh my god. Yeah, either Rax or Miri would have asked outright.
That
Like, are
would've
you
been
two
the most
fucking or what?
awkward
Like,
question.
Like, are you dipping that dick or no? Fucking Miri. Oh, she is blunt in the best worst
Like, that
kind
would
of
have
way.
been the most awkward question ever asked. I think.
why do I feel like Leodir would just kind of be like, yeah, are we? Just like,
Because he would have been!
uh-huh.
Yeah!
He
He
would
was
just be
anyway!
like,
Been.
he'd just be like, this isn't on me. I'm just like laying the fucking red carpet. What do you want? I
This
tried.
isn't on me, but I really wish it was. Oh, God.
Because literally, just more reserved before they got together. Exact same behavior, just a less...
He hasn't changed.
No, he really hasn't.
Well, okay, no,
You-
that's
you
a lie.
would've- You totally would have been getting mixed signals. We actually,
Yeah.
the worst part is, before I figured it out, and before Rattan figured it out, I was jokingly messaging Zoe going, the entire party's gonna think I'm fucking him. And she's like, yeah, wouldn't that be weird?
I'm sitting there going, he is madly in love with you. Come on. You can do it. You can do it.
I was just like, it's gonna be really funny when they walk into Rattan's room and they're like, oh, sorry for interrupting. Wait, interrupting what? And she's like, yeah, weird. weird that they would think that. Yeah.
Hypotheticals are funny.
Hypotheticals are really funny. He's dying inside.
Your DM is pleading with you.
The anvils with "I love you" written on the side.
That you are just so happening to duck every time they almost hit you in the head.
That was
literally
the joke. Was he has anvils with "I love you" written on the side, and every time he throws one at Rattan, she's like, "Ooh, a penny!"
Yeah, that's... I think you guys had mentioned that to me.
Consistent dex saves of her life. She cannot save on fucking anything else, but Leodir tries to give her a fucking sign, and she's like,
I'm just curious how things would be, like, in terms of Rax not... Or, yeah, no, him, whether or not he'd be as just obnoxious pain in the ass if you guys hadn't figured out about Peepers way back when.
I mean, no offense, but probably.
I think, like, the fact that he has multiple sources to spur him on isn't helpful.
No, like, Leodir does not help Rax behave at all, and Rax does not help Leodir behave at all. You two are the fucking worst together. Peepers is an owl, yes.
Peepers is, yes, Peepers is an owl.
That's a word for it.
Peepers is a wonderful, beautiful owl.
Yep.
Who does not want to be a goldfish.
Who really did not want to be a goldfish. Oh.
You better not be talking about turning me into something fucking weird again.
Rax is... Also, can I tell her what, the reason...
We can't tell you. We unfortunately can't tell you. If you want to find out, you can go back and you can watch some of the earlier VODs, because it does come out at some point during that. We can't talk about it now, because our middle player, Farron, does not know.
Yes.
Yeah.
Can I at least give Wither the information?
Are your cameras fucked on the overlay, Wither?
Huh?
Are your cameras currently fucked on the overlay or not?
I mean, it's showing like
Just
Rax and
Perrin.
Rattan's boots in his camera box right now.
Yeah. Can I tell Wither at least the reason for, like, the chomping? So basically he was like, well, I wouldn't turn you into a goldfish. It'd be like a piranha or some shit, like,
Piranha, I am from the Amazon.
That's exactly where my head went.
She was like, well, you know, you pull off scales better than I do, so I don't really think that's my thing.
Oh my god.
But I suppose I could make it work, but what about if you're not submerged for that long? Do you really want a sloppy wet fish in your pocket?
He's like, I'd rather not have a fish in my pocket at all.
Ew.
She was not about that fish life.
No. So, yeah, that sort of led to the reason behind him just, okay, we'll see you later.
Bye.
Bye.
It's kind of lonely without her, not gonna lie.
It is.
Yeah, I kind of assumed it was so that she wouldn't, get killed by a door again.
It was more along the lines of, I don't feel like completely recasting this spell to turn you into a fish, to turn you into an owl, and just repeat the cycle every time we change environment.
It was really hard during breakfast to, like, part of me wanted to just, like, let Leodir go, but I was like,
I want you to know how many times I was like, would Rax have kind of, like, gotten out of the conversation by now? Nope, he's still just internally.
I think my favorite thing is...
Let's go.
Mm-hmm.
He was so over it.
He's still being civil.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
This is about, like, as close to, like...
shitty as he's ever been.
Yeah. And it's still civil. It's like the last line before... Okay, you have 2 feet. Do you know how they work? Let's go. Hi.
Oh, boy.
We can
On
at
that
least tell
note-
Alex that Peepers is... I was just thinking, we can at least tell him that she's a familiar.
Yeah.
Let him make
Yeah.
whatever.
Is a familiar. So yeah, sentient troublemaking owl is accurate.
currently.
And then there's me and my Flavor Deva, and we are Team Rocket.
Yeah, and then you have Rex and Miri, who...
So which one of you is gonna be Meowth?
Neither.
Yeah, neither.
Aw. Richie.
Richie is not... He's not, like... enough to be Meowth, if that makes sense.
He's impressionable.
How dare you? How dare you?
Rattan would never.
How fucking dare you'd send him down that one of the 3 paths that already got planned.
Wither is a shit. Rattan is sitting there going, no, must protect. No.
You know, you'll actually miss his birthday.
How the fuck would I know that?
You guys miss his birthday.
How would I know? Can you stop?
We missed a fucking lot. At this point,
We
Rex
missed
is just
New
gonna...
Year's, we missed Gift Day.
Mm-hmm. He was already kind of reserved to the fact of, well,
Yep.
we're missing a shitload because it takes for fucking ever to go anywhere here.
Yep.
You guys have never asked for horses.
Yes, we did. Incorrect.
Okay.
And then
No,
they got
we did,
blown
and
up.
they got
So...
You never asked for horses for the desert. Or any kind of transport. You
I was
decided
gonna say
to
horses
walk.
would be a bad idea.
everywhere.
Maybe camels.
Yeah. I mean, my horse wouldn't be a bad idea, but that's just...
I mean, you had a horse, but he's currently in a different location.
God!
What? He's not here! Your druid is not here! Oh my god,
Oh! Oh, that's not where I went with that.
some... I never told you, but I told Wither. I know that's not where you went with that. I never told
Fuck
you, but I
you.
told Wither. I had a plan for a mounted combat soldier druid combo, and the druid was his horse.
Also,
Okay.
fuck Leodir for reading over my shoulder and going, so what are you doing for Gift Day?
He's gonna be reading. He's spell checking you!
I know. Did I spell that right? Yes.
Yes, but...
But... You really gonna send it like that?
Rex doesn't even make the effort to write it. Just say hi from me.
It's almost as bad as saying, yeah, can I sign the letter? Why? Just because I want to, and then including
She
a
did- She
encrypted
did not do it
message.
for you. I want you to know that she did not do it for you.
Oh no, he knows.
You know, it's really, like, no, what I was referring to was the fact that Sparrow signed a letter.
Yep.
And included an encrypted message in it.
Yep.
Because she was a lying bitch.
Yep.
That's gonna make this section of the game even funnier because of my playlist. And you will understand why potentially next Organized Chaos session.
Oh boy.
I'm kind of bummed that we're gonna be away for so long.
Same.
I mean, I am and I'm not because work have fucked me next week. But
oh no,
also,
I know.
I'm glad that we're not, for your sake, so you can try and
Right. But at the same time, like...
because I also felt bad about, like, also saying Rax wants to go home, so I was like, oh, fuck. But now I'm like, okay, so, like, a month before next Organized Chaos session.
I mean, so,
Well,
what I have to
3
plan...
days.
No! Oh, did you bring me your dinghy? Go get it.
What I have to plan is... Rax is home. I have to plan Chance. I have to plan Kakabion. I have to plan the spring ball.
Mm-hmm.
I have to plan Elliot's. I have to plan all of the, like...
Provided we don't all get teleported to a different fucking corner of existence.
Yeah, that's gonna make plans difficult.
Can we just, like, not?
He's fun.
I can say for certain, at least Rax and Miryu are probably going to end up in the same place. And if
They can
not,
go
then
to
they're
each
going to end
other.
up in the same place.
Yeah. Like, hey, so I'm in, like, some... Where? Where are you?
It's
I'm
cold.
somewhere.
It's cold.
It's
okay,
cold?
you come here.
No, we are not breaking the bag of holding.
Got a plan for breaking the. No, well, no, because Destiny told them.
Yeah, Destiny
You know
told
how
us
hard
that.
it is having characters knowing different names for each other and not saying it by accident is fucking awful. It's god awful.
Meanwhile, I'm sitting here panicking about the spring ball going, how do I explain Leia here? Yeah, no, it's like I've known him my whole life. It's weird. I feel like we've known each other forever, really. When did we meet?
Yeah, it's
like
crazy
yesterday.
that none of you
Years
from
ago.
my home have met this person I've known forever. It's fine. Don't worry
Yeah.
about it. Don't look into
Yeah,
Oh, hi.
right.
You got your scrunchie. Oh, did you hear the scrunchie too? Here, let me get your scrunchie. Come on.
Hey.
Come on. Hi. Hello, you're so beautiful. Bell fetch.
And that's gonna be a whole thing.
Fine, don't fetch. I will teach you. You fetch. Go get
Rax,
it.
Rax is just gonna be like, don't say anything, don't say anything, don't say anything. You're probably, honestly, he's gonna get like full use out of his message cantrip during that dinner.
Justin Marinalac.
Just in Marinalac, because he's just gonna be like, don't say it, don't say it. Someone needs to hear it, but I can't say it.
That magic works in the king's room.
True.
He's gonna try to message somebody and be like, fuck.
Or it just like broadcasts and he's like, oh.
That's probably
And Rattan's like across the table drinking is like, and there goes my job.
Oh yeah, cutie patootie. Oh hello. Sorry, did I miss hand?
The worst part is I already know that Leonier's gonna be a fucking peacock in Marinalac.
Are you implying that he's not usually?
No, I'm not implying that he's not usually, because he is! But it's gonna turn it up a fucking notch. Or 10.
How do you know? He might
Because
dial it back to save your ass. You don't know. You don't know.
you met the guy?
Yeah. And he seems like a civil person.
He is a very
Who
nice
gives
man.
a shit? Rax is neither. So, fucking...
You are not a very nice man, and you do not give a shit.
I am so excited for Miri and Marinalac.
I'm not! Rattan's existential crisis, watching Miryu eat with no fucking utensils, and was just like, oh my god. Oh my god.
Originally worrying about Rax, and then realizing,
No,
oh,
like she was originally
no.
worried about all of you, and then she saw Miryu eating and went, no. The gravity of everything that she's actually gonna have to deal with set in.
Now imagine her speaking to one of the kings.
With her mouth full, just spraying food across the table. So where are you from? Oh, I used to work in a brothel.
She'd probably... I would imagine she would probably lead with the... Oh, I was a bounty hunter. More than the... I worked at a brothel.
Sprays her food across the table.
Yeah, that's gonna happen no matter which one she explains.
You know, I traveled a lot. Oh really? Why? I was a bounty hunter.
Oh. It's okay, I'm not here for you. You're fine.
Yeah, currently the only objective I have is...
I still think my favorite thing was
Testing her
you
bed,
fucking
yeah.
going, so how was your trip? Good, we were in a desert so it was hot for a while there. How was yours?
What'd you do in the desert? Whole lot.
Fucking Rax asking the king how their trip was. How was yours? Rax, what are you gonna say to a king?
That's it. That's what I'm gonna do.
This. And what if they ask you something?
Well, what are they asking?
You know, pleasantries and such. I hear you were indulging in our nightlife. Yeah, great pubs.
Meanwhile, Rattan just starts drinking heavily.
He
Like,
do-
politely sipping her wine, and then she just starts going like,
Rax just does the, yep, 10 out of 10. Would, yep. They're great.
And here's like, like picture to face. Huh? Already halfway to drug.
Not the picture. Oh.
There's a picture on the table. You can bet.
You mean she doesn't discover absinthe? Oh boy.
You would be surprised at the plethora of drinks Miri discovered while she was in Clayton with Olivia.
Rax is severely jealous about all of them. He was like, I'm trekking through the fucking snow and you're out drinking. This is bullshit.
Miriu was in Clayhome
With Olivia.
in the bars. We don't know the impression she left while she was there. We're gonna show up in fucking Marinalac, and the fucking offense king is gonna be there and be like, oh, yeah, no. Heard about you.
I think Miriu in Clayton is the worst. The least thing you have to worry about with the King of Clayton.
You mean Perrin?
Well, I mean,
Saran.
all things considered, and Serana's gonna be there.
And the Violet Tongue?
Yeah.
Imagine her dinner with Serana across the table is gonna be.
She is well aware of all this situation going along with him too. So
This would be really hard for Tan not to, like, throw her knife across the
My
table.
cat is busy, I'm sorry.
He makes any snide comment, she's just gonna go.
Sorry, my cat is dizzy right now and she's very confused. Come on, baby. Oh God, are you okay? Mwah, I love you. I love you.
Okay, I think on that note I have to tap out for the night.
Yeah.
yeah, I'm right there with you. I need to.
I'm trying to. Yeah, I ended at 4 my time, which was 11 for you.
Yeah, I know.
And then now we've sat here bullshitting.
Yeah, as is
Like we
tradition.
usually do.
Like we usually do.
Hi.
So again, we will not be playing next week. We'll be back maybe on the 5th if I can manage to pull something and enough players together.
And I will be playing, maybe.
If I don't want you to get your hopes up because again I don't know what's going on.
That's why I said maybe.
I know, but you're very excited and it's gonna make me feel like
I'm
a
always
fucking shitty
excited.
person
I'm always excited.
if I can't pull something together.
I'm always excited.
We will see what I can pull together.
Keep an eye on the Twitter.
Keep an eye on the Twitter.
What was that thing I was gonna tweet earlier? I forgot already.
Miriu being restrained by Rax and not liking it.
Yeah, you're right.
This is the one time she's been restrained by Rax and doesn't like it.
Yep.
Also, that's
Twitter
a
will
whole
be
separate
thanked.
fucking dynamic, and I find it hilarious.
I think it's hilarious that, like, Rax and Miriu is a vibe.
They're so cute.
No, like, Rax and Miriu are, like, a vibe, and, like, they have their own chaotic energy.
You want to know why she liked it? Because literally her character was choked into existence. So when we say stuff about her being restrained by him and liking it,
That's literally what it was.
yeah.
And then you have Leodir and Rattan, and they're a completely different vibe. And are chaotic.
Different type of chaos.
Yeah.
Different type of chaos. Two different kinds of filth.
It's
And
exhausting.
then there's just Perrin.
Perrin currently at the butt of most of the jokes.
I know, and I feel so bad about it, but it's like, and it's also such a low-hanging fruit.
Is that a short joke? It's rude.
I didn't even think about that. Do you feel uncomfortable being the third wheel, fifth wheel, right now? Are you uncomfortable because there's 2 significant others at the table? Are my questions making you uncomfortable in a brothel, Perrin?
I don't know.
Relentless.
I don't know where my NPCs come from because I'm not like this as a person
man.
ever. Like I'm so shy and reserved as a person,
Why
and
is
then
Leodir so smooth?
Leodir and Miryu happen, and then Richie happens as well, and he's a whole different energy too.
Richie
Oh
is
my
just
God.
childlike chaos and glee.
I love Richie. Don't get me wrong, but like a session full of Richie is shit, man. Like holy fuck.
Miryu is just unfiltered.
Miryu, I just have to sit there and like anything that I wouldn't say in public.
You say.
Yeah.
And then there's Leodir, and he is smooth as fuck.
Leodir says similar things to what Miryu says, but there's like a little bit of thought behind it before it comes out.
Right, like
Leodir
same
is
sense of
classic.
humor, just slightly more intellectual.
He's
Exactly.
classy, and like Miryu's smart, but she like the difference is Leodir is a linguist,
Yup.
and he prides himself on being proper.
Yup. What was his thing tonight? I could make you turn 50 Shades of Red with one sentence. And she goes, yeah, that's your thing, not mine.
Where meanwhile Rax mentally was like, teach me.
I don't know if that's like. Willow, I don't know where Willow is. Gypsy's getting 2.
Yeah, you get.
Yo.
I don't know. I think Willow's locked upstairs with my husband because she was barking.
Oh.
Hi, yes, I love you. Hi, no more. I know you got 2 and now you're confused and you're like 4. I was gonna say, I don't think like Leodir is something you can teach.
I don't know where Leodir came from. He just exists. And the worst part is like because
he's
of
so fucking smooth.
it just happens. Like
But
there's
he's
no,
so
like
fucking inappropriate at the same time.
yeah. Uh-huh.
What did Rattan call him? Like he's a cat and a gentleman at the same time.
Like it's quite funny because I've been RPing them for 35 sessions now, and I have like their postures that I didn't realize I did until recently that like immediately slips me into their character.
I also know when I need to look and check my DMs because you just go.
I do that for more than just you.
I know, but I always check and it's always there.
And you know what's funny is like I've started doing it more regularly just to throw you both off the scent. But yeah, there's just
That doesn't really work as well for me because now I have character sheet, your DMs with
All
you.
I have to do is glance over.
Roll 20. Streamlabs.
All I have to do is glance over.
Same.
I need
and
to
it
get
makes a
another
noise
monitor
still.
so I can have.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm glad I have 3. It's very nice.
But yeah,
Just relentless.
they're both exhausting.
I bet.
And then like the best thing about having Destiny there is she's quiet and obedient.
That sounds so fucking.
I mean, she's just kind of.
That's like such a backhanded compliment. We like you, Destiny. You're quiet and you do what you're told.
I mean, that's basically what she got told to do.
Oh.
Shut up and do your job. Yes, Mom. Oh, boy.
Rattan's moral dilemma makes another appearance. Yeah, I'm told to do what I need to with no fear of injury or risk to myself. Rattan's like, fuck this place.
What do you mean you'll be fine? Well, I am bound by my contractual obligations to do everything and anything you need me to do without fear to risk of my health, be it mental or physical. Because she memorized the handbook.
Yep.
Can you imagine how much pressure she's under with her mother being on the council?
Probably a lot.
Yeah. She cast a
Ay.
big girl spell today.
It didn't blow us all up.
Well, she cast 2 big girl spells today, actually.
Oops.
And then another kind of slightly bigger girl spell. Every
It
once in a
didn't
while,
blow us
it's magic.
up.
Yeah, she's so far so good, you know? 3 for 3. Because she had to cast Mage Armor on herself.
Yep.
That's
Is
what
she
I was.
devious?
Internally, I was like, she's totally doing mage armor, but Rax doesn't know it because he's like, he scales.
So I figured out, and I forgot to mention it, the better way to explain what her Arcana looked like in the fight, which my brain was dying during, was like, it looks like iron filings. That's what it looks like. That's what it looked like.
She realized that while she was explaining it to me. She was like, iron filings, that's what it was. And I was like,
I was trying to get it. I was like, it's like staticky, but also like metallic, but also like
You
smoky.
got
Iron
it, you got
filings!
it.
There we go.
You got it.
Sometimes I have like an afterthought.
Yep.
Or sometimes I'm like doing 3 things and miss out words in the middle of my sentences. And I realize that when I go back and watch the VOD, and I'm like, there are 2 words that are supposed to separate the things I said, and they're just not there. I did it twice tonight.
oh, jeez.
Kind of like how I said that I was gonna go. I'm still here.
Yeah, we're still
Same.
here. I have nothing to do tomorrow.
I work tomorrow. But technically, like, my boss isn't gonna be in tomorrow, so.
Fuck it.
Take a half day.
I could take a whole fucking
And here's
day.
the thing, like, I canceled Friday's stream because I had construction across the street. And it was fucking obnoxious. Like, I could hear the music coming through my sound deafening blinds. Like, I was standing in the center of my office and I was like, I can hear every single lyric that is in that song right now. I cannot stream like this.
You mean like the alarm that's been going off for the past 2 hours?
Right, but my microphone was picking it up. And there was nothing
Usually-
I could do about it.
My microphone does, but because of the filtering in Discord, it doesn't come through unless I'm talking in Discord, which is better for
Well,
like
and that's
the
kind of
stream
what I was
tonight.
thinking with like OBS, is that like it would do something similar, like it would only pick up when my mic was open, but that's still not good. So I didn't want to do it, so I canceled. But now I'm sitting here at 11:30 on Sunday, going, I am gonna be too fucking tired to stream tomorrow. And I always feel bad, but it's like I do this as a hobby.
You should do it every other Monday, like the Mondays that we have D&D. You should
You
take
know what?
the
That's
Monday
a good.
off.
You know what? That's a really good idea. I like that. I
I'm
think I'm gonna
full of
adopt
them.
that going forward.
And then
You
that
know
way,
what?
if you feel up to a stream, you can be like, hey,
Then I can
bonus.
do a bonus one. Surprise!
Yeah, I'm
Like
still
that,
gonna
because
wait.
I always feel bad. I always feel bad on Mondays when I do stream and I'm exhausted and I'm like, I'm not all here. I like that. I'm gonna do that every other Sunday now. And then I still don't have to change my schedule because technically it's still accurate. Because I'm not putting on my schedule every other because no one knows what the fuck that means.
Could just write possible bonus stream Monday in your like Monday slot, and that's accurate for
Nah.
every Monday.
Nah.
Okay.
I'll just leave it as Monday and I'll just make sure that on Mondays I remind people in my Discord if it's on day or off day.
Fair enough.
And I'll
Well.
tweet about it.
All right, I need to go to bed so that I'm actually like halfway
I'm-
functioning and get there
I'm
before
gonna
noon.
highlight this VOD, and then I'm probably gonna watch the beginning of it
Good night,
while
everybody.
I unwind.
I'm